You can hear me now. See, this is how it will be when the event starts. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All participants are please requested to register their names and occupy their seats, respective seats, please. Thank you.
Check, mic check, webcasting check, webex check, check.
Good morning, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor, Ligi Ma'am, Additional Secretary, Ruchika Ma'am, Sri Abhijit Narendra, JS and CVO, Ministry of Steel, CMD KOCL, and CVO NMDC and Additional KOCL to occupy their seats on the dais, please. Thank you. When you do things from your soul, you feel a river moving in you, a joy. I'm happy to inform that the chief guest of the Vigilance Conclave is Sri Pratish Sinhaji, former Central Vigilance Commissioner, is participating on a virtual mode today. Respected Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Sri Narendra Nath Sinhaji, IAS. Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor, Madam Sukruti Likhi, IAS. Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Madam Rushika Chaudhary Govil, IRS. Joint Secretary and CVO of Ministry Steel, Sri Abhijit Narendra, IRTS. CMD KIOCL, Sri T. Swaminathan. Chief Vigilance Officer, NMDC, and Additional Charge of KOCL, Sri B. Vishwanath, IRSS. Sri Pratish Sinhaji, former CVC, who is attending the conclave on virtual mode. CMDs of various central public sector enterprises under Ministry of Steel. Director Finances of Steel PSUs. CVOs under Ministry of Steels. Other officials of Ministry of Steel who are present here, distinguished speakers of Vigilance Conclave, and my dear participants. On behalf of Ministry of Steel and KOCL Limited, warm welcome to everyone for the third Vigilance Conclave organized by Ministry of Steel. Ministry of Steel has been organizing the Vigilance Conclaves as an exercise of preventive vigilance. Ministry of Steel has been organizing the Vigilance Conclaves as an exercise of preventive vigilance with the support of vigilance departments of central public sector, with the support of vigilance departments of central public sector enterprises under its administrative control. The conclave aims to sensitize officers of steel CPSEs on basic principles and procedures to be followed while taking important administrative, procurement, and commercial decisions to make them effective and outcome-oriented. Eminent speakers who have deep knowledge and experience in such matters will be addressing and interacting with the participating officers. The conclave will act as a platform for sharing of good practices, preventive vigilance, pragmatic approach for efficient decision-making in steel central public sector enterprises. We all long for showers of blessings of Almighty. Hence, in a traditional way, let us invoke the blessings. May I request everyone to stand up, please. The blessings. May I request everyone to stand up, please. May I call upon Madam Priyanka Sagare for invocation.
ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಗೆದ್ದ ಗಣಪ ಲಂಬೋದರನೆ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀನೇ ಹೇ ವಂದನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಗೆದ್ದ ಗಣಪ ಲಂಬೋದರನೆ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀನೇ ಹೇ ಗಜಮುಖನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ತುಂಬುರು ನಾರದ ವಂದಿತ ವಿಘ್ನ ನಾಶನೆ ಹೇ ರಂಭಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ನೇತ್ರ ಏಕದಂತ ಶೂರ್ಪಕರ್ಣನೆ ಡಮರುಗ ಹಸ್ತ ಸುಪುತ್ರ ಮುಕ್ತಿದಾತನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಕಶ್ಯಪಾದಿ ಮೌನಿ ಹೃದಯ ಕಮಲವಾಸನೆ ಆನಂದ ಗಣಪತಿಯೇ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಹೇ ಗಣಪನೆ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕನೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯನೆ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ.
Please be seated on. Thank you, ma'am. When the lamp of truth is lit, darkness vanishes by itself. Lighting a lamp brightens our life. Light is the first and foremost manifestation of the Almighty. Lighting a lamp is like an invitation to the Almighty to come and bless us. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. Thank you very much. It is our moral responsibility to welcome the distinguished guests and all other members for the function. May I request welcome the distinguished guests and all other members for the function. May I request Joint Secretary and CV of Ministry of Steel to welcome Secretary Steel with a bouquet. May I request Joint Secretary and CVO to welcome Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor, Madam Sukriti Liki, with a bouquet. May I request him to hand over a bouquet to Madam Ruchika Chaudhary Kovil. May I request CVO NMDC and Additional Charge KOCL to welcome CMD KOCL with a bouquet. May I request Sri Puttaraju to welcome CVO NMDC and Additional Charge KOCL with a bouquet. May I request CVO KIOCL to welcome Sri Abhijit Narendra, Joint Secretary and CVO of Ministry of Steel with a bouquet. Thank you very much, sirs. On this occasion, may I request Joint Secretary and CVO of Ministry of Steel to deliver welcome address, please.
Very good morning to everyone. Respected Chief Guest Shri Pratyush Sinhaji, former CVC, Shri NN Sinhaji, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, both our Additional Secretaries, Ruchika ji and Sukriti ji, Chairman, CMDs, directors, CVOs of our CPSCs, distinguished speakers and participants, madams and sirs present here. We welcome you all. While traveling on the way to Bangalore yesterday, Secretary Sir and I were generally chatting in the context of today's Vigilance Conclave on the relevance of vigilance organization, need for this entire activity, and many others related issues. And started thinking over it. As per the common understanding, it is considered imperative to have a vigilance set up in the organization where public money is involved. But here a question comes. Well, audit also does something similar to enforce accountability. Public money is involved. Enforce accountability, public money is involved. But I thought probably vigilance goes a few steps further, and it brings within the purview some malified intention, which results in the situation where some undue benefit is given. That is how it is different. Vigilance wing of the organization aims for existence of transparency, fairness, and which can be effected by laying down clear procedure and restrict deviations. One important point, that is the exercise of discretion without any guideline or framework, that may result in the outcome which ideally the ambit of discretion should be minimal. If we sum up these two situations which are undesirable, that is first when we do not follow the laid down procedure, and the second one, exercise of discretion to give undue favor to someone. Both these impact fairness in decision making. And the vulnerable areas noticed are procurement, establishment, allocation or assigning a work, etc. What is required from executive is assigning a work, etc. What is required from executive is to lay down procedure for every situation, with all clarity, and to minimize the level of discretion. Now, going further, the role of vigilance as I started thinking about role of vigilance, the role of vigilance appears to be something similar to policing. That's to maintain order. To be something similar to policing. That's to maintain order. For effective vigilance, various issue arises with the role officers there. The effectiveness is not entirely reflected in penalizing the wrongdoer, but rather restricting the very wrong itself. And this brings the idea of preventive vigilance. This involves educating, assisting the executive in attaining the goal. The goal is to be fair and transparent. One thought I just want to share, though I'm not a bad driver, but when I see police on road, I become extra cautious, probably due to some amount of fear which he generates. A similar role is exercised by vigilance officials, and somewhat similar level of fear is also generated. And now, as we are noticing, police is also becoming friendly. We probably need to deliberate whether vigilance is not considered as the opponent playing on the other side of court. A corollary to this common perception is also there, which is overemphasis on following procedure, resulting in what we call decision paralysis. So a conundrum is created whether vigilance is enabler or is impediment. These all issues will be deliberated during these 2 days in the conclave. Brilliant and experienced speakers will talk, deliberate, experiences will be shared to enlighten we all. We welcome our guests, speakers, and participants in this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Of our Secretary of Steel, Government of India, Sri Nagendra Nath Sinhaji, and it is a very proud moment for each one of us. On this occasion, may I request you, sir, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, everyone. My colleagues on the dais, Rujka, Sukriti, Mr. T. Saminathan, Vishwanath, Rujka, Sukriti, Mr. T. Saminathan, Vishwanath, Abhijit, colleagues in the house, consisting of chairpersons, directors, CVOs, and colleagues from the ministry and different PSCs. It's a wonderful day and a wonderful venue, and I'm quite happy. And I'm sorry, I missed Piyush Sinhaji. Piyush Sinhaji is the not only PVC, but I have the proud privilege of being from the same school as he. He was the first member from our school to become a member of the Indian Administrative Service. That's how I feel privileged to be a member of the same school, alumnus of the same. Yes, and as Vijit recalled, and we realized that, like everything else, vigilance is also a charge upon the time of the management. We appreciate the fact that the corporations are here to do business rather than to do vigilance. I think, as was mentioned by my colleague Vijit, that if the organizations themselves are vigilant about the values and procedures that they need to vigilant about the values and procedures that they need to observe, there is hardly any need for vigilance. Because what is vigilance? Well, vigilance is kind of internal observe. There is hardly any need for vigilance, because what is vigilance? Well, vigilance is kind of internal audit that you do in respect of finance. So whether or not the procedures being observed are being implemented in a fair and a transparent manner, and are they leading to the goal that the organization has kept for itself. I think to the extent we are able to internalize the values of the organization, that would be better. I was talking to somebody 2 days ago, and he was recalling to me the experience of the leading airline of the company, Indigo. And one of the reasons that one of its senior executives was, and one of the reasons that one of its senior executives was recalling that the extensive training that everyone within that organization undergoes every year, calling that the extensive training that everyone within that organization undergoes every year without fail. I think if we are able to have a culture where everyone within the organization is able to get some kind of a training, physical or online, that would inculcate the values. So once value physical or online, that would inculcate the values. So once values are ingrained, it's very difficult to deviate from them. I would also recall a conversation with I was having with CEO of a very large organization called Through Power Transmission. I was generally discussing as to how they are assimilating the different organizations that they have acquired in different parts of the world. He was telling me that uh, the in Sweden, they had acquired an organization and they had only 2 persons on its board and uh, available in situ. I was saying, how are you with 2 persons only there? You are able to ensure that the organization runs fairly. He said the values in that organization are so strong that they themselves will bring the work to an halt if there is something off or awry. So there is hardly any need for placing somebody as oversight. So I think we should, as organization, ensure that everyone internalizes the value of the organization, and if necessary, everyone internalizes the value of the organization, and if necessary, mount effort towards ensuring that these things are provided. Now, you may ask how SAIL as an organization or NMDC as an organization which have, or others also, which have large people with them, be in a position to do so. So, I think the information technology comes to our aid, and concepts like massive online courses, MOOC, etc., come to our aid. And I would suggest to everyone that we should take assistance from these kind of approaches to ensure that the organization's values are internalized among people, and there is hardly any need for police, as my colleague very evocatively remarked and observed, that police is there and you become extra alert. I think the best thing is that people are able to observe the procedures and they are able to act fairly and transparently without the need for a policeman on the street. I would, at this moment, also recall that the organizations, what is also recall that the organizations, what is policing, a theory called broken window theory. And this theory was, I mean, I'm sure it would have applied everywhere, at many places, but for the first time documented and labeled as a theory of policing was sometime in 90s in New York. And what they said, even if there are small violations, they would take those into cognizance and improve policing. So if there is a window broken, then that becomes an issue which police would look into and find out the causes and find out the. So a corollary to that is that don't wait for people to the organization to accumulate so much of dirt and muck before you start acting. So even if the punishment is not there, the mere fact that it has been observed would bring things better. I would recall an experiment which was done in 1920s or so, and this was kind of monitoring of the performance in a garment factory. What they found is that if when their performance was being monitored and observed, their performance improved significantly. So what we need to do is to ensure that the performance parameters are being observed, monitored. If there are delays, etc., they are not being overlooked. And uh, even if you do not punish people, the mere fact that you have observed and warned and counseled and advised, that would uh, uh, improve the performance very significantly. And so please apply the broken window theory into your own working. Now, with the ERPs and things like that, it has become very easy. So uh, you need to ensure that there are delays, alerts get generated, the seniors take those into cognizance, counsel people appropriately, and ensure that those decision making are done. We were having the chairperson sale, and we were having this conversation. What uh, we both observed that what can be done in 15 days uh, does not need to wait for 6 months. So please take decisions and don't let it wait. And if there are people are waiting, then that becomes an issue where uh, uh, there are opportunities for people to profit out of it. Don't let that happen. The other issue that comes to my mind, and I think it's an important issue, more of the guidance and counsel we will get from Krishna Sahab. But I also recall one book which I had read, and this was one of very famous authors called Ray Dalio, who is the CEO of the Bridge Water Systems. This gentleman met Honorable Prime Minister yesterday. So very known author, known investor. What he says that in his organization, which is a leading security organization worldwide, there are SOPs for almost everything. Don't let things have go without SOP. So to the extent feasible, have SOPs for dealing with things. To the extent you need to set up systems to look after things, do that, evolve systems, look into the administrative aspects, look into the organizational aspects. I think I will request all these CMDs uh, to ensure that their HRs don't look after the pensions, pay, etc. At the systems organizations also. And once they start doing that, evolving systems, evolving SOPs, the cases of there being an requirement of a vigilance automatically would go down. In organizations like yours, would be in scope only through very well defined set procedures, and it is so uh, 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 well defined, then what is the need for people to run these systems? Machines can themselves run. So there would be situations which are not very well defined, but if the discretions are uh, exercised, if the discretions are uh, exercised in a manner in which there is a committee, they take a view, and they take a decision which is in the best interest of the organization, short term or long term. And if there are deviations from the procedures, then they are well documented, reasons are explained. I don't think we have any reasons to go after that. what happens that decisions are taken, the rationale are not recorded, and that becomes a ground when people start attributing motives. Uh, I learned this well from a very illustrious colleague of mine. He was the Secretary of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Yudhvir Singh Malik. So he's a person who takes very strong decisions and records long notes explaining the reasons why he did so. So my request to everyone in this conclave is that don't be afraid of taking decisions. There should not be an occasion of decision paralysis. Even if there is a single bid, you should open that bid. Don't let there be a situation where we are afraid of taking a decision just because the other bidders are not coming. Take a decision, explain the reason why you took such a decision, and I think we should be okay with that. The fact that you are a public sector organization does not mean that you will not take business decision. You are there as a business organization, just it's only that the ownership rests in the government or public sector, and therefore some amount of alignment with the public sector goals would be there, but you are there as a business organization, let that be paramount. What we also see that sufficient detailing is not done, sufficient alignment with the business practices is not there, and that is also one of the reasons why we get into a rut where we are unable to take a decision. So in last about 6 to 8 months, we have tried to counsel different organizations that please spend time on ensuring that the practices of the market are well understood and applied into the trending practices of the organization. So have a lot of discussions and ensure that your specs are broad enough. Everyone is allowed to participate. Don't let yourself be bullied by one particular bidder or aligned with one particular bidder, but generally have broad specs. And once you have done enough discussions, don't let them dictate how the conditions of tender would be, and don't let deviations multiply. So I think if we do enough groundwork, we will not have a situation where we get into repetitive rounds of tendering, or we get not many deviations and we are unable to take decisions in this regard. I think it's lack of enough pre-groundwork that leads to such a situations. I recall my association with a Japanese project as when I was part of the health ministry. And then it used to be said that if they spend 10 years in planning for a work, then 7 years are spent in planning, 3 years are spent in implementation. So when they come to the stage of implementation, almost everything is definite. They know what's going to come. I was last at the engineering of a particular plant. So with the kind of engineering tools that are there in the market, they were able to plan almost everything. What is the kind of ramp that is going to be, how much that is going to be, how much the arm of the crane would have the play and everything. So I think every organization within the steel ministries framework has the necessary wherewithal to do this kind of in detailing and in ministries framework has the necessary wherewithal to do this kind of in detailing and engineering, and able to come to a situation where uh, you uh, uh, you are able to define the scope of the work, the requirements, the eligibility, etc., very clearly, and that would also reduce the scope of the discretion, the deviations, and the decisions would come quickly, and the tenders would be implemented quickly. So a lot of work in terms of detailing prior to the tender will be helpful. Uh, updation of procurement manuals, other manuals, etc., is necessary. Risk management is necessary, and I'm sure you will make good use of them. So as much developed your internal control mechanisms, etc., are there, that would be helpful. The data analytics certainly have a quite a huge role to play, and you would make good use of the data analytics in your regular work, and to that extent, the need for vigilance will go down, and that is what the preventive vigilance is aimed at. Uh, we would also request that the grievance redressal procedures are very well defined. They are adhered to. They are observed, implemented. And these are there. Then most of the cases would certainly be addressed, and the need for ministry or vigilance to get into the grievances and make it as a matter of vigilance inquiries would certainly go down. Uh, we have a very wise person who has years of experience in this regard. You would have an opportunity to listen to him. Mr. Piyush Sinha not only has had long innings in the government, but also spent a large number of years in the Commonwealth Secretariat as well. If I remember correctly, over about 8 years or so. We would also have the opportunity of listening to his wisdom that he brings from the national organization and Western practices in this regard. In the end, I would like to thank colleagues in the ministry for organizing this vigilance conclave, where you have large number of sessions on different themes, and we have very well-known experts and practitioners share their experiences in this regard. We are cognizant of the fact that every instance of vigilance action from the ministry or even by the internal vigilance organizations themselves imposes costs on the management time. So to the extent the management themselves are alert enough not to have these instances arising, the performance of the organizations themselves improve, and your own ability, your own control over things improve. And we would like to have a situation where the stances where ministry intervenes or even your own vigilances intervene other than to effect checks would close by uh, one instance again of the airline industry. So when airlines started their operations, they used to have a lot of accidents. So people were puzzled and perplexed as to what to do to bring the accidents down. What they've ultimately found, and this is now spilled over into common practices elsewhere, to have a checklist. So once you ran through the checklist, all large number of things were taken care of, and people realized that if they applied this checklist, the accidents really went down. The same thing is true of the organization. So if you do your things diligently, if you have SOPs in place, if you went through the checklists properly, those who are in the decision-making places, the accidents or deviations will come down, and the organizations would generally run free of instances where somebody else has to point out that you haven't been faithful to your values and principles. Wish you that the wisdom that we'll get from the Mr. Piyush Sinha and different speakers who are part of this conclave would form the practice of the CPSs within the fold of the ministry. And we'll have a situation where your own values and systems internalized by the organization, bolstered by the organizational improvement and SOPs, would drive the practice of the corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you emphasized on the importance of technology and its adoption in organizations, need for self-evaluation, monitoring, and resultant improvement, evolvement of systems and its significance, and touched upon decision-making process. Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance and inspiration. Sir, you remind us of a quote by Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Thank you, sir. May I request dignitaries on the dais to occupy their seats along with audience for the virtual address of Pratish Sinha ji. Pratish Sinha ji is a retired Indian bureaucrat and civil servant. He served as the Central Vigilance Commissioner of India from 2006 to 2010. May I request Pratish Sinha ji to join us on virtual mode to deliver keynote address, please. Over to you, Sinha ji.
Good morning. Both visible, I can refer.
Sir, we are able to hear you, sir.
And also hearing.
We can hear and see you, sir, both. Sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Sinha and other senior ministers. Let me begin by saying delighted participating in this conversation. It is always a pleasure to interact with senior managers of any economic. I find that already our area has sorry. There was an echo. Hello? You can hear me now? No, it's very important about the actual nature.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we are benefited out of your visionary views on vigilance. So you're reminding us of a quote of Cherry Carter. It goes like this: ordinary people believe only in the possible. Extraordinary people visualize not what is possible or probable, but rather what is impossible. And by visualizing the impossible, they begin to see it as possible. Thank you very much, sir. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. It is our privilege to have Honorable Secretary Steel, Sri Nagendranath Sinhaji, and all other distinguished dignitaries with us today. By their very presence, the occasion became highly meaningful and vibrant. It is our bounden duty to thank everyone. May I request CVO and MDC and additional charge KOCL to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I express my sincere gratitude to H.U. Sinha sir, former CVC, for throwing great insights on improvement of the vigilance administration with the various practical examples. Thank you, sir, for sparing on improvement of the vigilance administration with the various practical examples. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and connecting virtually to organization and gracing the occasion. I thank our NS Sinha sir, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, who is the main driving force for organizing this conclave and gave an opportunity to KOCL for organizing this function. Sir, you have amazing knowledge on contract management. I had the opportunity to interact with you on 2 to 3 occasions and used to take the stock of the situation and throw the light and how to conduct the preventive vigilance or capacity building or training and how to go about it. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for giving this opportunity. I thank Richka Goel Madam, Abjit sir, General Joint Secretary. Actually, the two driving forces of organizing this conclave. Madam is very in particular regarding the selection of the topics and the speakers. And she introduced like where the responsibility lies in the hierarchy and whether vigilance is an impediment or an enabler or forensic auditing. And there is another topic, how to improve our market processing. Maybe it is 3x or 10x, maybe a product diversification or heterogeneous basket of customers for the produce that we have. And the list of speakers were taken with greater meticulous work. So it will be very helpful for all the participants. I thank Sukriti Likhi Madam, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, for her support to this function and sparing her valuable time. Ma'am is very keen, whether through meetings or personal interactions, how to give about it for a preventive vigilance, maybe like expenditure-centric projects or CSR works also, where we pay to the maybe a district administration or whoever is the party that we are doing CSR works. I express my thanks to Samnathan sir, TMD KOCL, because I joined this organization about 3 weeks back only. Everything is new to me, and this even landscape of Bangalore is also very new to me. Sir is, I think, he has selected the NU before my joining, and he made all the structured committees in place. That was very smooth working for me. I thank you a lot, sir, for that, your sir, CMD and MDC, for sparing his entire vigilance team as a part of organizing this committee too. I thank CVO, CO fraternity, SAIL, MSTC, MOIL, and CMDs of SAIL, MSTC, MOIL, and directors for nominating and identifying their staff and sending the staff and the participants to the organization. Last but not the least, my sincere submission to the participants. These two-day events are structured. My sincere submission to the participants. These two-day events are structured in a very meticulous manner. Today there will be like diversified topics, and tomorrow there will be mostly on contracts management, maybe with like establishment matters, maybe a forensic auditing, or maybe with like establishment matters, maybe a forensic auditing, or fraud detection, or some red flags in our contract management, or in IT tools, IT-enabled tools. So it is a great organization, a great conclave to interact ourselves. And yesterday, Smriti madam in the dinner, she was saying that not only benefiting from this lectures that are being delivered by the eminent speakers in their domain expert, and interacting with each other, maybe with all the PSUs, with the staff, everyone, so that our problems wherever we are there, or it might be an experience sharing also, we can ease out. So thank you for giving the opportunity. I think at the end of the tomorrow, Mr. John will wrap up with the entire vote of thanks. I might have forgotten a few members. I may be apologized for that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. There is a break for 10 minutes. Thereafter, we will assemble once again for sessions on various topics. Tea and refreshments are arranged. Participants are requested to assemble at pre-function area 2 at the rear end of the hall. Others may utilize the opportunity in the pre-function area 1 on my right-hand side, please. Thank you. All participants are requested to assemble in the hall, please. Once again, request all participants to assemble in the hall, please. Yeah. Both are available. What's your choice? Yeah. No. I think it should be there, sir. Yeah, you will come. Be available, the person. Fix it. Yeah, that can be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, come inside the hall and be seated as we have to start off with the next session. If I'm audible to the participants on the outside, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly come inside the hall and be seated so that we can quickly start off with the next session. Thank you. Share. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly be seated inside the hall so that we can start off with the next session. Can you switch off the reverb? Check. Sharpness. Alive. Check. Check. 1, 2. Check. You can switch off the reverb completely. You can switch off the reverb. Thank you. While requesting all the dignitaries and the attendees to kindly be seated inside. Well, audience, apologies for being repetitive about the same, but all the attendees and dignitaries on the outside, if I'm audible to you, it's a humble request, please come and be seated so that we can start off with the next session. Well, inviting Dr. L. Chandrasekhar and also Shri Vishwanath, the CVO, to kindly come and join us on the stage. Audience, let's give a big round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais, please. All right, so before moving any further, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thought the tea break would have brought in a little more energy and all of you would be a little more enthusiastic about the event. So can I hear back a good afternoon from all of you? We can do a slightly better. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wonderful audience. So just to know that we're ready for the session, can I see both your hands up in the air and give a thundering round of applause to all the speakers who are here and every attendees who have come here to make this event a big grand success. Thank you so much. So let's keep the spirits up high. All the energy speakers who are here and every attendees who have come here to make this event a big grand success. Thank you so much. So let's keep the spirits up high. All the energy skyrocketing to have a wonderful event ahead. Well, on that note, it is time to have the first session of Vigilance Conclave 2023. And the subject for today would be preventive vigilance. Well, before we start off with the session, may I please request Shri B. Vishwanath, CVO NMDC, to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. L. Chandrasekhar as a token of gratitude. From TNAU Coimbatore and Forestry, belongs to the 1997 batch of Indian Forest professional career as Assistant Deputy Conservator of Forests, and subsequently served in various capacities like Principal of Forest Training School, Lecturer in Central Academy for State Forest Service, Chief Conservative of Forests, CCF Social Forestry, CCF cum Custodian of Private Forest, Deputy Inspector General of Forests, Central and Integrated Regional Office of Ministry of Environmental Forest and Climate Change, and took charge as CVO of NLCIL from 2021 till date. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our very first for the session, Dr. L. Chandrasekhar.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege and pleasure to be here the pleasure to be here on the occasion of the Vigilance Conclave of the Steel Ministry. First, let me thank the organizers of this conclave for making me a part of your session. Let me first start from where our joint secretary and CVO of the ministry had left. My dear friends, if you have observed his talk, he was deliberating on the objectives of vigilance and the vigilance departments. As being told in the introduction, basically I'm a forest officer, and this is the first time I'm coming out on deputation, possibly in the year 2021. So vigilance was, of course, I have worked as vigilance, or rather we call it as IND, that is sort of a variant of vigilance in my forest department. I held that portfolio. But after coming to this vigilance department in a big public sector undertaking called Naval Lignite, in the charge of the CVO of Coal India also. Going into the prime functions of the vigilance departments, Going into the prime functions of the vigilance departments, I conceive and perceive it like this, as an extension to whatever had been told by our joint secretary. I conceive and perceive it like this, as an extension to whatever had been told by our joint secretary. Whenever there is some vigilance angle in some of the complaints, I think we have to investigate that. And also, we are supposed to monitor the progress of all the actions taken subsequent to the recommendation which have been given by our vigilance department. The third mandate, as I understand, is to study and also examine the systems and procedures followed in the various units of or departments of the company. The fourth function I perceive is that we have to identify the corruption-prone areas in the companies and suggest remedial measures in whichever format to minimize the scope for such corruption or malpractices. And finally, the most important thing, my subject, maintain surveillance on personnel posted in the sensitive areas of the various departments. As we all know that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty in the organization. Vigilance department having a proactive approach or it is not having that approach is something which has to be pondered upon. The earlier speakers have touched that topic. In that regard, I was, when our joint secretary was making a mention, I was remembered of the conversation which I had yesterday in my organization. In the Naval Lignite Corporation, I had conceived something. I was remembered of the conversation which I had yesterday in my organization. In the Naval Lignite Corporation, I had conceived some plans, and they all, for all your kind information, I'm demitting my office next week in the company, and I'm getting back to my parent department. So all my ideas have come to fruition, and we are inaugurating one by one. We were inaugurating an extension of the Vigilance Office building. First time my CMD was entering the Vigilance Office, and the function was over, and then I was narrating him how I have nurtured the Vigilance Department in the past 2.5 years. Nurtured in the sense, as was told by the previous speakers, vigilance is a very specialized work. We should know when to hit and when to not hit. When to be amenable and when to be strict. So this fine line of defense, fine line of balance is something which will come only through experience, be it CVO or be it the vigilance officer or be it the deputy CVO or anybody. So at the end of the session, I was introducing all the concepts to my managing director, and finally he told, the punchline from my boss was like this. He told, everything is fine, but ultimately the business should go on. So this is the, fundamental version or fundamental expectation from the vigilance by the management. So we should always keep it at the back of our mind. We cannot be over strict, and at the same time, we cannot be very loose. How we are going to achieve this particular fine line of balance is the trick of our trade. So, some of the characteristics which are essential for a vigilance executive, as I have understood, when I am analyzing, because various companies adopt various methods for recruiting people for vigilance department. I have seen in Coal India, I have seen in NLC. When I came to this vigilance department, I have done away with the system of empaneling people and doing it. We identify people in the organization. It's the whole prerogative of the vigilance department to identify people and give the list, not the other way around. Because I require people who are having self-discipline, simplicity, hardworking, and having some value systems ingrained in them. Because I'm getting only 6 to 8 people in my organization. I have to run the entire show with them, both preventive, punitive, participative. All vigilance happens through this, maybe a small team of maximum in all the units, including the outside units and all over the country. I have to run the show with 20 people. So if I don't get people with these attributes, I will not be able to deliver to the management's expectations. So I always used to tell my managing directors that I require only these sorts of people. And as the vigilance manual tells, though it tells that the CVO has to be consulted, this is what I impress upon the management, that I want only such people, and I can always change people, but I cannot change the value systems which I attach with the personnel who can work with me in the vigilance department. So this is another aspect I wanted to share with you. The concept of simplicity among public servants, which has been narrated in various fora, I'd like to bring your attention to that. Now, the problem with our present day administration or the present day living, as I have understood, is that in the right way, with the right endeavor, and it has to be looked upon by the vigilance also in the right sense. In this regard, when our Pratyush Sinha Saab was making a mention about one particular case, I recollected one of the cases in which the thin line between whether it being an administrative decision requiring a particular intervention or it moves into the arena of corruption. I'll tell you the case in maybe in 2-3 sentences. With your experience, I think you can appreciate it very easily. That particular PQR, which was not adhered to, it was obvious, even the charged officers accepted this. But the confusion or the decision making, the thing in between the vigilance or the difference of opinion between the vigilance and management crept in a small area. All the 3 bidders or the contractors did not fulfill the PQR. The charge officers also accept, the management also accepts. It's a fact on record. But the point is, COD, that particular unit has to be commissioned on a particular date. And though all the bidders have failed in PQR, as our former CVC told, the narration was not clear and proper. But the management was of the view that it is falling into the arena of administrative jurisdiction or administrative prudence. Whereas, as a vigilance officer and the vigilance department, we were of the opinion that certainly it was an administrative lapse, but it is hinging into the area of, it is merging into the area of corruption for such and such reasons. So there was an obvious difference between the DA, that is a disciplinary authority, and the vigilance officer and the vigilance department. So how to reconcile that? That was a question, obvious question before us at that point of time. So with a lot of difficulty, we were able to convince that let the procedure go on, let the disciplinary inquiry go on, let the procedure go on, and finally we will take a call. So that day also came. Now the DA says that this is hinging on that, and the vigilance is harping on the same possible vigilance angle portion of it. Now, whether we should refer it as a difference to the commission or we should reconcile it at our end, at our area, that was the precious question before us. Finally, what happened is that we were able to come to a conclusion on these sorts of issues. So these sorts of issues may crop up in each of your organizations. So the vigilance officers and the management or the departments who are concerned with that, they have to have an eye on these issues so that they are avoided in future. In case there is the best possible course of action in this particular case would have been to cancel the tender and go for a fresh tender. But the problem for the management of the particular department is that there is a commissioning of that particular unit coming up. They have to do it. So here comes the classic confrontation between 2 ideas, wherein commissioning and the business efficiency one side and the procedural part and the vigilance angle on the other side. And the strange part is that the people who are in between, not all are corrupt, But there may be some one or two who are extra smart or intelligent will take full advantage of the situations like this. So I just exhort you to have an eye on such situations and adapt the best possible course in such situations. I just thought of sharing it with you. Can we have my presentation, please? So now I will try to tell you something. All of you know it. I'm not going to tell you something new. I'm just going to give you some introduction, and I'll try to tell you what we are doing in our company on the preventive. My topic is preventive vigilance. I'll try to give some examples, whatever we have done in these last 2.5 years of my tenure in my company. Next, please. Yeah, you all know what is vigilance. To have though we call it as a parental watch. Parents always don't hit and parents always don't cuddle also. They just adapt both. I think the vigilance department should always have such an attitude. And vigilance department, my dear friends, do not come from heaven. They are also the same executives who have worked with the company for 30, 35 years, and they have also felt the heat at some point of time. I always used to tell my executives, don't have a feeling of fear or animosity or anything with the vigilance executives. Ultimately, tomorrow, they're also going to get back to the same department where they have worked. They have to also, I used to tell my vigilance officers also, don't have an impractical attitude. At the same time, do not put yourself also at the risk of indiscretion. So it's a very fine, balance and it's a thin line walk. It's a very, a balance walking which has to be done by vigilance department, both on the preventive and punitive side. Next, please. So this is what, I have understood as vigilance helping in what are the things which the vigilance helps. The problem is in very many organizations, I have found out that both in my forest department and in other public sector enterprises, what I find always silent. What I find always silent. So, they are very honest means, because honesty is itself a very difficult term to describe, though I understand it fully. The people who are on the right side of the line, their numbers are becoming less, and more importantly, they don't open their mouth, and more importantly, they are not organized or networked. Whereas the other side, I need not tell you what is happening. So you all know it. I don't need not describe it to this august audience. So these are all some of the ideas. So these are all some of the ideas which I find why vigilance should be there in any organization. Next, please. Next. I will not trouble you for more than 15-20 minutes from now. With that promise, I just request you to give me a patient hearing for the next 20 minutes max. After that, I will leave you. So they're all expected from a government servant. I have taken it tomorrow. I think Dr. Upendra will tell you in detail about these things on the establishment matters. So I'm not transgressing into his subject. Next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, so you all know it. Preventive, punitive, and surveillance and reaction is a part of our responsibilities and our vigilance. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah. Now I have tried to define what is preventive vigilance in these three formats. All of us, yeah, previous. I think you have jumped. This is the first slide. No, I think previous is there. Yeah. So studying and modification of procedures, to review the regulatory functions, to educate the employees and create awareness, and identify the gray areas. I don't know about your company. Somehow, in my company, both the companies, I have found that the sensitive post rotation and also the sensitive post identification is not really proper and clear. And the periodicity, as you all know, in the quarterly reports, we are supposed to report to the commission whether it has been reviewed and whether it has been reported upon. Somehow, I have been unsuccessful in motivating my company to do it on time. If at all it is there, kindly, give first priority to this area, which will improve the situation, preventive vigilance situation in any of the companies. Next, please. Yeah. Next. Of course, we know that ODI list and agreed list is always prepared in consultation with the CBI, and it will help us in the preventive side. All of us know that user manuals are there, and parliamentary committees and audit reports and all will be helping us to do some preventive vigilance. Yeah, next. So now I am coming to what are some things new which we have done after me taking charge, which are not being done earlier in my company. I'm not sure whether it is being done here. It's only a suggestion from my side. I'm sharing my experience. You can adapt it if you find it, appreciable and you find it interesting. First thing is, what we do is, we have divided the vigilance officers into various groups, and they go to each of the units every month. I have found immense benefit. In fact, we are maintaining a record for each unit. When the vigilance officers go there, they are having a checklist what to see in that unit. Let us assume a thermal unit. So this is a thermal station, wherein we have identified, like we went to a thermal station, the illumination was really poor. We went to the management, told that this is what is happening. It was rectified. Then went to a mini auto yard. When the vigilance officers group went there, they are going not on the regular time. Their instruction is to go at random, at maybe at the midnight or maybe in the early mornings in different shifts, not in a single shift. Nobody will know when the vigilance officer will come. There will be a surprise element in that. So the bin card means basically the store related things. The store related items were corrected. And the daily labor report, I had insisted that the daily labor report, which is a main daily labor report, is the control on the contract workers available in any unit. And unfortunately, despite my repeated recommendation, face recognition software has not been adopted by the company for attendance monitoring. So I didn't have an option but to tell that, give the copy of this daily labor report to the CASF so that anytime nobody can go in or out without the permission of the police force there. And CCTV cameras were installed, and in the ash handling division, what happened was the employees were suffering. They were not ready to tell it, or they were not able to tell it to anybody in the unit. But when my vigilance officers went there, they vented out their grievance and we were able to solve their existential problem, which gave me a lot of satisfaction. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is another initiative I have started in my company after my entry in that company. Ours is such a big company that a lot of LOAs and purchase orders, and even one thing is missing here. All the NITs which are appearing the company website and which comes to vigilance department, we select it at random. We select it at random, and that random, each vigilance officer is supposed to check minimum 3 LOAs and 2 purchase orders every month and put it up in the review meeting. There is a format for that. And in that format, magical effect on the organization. When the NIT is being scrutinized, before even the tender goes out, we have found out mistakes. So everybody was very careful that the NIT itself is being checked by vigilance department. So things improved. Similarly, after the LOA has been issued also, the tender process was being processed, or rather studied by the vigilance department, and I see it personally, randomly. And if you can, I'll just tell you what are the effects. In one particular provision, one particular work, the budget was allotted for a work which was done outside the company, and they didn't allot it in the CSR funds. They were allotting it from the mine safety fund. Audit would have certainly, grilled them and nailed them. But the vigilance, because of the scrutiny, we told them and it was changed, and that is one effect. And in another particular work, we saw that a village, one bridge was being constructed in a nearby village, and nobody knows where from this request came. They all say that it is from the district administration. Just like that, that work was being done. So when we interfered at the LOA stage itself, then we got it. Of course, there was a oral request from the district collector. That's what they said. But once we started inquiring, they got it MOU registered with the district collector. The responsibilities of both the parties were really fixed up. Then the next example I would like to tell you was that in one particular TPS, that is thermal power station, the drawings and other things were not being attended to properly. The entire work, even the work has been allotted to the particular LOA contractor. But when we scrutinized at the LOA stage, the drawings were not there, the composition was not properly done. And more importantly, instead of a press tender inquiry, they went for a local tender inquiry. And more importantly, after this particular tender was put on the website, a lot of people have come to us, to the particular department, and they are telling that we are capable of supplying, but they are not taking into cognizance. They have gone ahead with the LTE. So this was a big variation, which we were able to find out at the LOA stage itself, and we were able to arrest it. So I suggest that, if at all, in big companies like yours, you can take some LOAs and NITs and POs at random. Nowadays, everything has become GEM. So you can just go to the GEM website and you can cull it out, and at random, the vigilance officers can check it, test it, and give advice to the units. I think our preventive vigilance can be more effective. Next, please. Yeah. In another GEM purchase also, we had a similar experience. 15 vendors have participated. Our people disqualified 12 of them because they were not in the approved list, and 3 of them only were qualified. And the remaining 12 disqualified vendors, 8 vendors, we found out they are all very good credentialed vendors. So without any scrutiny, they just dispose them off because they are not in the LTE. So we gave a very good recommendation on this particular subject. I don't know whether this hyperlink will open. Based on our recommendation, preventive vigilance side, this particular circular was issued by the Metals Management Department. Can you open the link, hyperlink? Is it possible? Just to show. If it's not working, no problem. We'll go ahead. Anyway, you can keep it that based on our recommendation, a detailed circular to remove this anomaly was done by the management and the material management department. Next, please. No issues, please. Go ahead. Yeah. Another initiative after me joining this department was that I felt that the vigilance department should always have the support of the police department, both local and also the CBI, and also the intelligence collection portion should always be done with the help of the police. As we all know that the complaints which come to the vigilance department are not only on the administrative side. Most of them are on the administrative, but at least in my experience of these 2.5 years, 20% of the complaints go into the realm of corruption, go into the realm of investigation. Being from an investigation department, myself from the forest department, right from my young age, I have been doing investigations and criminal prosecutions. I found that I was handicapped as a CVO. To put it very bluntly, I was handicapped. There is no statute enabling me. In Forest Department, Forest Act is there, Conservation Act is there, Wildlife Protection Act is there, CRPs is there, IPC is there, and more importantly, arresting power is there. We can arrest without warrant. So coming from such a background, I was finding myself so handicapped. So this was the solution. We got 5 police people from 10 sanction posts, 5 police people from Tamil Nadu Police Department at various categories, head constable, constable, and then SI. And we have a very good liaison with the local police department now. Earlier, we were referring all the cases to the CBI because CBI has a limit of 25 lakhs. Anything below 25, CBI does not take. And even otherwise, they are overloaded with work. So now, since we have a good liaison with the police departments, the intelligence collection has improved a lot. The coordination with the local police, including the DOASP office, has improved. More importantly, petty cases like in our minds, all these the rollers will be stolen. I know for sure. Being sold. I know for sure. I sent my police fellows, raided it, though I'm not officially supposed to do it. We gave them enough indications that if you are going to do this, tomorrow police will come and arrest you. So such sorts of interventions were possible because of the police people who come to our department. Recently, 5 police people are there. So we are able to improve the preventive vigilance also in addition to the punitive. So we are able to improve the preventive vigilance also in addition to the punitive vigilance in our company. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is that circular I was telling. Anyway, just how the unsolicited bidders who are participating in the tenders have to be treated. We have made a guideline in the company that will be helping the management also in going further. I just leave my presentation here. Those of you who are interested can always access this particular circular and take it as your guidance. Next, please. Next. Can come out and go back to the presentation. Next slide. Yeah, you all know it. VAW, we do a lot of things, and that helps us in our, preventive. If I can tell you something, all of us do all these normal things, but one thing which we have done is we have engaged one local NGO who has been very active in the area to involve the local people in encouraging the local people. The problem in, I don't know about other states, at least for Tamil Nadu, I can say that people are so conservative in giving complaints, be it PITB or something like that. They are not very confident in giving complaints. So we have gone ahead with the social media handles and other things, and NGO cooperation, I find that has giving me a lot of dividends in handling the local population, or rather giving them confidence. As far as my understanding goes, in my company, there are only 2 great Malays. One is on the recruitment side, the other one is on the purchase side. So in these 2 areas, a lot of public involvement is there. Recruitment and all these purchases and contracts, basically purchases, local purchases. So I am trying to motivate the local people through all these. Next, please. Next page. Next slide. Yeah. All those awareness initiatives, this thing. Okay, fine. That everybody knows. Knowledge seminars, etc. Next, please. Flash mob is one concept we are introducing, wherein the kids go and just jump into a bazaar and try to spread the message, which we are trying as a preventive style. Even in the units, we do that. Flash mobs, we do it. Then you all know it, the monitoring mechanisms for all our preventive things. Yeah, next, please. This, I think, everybody knows. Next. Yeah, I would like to tell you something on the, as narrated by our former CVC, what are all the digital initiatives which you have done in this company in the last 2.5 years to improve the preventives. And next. These are all the main things. We'll show it next. Yeah, one second. So, express tender inquiry is another thing which we have found out in our company. In the preventive side, when we see this express tender inquiry, The minimum number of days is 21 in all the companies and procedures. But what happens is some exigency is being quoted, and after getting a tender on express mode, they will keep the file for 30 days for clearing that particular file, which was unacceptable to me as a vigilance officer. So we have, can you open the circular, please? That hyperlink. Yeah, can you come down? Yeah. So we have made some, approvals we have upgraded, rather, I should say. If it is an express tender, from the existing DOP, we had suggested some upgrades. So whenever such things are there, if it is a CMD is a DOP, CMD necessarily approve it. Not only approve it, CMD is also expected to give a due justification for such an express mode. So we have, basically we are trying to put some checks and balances in the system so that these express tender enquiries do not become a norm in the company. Only that much I would like to say in this issue. Next. Similarly, in the online disposal sale procedure also, I was smelling something. So we were able to convince the management. Can you open that circular? These are all in the realm of systemic procedure also. I was smelling something. So we were able to convince the management. Can you open that circular? These are all in the realm of systemic improvements. No case, no checks, no complaints, just our own intervention. Yeah, come down, the recommendations portion. Basically, sunlight is the best sanitizer, my dear friends. Transparency, if you are improving. In the online systems, we have brought all these disposal mechanisms, and we have kept everything for inspections through a proper circular. That has, exposed all the, otherwise initiatives by very ingenious employees. And now, basically, I have understood vigilance like this. The employees, majority of them are honest or on the right side, and there few are on the other side. And there are one category of people on the wall, cat on the wall scenario type of people. They are the people who can fall on either side. These sorts of initiatives will push them on the right side and keep the fellow other sort of a deed. Yeah, next. Yeah, we can go. Yeah, this one previous. This was one particular case which I would like to share with you. Of course, a lot of, I should say, smoke was there on this particular issue. This is a case wherein a limited tender, basically NLC, for your kind information, we are the first public sector company in the country to attain, or rather, get 1 gigawatt power on solar. So a lot of solar related tenders, solar related contracts, solar related works, O&M, everything is going on in our company. So one particular 100 megawatts solar power project, it was on pan-India basis. The management preferred to float it as a LTE. But I had serious objections to that. Their point is, it is a back-to-back tender. We get the tender from Cheki or somebody else, and we again give it to a solar development and operator. So NLC has to earn its profit by taking money from this person and giving it back to the other person. So they had strict time limits. So they told, for adhering to the strict time limit, this was a 496 crore worth contract. I was not in favor of that. All of us know what is the limit for a limited tender inquiry. They told that this is a specific case wherein LTE has to be resorted to, and for that they had empaneled these vendors. They have empaneled these LTE vendors, saying that such a contract is going to come 1 year back. So I had serious objections to that particular procedure, and I had to make it a point before the management that from my surveillance or from my preventive vigilance side, I am duty bound to caution you on this particular issue. I didn't say that you cancel the tender. That's not my way of doing things. I gave a detailed note to the management, and the management preferred to cancel this tender and go in for a. So this is, I told you about the NIT scrutiny. We got it at the NIT stage itself, not even the LOA stage. In the NIT stage itself, we saw that it is not a fit case for LTE, though the LTE people or the LTE members have been empaneled through an open process earlier. So this is one case which I thought I will share with you. So the discretion of the CVO cannot enter into every NIT and then entire industry or the business will fall. But there are some exceptions where the CVO has to interfere from the preventive side to give a caution to the manager, only a caution. There also from the vigilance officer side and the CVO side, I can tell you, our job ends after giving the advice. We are not here to impose our ideas on anybody. That will only have a reverse effect on the system. So give your advice with a frank, free, and open mind. Then it is for the management to take a call on your advice. So this is one case I thought I will share with you. Next, please. Yeah. Another thing I wanted to share with you of the one mobile transfer conveyor was bought by the company, and some statutory requirements were not fulfilled, and it was highlighted to us by us to the management. Some excise duty was supposed to be paid to another department. As a responsible public sector company, we are not supposed to be on the wrong side of law. We advised the management, and they were kind enough to remit it and get on the right side of the law. Another example I would like to tell you on the CSR projects. A lot of CSR projects are coming, and there was no appropriate policy in the company. There was one policy, but it was not very appropriate and tailored to the needs of the public living in and around and adhering to the CSR policy of the country. So we had given a detailed recommendation, and based on that, I think the CSR policy in consultation vigilance also was a part of the consultative process mechanism, and we had given that entire consultative policy to the Ministry of Coal, and Ministry of Coal in turn had got the approval of the Vigilance Commission because there was a case in that particular CSR. And then finally, we were able to give a comprehensive CSR policy for the company. And I think that will go a long way in preventing any such occurrences in future. Next, please. Next. Yeah. These are all the online initiatives which we have developed in our company. I thought I'll spend maybe a couple of minutes on each of these initiatives, and I will stop so that if at all something is there, we can discuss also. This is one portal. Yeah, you can open it. Will it open? Yeah. So this is a new portal which we have developed in NLS, wherein everything is online. Like for example, I want to know what is happening in a particular NIT. I just click it, and the process, all the notes, all the tender committee recommendations, whatever stage, everything is available online in my company. If I open my internet, any particular purchase happening in my company, any contract, including the corporate contracts, big contract, small contract, petty contract, everything is available on the touch of a button. It's not my contribution, it's the company's collective effort. As a company, we are doing the corporate contracts, big contract, small contract, petty contract, everything is available on the touch of a button. It's not my contribution, it's the company's collective effort. As a company, we have decided that everything will be available or can be accessed by each and every employee of the company. Everybody is having access to it. And we have, of course, we have a complaint tracking system wherein any employee can give a complaint back to us. And we have, of course, there is no financial inducement for everybody. It's only the motivation, which I can tell all the vigilance officers and other officers who are sitting here that the confidence of an informer increases once the vigilance officer acts. This is what I have found in my experience. If a complaint comes to me, if I go there and demonstrate that this particular complaint is being operated upon, I got information that attendance register is not being signed in one particular unit. I myself went personally, sat there, took the attendance register and proposed some punishment for that particular unit. From next day morning, information started flowing from all units on all other items. So the So the confidence of a vigilance officer or a CVO stems from the fact how he acts on every particular complaint. Each and every complaint and complainant or informer is valuable for us. That will help you to prevent many further big offenses occurring in your company or unit. So everything is accessible to everybody in our company on the NEAT portal. And of course, we have interfaced our NEAT with our SAP. SAP is our ERP. So basically, we have integrated. So once this particular contract is over, it goes back into our finance module in the SAP. So everything is linked up. So nobody can, timelines, more importantly. We have a bill tracking system also. Nobody can keep a bill for more than 7 days. We have ensured a system. So this is how we control the entire process through our NEAT mechanisms. Next, please. Yeah, next. I think I have told it in a nutshell. QR, everything is there. In NEAT, the entire details of the contract, tender, purchase, everything is available. Yeah, next, please. You all know, need not open this. Document management system is documentation, scanning, and easy access to everybody of all the documents in the company, especially vigilance. Vigilance, the problem is we get a query from ministry or from CVC that what happened in a case which was 12-year-old. I found it so difficult. So now we have tagged it, we have scanned it. Just type the name of the particular person. All connected complaints, all connected checks, all connected things on a particular person will just pop out from this document management system in our vigilance department also. Next, please. You all know this quarterly progress report, all of you know, I need not tell you, we give it to CVC, we give it to MOC. A new thing we have done in our company is that, as a preventive thing is that, we have made it everything online, in the sense that the units cannot give the quarterly progress report physically, which was happening before I came. The access is given to the nodal officer of this particular department. He has to upload. As you know, he did not do anything. He has to only, if it is a new work, he has to upload. Otherwise, he has to only increase from 50% to 60%. What is the work progress? So it is a very easy work, but somehow they were doing it only manually. Now we have made it a point that this will be done online. So that on the day on dot, the last day, he will input, and next day morning output will come, and the appropriate date will go to the ministry and also to the CVC. This is one innovation we have tried with the quarterly progress report. Next, please. This is integrated payment systems. Ours is a company which is selling lignite, and of course in Coal India, coal, and of course we also do have a coal unit in Odisha. So what happens is, as you know that the entire finances or the revenue of the company is dependent on the weighbridges in our company. The innovation we have tried is we have integrated all the weighbridges anywhere in the company through a common software. Earlier it was not there. CMD, FDs and CVO, just touch of a button. If this particular lorry is getting weighed there, what I will do is, if at all I have an information, or even otherwise, I'll just tell that lorry to stand there. Okay, that lorry has come out of weighbridge, it has already weighed in the weighment system, weight has been taken. In that, we have made one more innovation that, of course, I have to thank my predecessor CEOs, two of them were from the railway, one from the railway store service and the other one from the railway mechanical engineer. I took their sane advice and we have devised a system wherein we have a standard weighbridge lorry. That lorry is loaded with standard weight. So we all know 38,000 and 72 kilos is the weight of that lorry. So straight, if I have a doubt, that lorry will go to that weighbridge and that particular lorry will be weighed. That weighing machine should show 38,072 kilos. If it is not showing, this particular weighbridge has been tampered and this particular weighment which has been made is tampered. So it is an immediate solution for all our weighment related problems. The entire revenue which is accruing to our company, and I believe that it has been streamlined by this initiative. Next, please. Yeah, you all know it. GPS tracking, all our mine vehicles are linked up. Then this one you can show, online disciplinary action system. In fact, this has been approved by CVC and we are giving it as a case study to CVC. You can go to the flow chart will be there. Next, please. This is something which is new in our company for disciplinary cases in our company. Next, one flow chart will come. Next, yeah. So this is how we have integrated all the disciplinary proceedings, vigilance, non-vigilance, administrative, everything. No employee should suffer because of the disciplinary proceedings. That is the publishing this thing this year. So we, all the departments, vigilance, CBI, wherever it is there, that particular thing will be entered, will be given a unique case number and will be sequenced. That, and the employee will also be, all the employees will be added along with that. And if at all a charge sheet is given at some point of time, all those things will be entered, inquiry details will be entered, penalties will be entered, appeal, disposal, everything is available on the touch of a button. We work based on CPF numbers. My CPF number, if I just enter, if at all anything is connected to me, it will just pop out. It is not only beneficial for the employee, it is also beneficial for the vigilance department because we have to give online vigilance clearances, online vigilance status, everything has to be given at the speed of a second. So it's like a one-point solution for all of our disciplinary action related problems in our department. Next, please. Leave it. Go to the last one, land management. Hospital also we have integrated all our hospital thing, but this one I thought I will share with you. Land management and land record information systems. This is a priority of our ministry, our secretary, minister, and also the government. So what happens is like we have land in all parts of the country. So we have digitized the entire land assets available in our company, and we have put it in a common software along with the land sufferers, details of pattas, how many people have been employed. So the entire information on the land holdings of the company has been brought in the form of a digitized map format. So the district administration is benefited, the company is benefited, the image of the company is being improved, and all the records are proper. If somebody comes with some claim after 10 years also, we can identify him and compensate him appropriately and adequately. All the vital informations are stored in a particular computer. Even like I remember I went to a particular place in southern part of Tamil Nadu where we have some wind mills and also we have some solar units. Even they have been digitized, everything, ek by acre. So it's been like, if I touch a computer mouse, I can be very sure where are my boundary pillars. So nobody can encroach any of my territory in all the times to come because of this particular intervention. And the vigilance department has been on the forefront. And as a CVO, I have been made as the officer for, nominated as the officer for monitoring these developments. We have done it in two phases. One is within Neyveli, the other one is all other projects all over the country belonging to our company. So these are all the benefits which have accrued because of this digitization. We have all the details at the touch of a button. Next, please. Yeah, this is how it looks like. You see, if I touch one particular survey number, how many people have given land? How many people have been compensated? What is the patta number? What is the survey number? Everything comes immediately on my desktop. Next, please. Yeah, next. I have another 5 minutes, I believe. Yeah, so this is recruitment is one area where a lot of complaints do come to us. We suggested only 2 improvements, which has been agreed by the board. Of course, with a lot of resistance. Only 2 procedures we suggested. One is there should be an SOP for all recruitments. When a person sits in a committee, he should know what he has to do. This was not there in the company. He will go sit and he will mark them and come back. He is not a person on the recruitment committee. He is a person who is going to give the entire recruitment its full format. So he has to be given an SOP. This is one suggestion. And they were fixing a minimum marks in the interview, which was an anathema for me. Though it was a board approved policy, I had a very firm opinion that there cannot be any minimum marks in the interview. For obvious reasons, UPSC does not keep minimum marks in their interview. So I had a firm conviction, and finally I was able to convince the board and management that it has been removed now. The board has been kind enough to remove that provision. Now there is no minimum mark in interview in the company. You can get any mark in the interview, but if you get excellent marks in the written, you'll be getting through in the recruitment process. The final recommendation from me on this particular issue was audio and video recordings of the process interview has to be done, but that has not been accepted. You know what is the reason for that also. I need not elaborate. Next, please. So this is another initiative. Basically, since I am a forest officer, all the plantation works have to be done in a more professional fashion. I have given some advices. So that has been adhered to by the board and management. Next, please. Yeah, this I told you already. Next. Yeah, this is one aspect in the solar project. We have a lot of litigations and a lot of arbitration cases going on in solar. The fundamental problem in the solar thing is how much generation is there and how much is supposed to generate. The normative and what is actually being done, and the gap, how it has to be treated, whether LD or penalty or how it is to be treated as per the contractual conditions. Plenty of difference of opinion. So then, for alleviating all these things, we have made a simple suggestion. Have an SOP, and also you establish something called a pyronometer, which measures your solar irradiation and insolation so that we compare it with the NASA readings, and whatever is happening in the particular location will be cross-comp obligations between both the parties. So that has reaped a lot of benefits for the company. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is one thing. In one another joint venture company with Tamil Nadu Generation Corporation, we had a lot of problems in the payment part of it. Payments were taking more than 25-30 days and a lot of compliance from the contractor. So we were able to interfere and get it sorted out. So next, please. Stores also was another issue. We tried to settle it through the presence of security persons in the more number of security persons. Basically, CASF was supposed to do this thing, and CASF were having some objections. I went personally and met the CASF people and got it done, and it was resurveyed, and more number of people were deployed, and the issue was sorted out. Next, please. CCTV, as you know, it will all improve the surveillance. We have implemented that also. Next. Yeah, this is one area where we have vigilance intervention has brought more than 12.65 crores of revenue to the company. There was one pond. One day I went there. I went on some gradual natural path of inspection. That day I found that one pond was there and a lot of blackish substance was lying there. Out of curiosity, I asked my engineers, what is this? They told it is unburnt lignite. Okay, lignite is valuable, so unburnt also should be valuable. Then we made some lot of studies on that, and of course, I went there for studying a pilferage issue. That pilferage issue was because that particular content was having something from the ester years. We had on TPS-1 from the 1960s. That time, the process was giving a lot of unburnt lignite. So we never knew that there is a market for it. When we suggested the management that because we didn't know the price. So what happened? We just told it's an open tender without any pricing. And finally, we found out in the e-auction, we got more than 12.65 crores. So vigilance interventions can also bring revenue to the management. Next, please. Well, Weighbridge, I already told you. Next. Yeah. Testing of materials is another area of concern for me in the preventive vigilance side. Some of the, our common perception is that once a work is given to a government agency, especially when we give it to UP Jal Nigam or some other PWD or something like that, our engineers have a feeling that everything, the responsibility lies with them. But in this particular case, I was able to put in place, though it is done by another sister department or another concerned government, we should have a checklist what to be seen in that particular work. Just because it's a depository work to PWD or to UP Jal Nigam, we cannot close our eyes and say that, for that matter, the fact of this matter is that the estimate given by the UP Jal Nigam was not even checked by our engineers, number one. Number two, after the bills were submitted, one particular bill, since I am from the forest department, I saw that one particular bill was given for not a small amount, some 23 lakhs was given for environmental clearance consent. I know for sure that it is done free of cost by government. When I started asking why it is being charged, that bill disappeared, my dear friends. That 23 lakh bill disappeared from the file. It was withdrawn by the Jal Nigam. So don't have the impression just because it is another government department, we need not check it. Please have a closer look on each and everything, and that too at random. Such a big company, it's impossible for vigilance to have its eye on everything. That's why I'm saying that I remember one of my earlier bosses used to say, in our department, we do check measurement. At my district posting, we have to do every work 10% check measurement. Then I asked, innocently, I asked my then boss, sir, how can I check 10% when there is 100% work? Huge areas. Forest department, as you know, we plant thousands of acres in a year, particular year. So it's impossible. Then he told, you should select 10% in such a way that 100% is represented. I asked, sir, I don't understand what you say. How can I even take 10% out of the 100%? Then he told, this you will understand when vigilance takes a case on you. So that is how the vigilance department is supposed to select this 10% in such a way that the entire 100% of the people and 100% of the work gets a feeling that you are watching. That's the job of a vigilance officer. Next, please. Yeah, this is one thing which has pained me in my company in my entire 2.5 years of my existence as a chief vigilance officer. The treatment given to a PWD candidate, person with disability, and he was a visible handicapped person, and he was running from pillar to post to get an appointment in a company. And of course, he gave a complaint, but the management was giving a lot of explanations why he was not selected. I was absolutely uncomfortable, took it to its logical conclusion, and we found out that there is a provision in the PWD Act for carry forward, which was not being interpreted properly by the management. So we were able to convince the management and get this particular visually handicapped person appointment in the company, which has given me a lot of satisfaction in my tenure as a CVO. Next, please. Yeah, same. Next. Yeah, this I told you. With my predecessors' help, we have made a standard weight lorry. Any doubt? Not only vigilance, anything like this is a transport department. Any weighbridge, any doubt, this lorry will immediately be taken, loaded in that particular weighbridge, and it will be cross-checked with the if some load cell problem or if tinkering, tampering. My dear friends, I can tell you, our engineers were of the opinion that it cannot be tampered. I found out in particular case that particular box can be opened by only the software professional. We incorporate a system wherein if anybody opens it, including the software engineer or our engineer, anybody, SMS will come to every. Incorporate a system wherein if anybody opens it, including the software engineer or our engineer, anybody, SMS will come to everybody who is concerned. This has given a lot of effect on the system. So who is concerned? This has given a lot of effect on the system. So nobody can tinker with the software of the weighbridge. Even if it is being maintained on a regular maintenance, SMS will go to like our banks. Everything will go to the person. So everybody knows today weighbridge's computer software is being maintained. So that's how we are able to control, because it's a bread and butter for my company. So we are very particular about the weighbridge. This initiative has given a lot of teeth to our preventive vigilance mechanisms. Next, please. Next. Thank you. That's it from my side. If at all you have something to ask, otherwise we'll wind up the session.
Well, audience, now the session is open for Q&A. So if you have any questions, you can please go ahead and put your hand up so that we can come up to you and hand over the mics. Any questions for the speaker, you can please let us know.
Good afternoon, sir. You belong from Tamil Nadu. I also earlier working in Tamil Nadu, Salem Steel Plant, as you know. And Samir is my colleague there. You know, he is DP
He's
there.
our director HR, yeah.
We have faced a lot of problem in SAIL. We were talking about recruitment, E0 promotions. We have decided, when there was an inquiry by CBI during our E0 interview, they questioned how you have given him lower mark, why you have given it 15 out of 14 marks. We were silent. On which basis you have decided? So what they are doing, what they were telling, if he is doing very good marks, fetching very good marks in the written test, how he can get 2 number, 3 number out of 15? You justify it. Then we decided why we should not do averaging for that. Minimum and maximum. Maximum marks also we get, they question us. Minimum also marks, they question us. So what to do about all these things, sir? It is very, it is not, as per SOP, we cannot do all these things. It has to be decided by the committee members. And even CVC, CVO should not ask all these questions. When board has given the authority, let them decide. What is your view on this, sir?
Yeah, my view is pretty simple because I have two cases. I showed you about one visually handicapped case. In another case, wherein we didn't proceed with any administrative or vigilance action, we have limited ourselves with systemic improvements. There also the issue was pretty similar. Persons who are getting higher marks in the interview, they are not getting lower marks in interview. Because of the minimum marks standard which is adapted by my company, they will not, 20 marks is for the interview, they have to minimum get 10 marks, 50% of the marks to even qualify. So they will give them 9 marks, 8 marks, some persons 4 marks. As CBA asked you, I'm not going to ask why you have given 10 marks or why you have given 9 marks or 4 marks. My only question to the persons who were in the committee were very simple. Do you remember any of the questions which you have asked? Do you think that this particular candidate was not suitable to the company on such issues? Or similarly to the candidate also, our vigilance officers were giving a questionnaire to understand really what's happening in that particular scenario. The candidate was candid. He knew, he gave in writing in an evidence format that these questions are and this is how I have performed. Okay, I do not have any comment on your point that the management or the people sitting on the committee have absolute discretion in giving the marks which they deem fit as per their own judgment. But to ensure a transparency and also to have something of a moderated thing, I have suggested one more refinement in the committee. One external member also should be there. External member means some reputed organization, somebody that has been accepted by management. Fortunately, that was not there earlier. All our own company people are only sitting. Now, one reputed professor from some IIT or NIT or somebody sits in the committee. That can eliminate bias to some extent. And another improvement I have suggested earlier, they will give the total marks, like out of 100, all of them will give 80, 90, and then we cannot find out what the individual members have awarded. Now we have again refined it. Each member has to record and certify it, and then that will be averaged, and that mark will also be available. But to answer your point, how it can be avoided, my understanding, whether you accept or not, I feel that interview always brings a bias. If we can, if we can eliminate this interview, okay, I'll ask you a simple question. An engineer E0, E2, or E1 level when he is coming, he may be a graduate with maybe some minimum experience. What are we going to analyze out of him? He is like a raw, a diamond. We have to polish him. Howsoever he is, I believe that he can be polished by our own training methodologies, being a chairman. I did not tell you. So can we not have many of the public sectors, even for engineer recruitments, they have withdrawn the system of interviews. So I have suggested my management to consider very seriously to go in for a examination, maybe a GATE or whatever it is, or even for law, you have your own examination or your own examination, which is unbiased, not conducted by our own company. Not by the examination or this, question papers not set by our engineers. Let it be set by an external agency. Let the examination be conducted by an external agency, preferably objective, and the result should come immediately online. I was having a privilege of listening to the member secretary of the Tamil Nadu Uniformed Public Services Commission recently for the recruitment of forest guards and foresters. They have devised in such a way that the question paper itself is set only 5 minutes before the exam. 8:55 the question paper is compiled. 9 o'clock it reaches the systems in all these examination centers. 11 o'clock the examination is over. 11:30 the results are out. So for the past 5 years, the system is working perfectly. For the lower level executives, I can understand. For executives of the level of engineers or E1 or E0, I believe we can refine the procedures. To eliminate bias, interview to the extent possible has to be avoided. As an extension, I can only tell you that even for lateral recruitments, where we recruit people from various streams, from various companies, in our company at least, we have only this interview. We don't have a written also. So it becomes absolutely, unpredictable. All sorts of questions will come. Even for that, I have suggested, even for lateral recruitments, we cannot go only with the interview process. Even in the interview process, classify it. This much marks for this, for his experience, for his qualifications, for his performance. You classify it so that you remove all the biases to the extent possible. I'm not saying you eliminate the process. So ultimately, what our Saab told in the morning, it should be fair, it should be transparent, and it also should be defensible. So this is I would like to tell you as a response.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Well, that was indeed a wonderful session. Can we please give a big round of applause for everything that we can take back from the session? It was indeed a wonderful start, the first session. So may I please request Sri Abhijit Narendra, Joint Secretary, CVO, Ministry of Steel, to kindly come on to the dais and present a memento as a token of gratitude. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a thundering round of applause for our wonderful speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dignitaries. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call up our next speakers for the next session. I would like to invite on stage Shri B. Vishwanath, CVO, NMDC, and also Shri Sanjay Sharma, ED SAIL, to kindly come and join us on the dais. So before starting off the session, I would like to introduce the two gentlemen. Speaking of Shri B. Vishwanath, CVO, NMDC, at present, he is the Chief Vigilance Officer of NMDC Limited, with additional charge of KIOCL Limited, belongs to the 1995 batch of Indian Railway Stores and Services, IRSS, experience in marketing management, contract management, and procurement. He's also instrumental in preparation of procurement manuals for RINL and NMDC. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up for Shri B. Vishwanath and NMDC. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up for Shri B. Vishwanath. It's my honor to invite Shri Sanjay Sharma, ED SAIL, and speaking of him, at present he is working as an Executive Director of Vigilance in Steel Authority of India, and he's worked various projects of Rourkela Steel, Bokaro Steel Plant, Bokaro Steel Plant, and SAIL Corporate Office. He holds experience in project, material management, internal audit, and vigilance in senior positions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our next speaker, Shri Sanjay Sharma. May I please request Shri B. Vishwanath to kindly present a bouquet to Shri Sanjay Sharma, please.
May I request CMD to present a bouquet to CMD SAIL.
A bit confusion. My apology for the confusion. Shall we start? Yeah, the topic given to me. Yeah, the topic given to me is on experience sharing, the cases which we investigated recently in our organization. It is for the sake of brevity, we maintain the anonymity of the case, anonymity of the project, anonymity of the officers, We masked everything. It is not to annoy anybody. It is to only, as I say that which may be like learning through others' mistakes is very effective, and there is no penalty involved. No, nothing is involved. It's very easy to learn. So that's how this concept is being used by the Secretary of the Steel to experience, share our experiences in the case studies that we made recently. So I cover briefly for about 15 to 20 minutes of the 3 different case studies which we made. But in generic, it is total embedded into like pre-tendering, tendering, and post-tendering activities. There is no mention of any project or anything. Can we go ahead? Next slide, please. With the approval of the board, actually NMDC has approved 3 projects, 2 greenfield and 1 brownfield project. This is based on the technological feasibility. They have converted into different packages of the single large project. And EPCM consultant was appointed for making the estimates and the TEFR for feasibility reports, documents, tender documents, evaluation, etc. Next. See, as our previous speakers has pointed out, it should be a very practical approach. We have vigilance manuals, we have contract manuals, we have our OCDA rules. If you go by manuals and if you go by these things, we need to punish a lot of people. But we did a very practical approach in all the 3 cases. So we have to have practical limitations what our organization is facing. Like we don't have a separate project management architecture in our organization. A few projects are there where separate project management teams are there, but not in all the cases. Now the present CMD is taking care to have the separate project management architecture even in our production units also. Then manpower. See, the manpower of our organization is prior to 2007, that is 2010 or so, the sanction strength, I mean to say, when the turnover was of roughly around 10 million ton, even less than that. As on date, the production is about 42 million ton, and they've diversified their activities like in coal mining or in gold mining or even diamond mining also now they are starting. So this has enhanced their projects, and the staff strength, even they are retiring and there is no lateral induction of the staff. So there is a limitation to that. Then the domain knowledge. Our people are good at mining. This is a scope for heavy dependency on the third-party agencies. So actually the Department of Expenditure Manual, as per the para 7.6e, which states that even though if we deploy a TPA, but the quality timelines and the project execution should be the primary responsibility of the executive involved in this project actually. So mere dependency on the TPA will not solve or will not absolve the primary responsibility of our organization. Next, updation of manuals. This is one of the important thing. Actually, in CTE QPR reports, we submit various works like more than 5 crores ka, like more than 1 crore ka in case of the material procurement. We submit a lot of CTE reports in which the CVC has analyzed that more than 85% of the works are either time overruns or the cost overruns, and the projects are not completed in a full-fledged manner. Then there was a brainstorming session of the Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance, Cabinet Secretaries, and various other ministries. And with their thinking, these new manuals have come into the place. Suppose if there is a provisions in the manual saying that suppose a project has been stalled, if the firm has executed 20% of the work, and the rest of the work, we need not go through the painful process of the risk purchase procurement. We can go either on nomination basis and on single tender basis or on limited tender also, provided the rates are reasonable. So, sir had spoken, Secretary sir had spoken about the single offer against the open tender. Yes, it is permissible in as per the new manual, but it has to be treated as a single tender if the offer single offer is also received. But the rate reasonability and the adequacy of the time for the newspaper advertisement or the technical specification, it should not be a specific to a firm or specific to a brand. Only if we comply these situations, then that single offer acceptance against a tender, open tender is also permissible. Then standardization of the bid documents. Actually, this is a great help for all the executives in the field. Only few people have the idea of the tender documents. If it is a production units at the far away sites like in like in NMDC, what we experience, they don't have adequate knowledge. So this standardization of the bid documents, and they should be available for all, at least template sort of works where the works are repetitive in nature. So these standard bid documents should be available. And when actually these cases are happened during the COVID-19, and NMDC HO office was in a typically different location, and most of the people were suffering during those periods. And in most of the technological packages we have seen, there is a consolidation of the bidders in the sense that limited players are there. Suppose if I float a tender for about 500 crores or 800 crores, only 2 or 3 bidders will come mostly. So we have to look into these practical aspects when we have gone through these cases. This is the practical approach that we adopted when we carried out these studies. Next, please. This is the flow process. Next, please. Yeah, pre-tendering stage, actually what has happened is the competent authority's approval was not taken for floating the tender approval. Suppose one authority has been taken approval, but it lies with maybe ECOD or with the CMD. So the proper approval of the tender processing has not been taken. And after taking the approval, there were changes in the arbitration class. I mean to say that the seat of arbitration has been changed from Delhi to Hyderabad, or international terms for the arbitration has been amended to serve to the Indian needs. But it is a global tender. So these changes were made without the knowledge of the approving authority. Then the site clearance, actually, the Department of Expenditure, these manuals stress like a broad emphasis on site clearance, or what are the statutory clearances that are required. The site clearance was not discussed in the proposal, and it was not at all mentioned anything. And this has become the main subject for retendering of the case in the iteration in the second instance or third in the tendering cases. Next. Next, estimate preparation. See, this is a special relief fund which we give for the NMDC production projects, because these projects are located in a very remote area where getting the labor is very difficult. So we pay around 170 rupees per head for as an extra allowance apart from their salaries. So this is the very laid down procedure, and this has been modified in October 19 also. But in during the initial estimate, this was not taken. But when the estimates are getting revised, maybe in the second instance of tendering or third instance of tendering, this component has been taken into account. Thereby, the hike of around 1.6% has been considered in the estimate itself. So whenever the estimates are prepared, maybe by a third-party agency, whichever is giving, we need to understand at least the broader outcomes, whether the estimate given is correct or in order or not. These, at least these checks and balances should be available with our in-house management. Next. Next, in one case, we have noticed that the tender is already newspaper advertisement has given, but till 20 days, this was not activated in the website portal itself. And 4 corrigendums were issued, and no amendment, nothing has been uploaded in the tender. That the tender is uploaded in the website only after 20 days. But this case has been retendered And even these amendments or the corrigendums, the proper approval has not been taken. The HOD of that particular department has taken, but this has all been done with the approval of the ECODs. So the proper approvals were not in place actually. Then the tender opening committee or the TSC, these were not nominated by the proper tender approving authority. These are being done by the HODs of the organization. Next. See, there is a provision in our engineering manual which says that the estimates can be revised when there is a long gap. That means from the initial estimate to maybe a tender opening price, it may take more than 1 year or 18 months. Then we can revise the estimate. Or when there is a change in the scope of the work, maybe a technological change or whatever it is, then we can have the revision. But this revision, there is a it is not very clear. We have to take for the proposal or for the delta amount in the estimate. There is one lacuna in that particular this one. Next. So in one of the case, we have noticed that more than a year had taken place, but they have revised the estimate, and the revision of the estimate was not approved by the authority for the delta amount or the proposal itself, and that revision is not even evaluated by the evaluation committee, that estimate evaluation committee, and it has directly put up to the prize opening committee, that is tender scrutiny officials. Next. In one of the case which we have seen is there is no technical change in the scope. In the second iteration or third iteration, suddenly they have increased the raw material component. And thereby the overall estimate was hiked by about 2.3%. So as per the manuals for procurement of works released by the Department of Expenditure, the revisions in the estimate should be minimum, or whenever there is a revisions, it should be brought to the competent authorities notice for the such revisions, or when there is a change from the ground reality, why the TPA had not taken into cognizance these revisions, and that there may be some punitive actions on the TPAs also. Next. In one of the case, we have seen that EMD, they have given in the form of what you call bank guarantees. As per the tender condition, that hard copy of the bank guarantee should be submitted along with the bid on the date of tender opening. But in a particular case, we have seen that hard copy was received after 3 months. Of course, that was a COVID type situations. Ultimately, the tender got discharged and it was retendered. But this type of anomalies also we have noticed. Next. And this is like a 3-packet system, like part 1, part 2, part 3, two 3 parts on it. Packet system, like part 1, part 2, part. Fortunately, in one of the case, what we have seen is while opening the part 1 itself, the price was noticed. In one of the case, the final price bid, what the bid had given, and the initial price that was disclosed, there is no change. In another case, it was 28 crores less than what has been disclosed. That the provision is, as per the tender documents, it should be summarily rejected. It was not discussed by the TPA in their tender advisory reports, or the tender opening committee, or the tender scrutinizing committee also. Next. This is about the performance evaluation. Suppose if we should be consistent, I mean to say, suppose one firm we have evaluated or rejected or not considered about the performance, was not good or was not satisfactory, whatever the case may be. One particular offer was rejected and there was no discussion of such performance evaluation in the other offers. It should be consistent. Suppose we are rejecting based on in the same tender, we should have discussed about the performance of the other bidders also who have participated in the tender. Then the other case, there was a site visit was there. It was a built up in a tender condition that a site visit from the committee members or the TPA can visit the site. But in this case, what has happened is that They say in a particular that it is a confidential information, but as per the record trail that we have seen is not so confidential, what they call it as confidential also. Based on this report, what they have said is our people had visited along with the TPA also. They visited the site and next case. And they've seen that there was one document, one particular document was not available because it was a 10 years old document, and they could not establish whether the particular firm has made that, has supplied and erected that item or not. Based on that, they rejected the offer. See, whenever there is a site visit was there, site visit should be made in a consistent fashion, or that TR, whatever the tender advisory reports, whatever they are giving, it should be inconsistent, whatever the initial documents that has been submitted by them. Or even in case of the tender advisory reports also, they should make at least site visits to all the bidders who have participated in the tender. It's not a random basis or pick and choose type. It leads to a lot of opaqueness in the system. Next. Then it is the case of PQC, that is pre-qualification criteria. In one case, what has happened is that there is a supply erection commissioning of a particular equipment for 15 years. That has been changed to 20 years. More than 20 years also is okay. And then from single project to single work order, like RCC volume or the steel quantity, they changed very specific from single project to single work order. So these are all very restrictive criteria, and this has not been brought to the knowledge of the competent authority who approved the tender schedule. And they just enclosed it, maybe with sign without date, and not bringing out the same thing in the note itself. Next, in one of the case, what we have seen is operational spares, that is about 5% they are considered. In the overall estimate, it may be a 0.9% or 1%. But in the evaluation criteria, these spares were not taken into consideration. Suppose I submitted one offer. My offer is without operational spares. That's the reason it is not very apple-to-apple comparison, because my estimate includes the operational spares also, whereas my offer is without operational spares. So this should be avoided. Next. In case of consortium partners, what we have seen in like in large projects, it is very difficult to have one technology provider to execute the entire project. In that case, we allow a consortium partners, maybe a 2, 3, or whatever it is, and we allow them to participate, maybe a lead consortium partner and other 2 or 3 maybe other partners. In what particular case, what we have seen is there is the form has changed in the consortium partner. They themselves has changed the composition. They said that word, they use the word inadvertently. And it should be brought out by the tender scrutiny committee or the tender opening committee that they made such changes, okay? Because in the eligibility criteria, suppose my percentage of the work is 10%. Support is it's a 100 crores bid. My turnover should be at least 10 crores. So next, in the table, actually, the D partner, he stated his work portion as 2%. The 2% comes to about 3.3 crores or 4 crores roughly, but his turnover is less than 3 crores. So he changed the word inadvertently, and given the revised, that is in the fourth column, I think, yeah, fourth column, they revised their composition. And ultimately, when the tender is opened, actually, the revised work portion is this one. So this aspect was not brought out by the TSC, and nobody, and even by TR, by the TPA, and nobody has brought out this fact. Next. I think this is actually, we have considered this offer actually, because as I stated earlier, when we eliminate the offers, what will happen? It will lead to only one offer, and our maneuverability to reduce the price will be lost. So the committee has taken a conscious decision when it was brought out, and they considered that offer also. Next. Actually, the manual for procurement of consultancy services, it has been given stating that there may be maximum 3 partners and one should be a lead partner, more than 50%, and others should be more than 20%, both on the technical criteria and the financial criteria. So the accepting more than 3 firms is incorrect from its place itself. Next. This is about the banning of the firm. The banning or the suspension or blacklisting or whatever it is, these are all the similar terms. Actually, this blacklisting or banning of the firm may be at the CPSC level, that is the public sector unit level, or at the ministry level, or across the ministry by the Department of Expenditure. In NMDC tenders, what is happening is that they are giving a universal banning tender condition. Suppose if a firm is banned in a X firm, his offer should not be considered. Even that X firm is also not in the Ministry of Steel and another some other firm. And we do not consider that offer. In one of the case, what has happened is that, next. In one of the case, what has happened is one of the partner is a consortium partner in another PSU, where that PSU has banned that consortium itself. But the Honorable High Court has dismissed that case and asked that PSU to delete that name from the banned list also. So one of the TSC member has got the suspicion on that because in that list it is still appearing. So given the dissent note. And to resolve that dissent note, it took at least 3 months, but nothing could be resolved. And meanwhile, the validity of the validity of the one of the offer has been lost. In Ministry of Railways or other ministries, we got the peculiar provision. Suppose otherwise he is technically eligible, we can open that offer and we can see his rates. So in the process, actually, we lost the one valid offer. So it is suppose, and we are infringing that article of 19(1)(g) also, that is freedom to practice the profession. So this should be avoided. Next. There is another case of addition, deletion of the work. There is because there is one plant which is going on outsourcing mode nowadays. So we need to draw the power and water from that source. So there was an addition of the work because the power has to be taken from outside, from the Chhattisgarh government, and the water has to be taken from the local, this one. And there is some deletion of the works because the now power need not draw from that particular outsourcing unit. So that was the reason where there was addition of the work and the deletion of the work after the tender has been opened. Our TPA has given some plus 24 works for the addition of the works and minus 12 crores for the deletion of for descoping of the work. So that net was about 12 crores. And then ECOD has approved both positive and negative components for this scoping and descoping, and for negative price bid for the changes in whatever in the contract actually. Next. Next. Is the third column, and the fourth column is descoping or the scoping of the work, and the revised price, and the final this one actually. There are actually the price evaluation criteria also. Somewhere it has been mentioned all-inclusive price. Somewhere it has been mentioned as FOB price, and these changes are made in the second instance or the third instance of the case, and this was not brought to the notice of the even tender approving authority. So the limitation in that is actually they have evaluated based on the total landing cost only, and the final evaluation is the last column. So they made it. Actually, this is an EPC type contracts. In the EPC type contracts, there may be a commercial deviations or maybe a technical deviations. Because in EPC type contracts, we are interested in the functional outcomes. Because it is not a type of BOQ type contracts where each line item we change, we see, we scrutinize. It is not like that. We ask for the lump sum figures from the EPC type contracts, but they have taken as the deviations both on the commercial decisions and the commercial deviations and the technical deviations. They have asked for the negative price deviation. One way it is useful because ECOD has taken the right decision, and this practice is being followed constantly in almost all the packages in the NMDC. Next. When we see the negotiations, next layer. When we see the negotiations, the L1 bidder has reduced after 2 rounds of negotiation, he reduced only 0.3%. Whereas in the negative escalation, he reduced about 140 crores. So his argument is that I've already given negative implication, so I did not give anything on this one. Because when we choose one as the L1 bidder, then our maneuverability to reduce the price will come down. See, this practice is being followed continuously, so we did not go through because it is approval of the ECOD, so we did not made any case out of it. Next. This is the case of delay analysis. This is about 2 iterations of the tender. This is no person is actually responsible. It is the scope of the TPA, various committee members, even the forest clearances, land clearances, and the corrigenda, because lot of corrigenda had been given, because in the PQ, in the pre-qualification bid meets also, in the pre-bid meets also, lot of queries have been asked, and subsequently queries have also been asked. So there is a lot of corrigenda has been issued, and we could find there is a lot of delay in that. It cannot be attributed to a single person, but the overall delay in the, from initial estimate stage to the issue of the LOA has taken about almost 1600 days. Next. The conclusion part, if you see, the updation of the manuals are not in place. This is the important thing because, as I said earlier, the Department of Expenditure has given the proved the due diligence and the prudence in updating the manuals. So these updated manuals have got a lot of provisions, especially the outcome orientation of the projects. So we need to update our manuals because it's a procurement of the materials or the works or the services. These need to be done. And then the other one is now the delegation of powers have taken place recently, maybe 3 months back. And now the powers are revised, so they have adequate powers. Otherwise, it was very like CMD-centric type of issues were going on. So the delegation of powers has made the things now more easy. Then the other one what we have seen is not activating in the IREPS portal or MSTC portal or the GEM portal when the tender has been advertised, and a lot of delays have taken place. And in case of the global tenders, we have seen that that publication had not been sent to the various embassies also, both in India and abroad. That should be avoided. Next. The systemic improvement, of course, we have discussed altogether. Now, CMD had taken a decision to have one-to-one session with the executives or senior managers or the deputy managers or the DGMs to have training session for both from starting from a proposal initiative to the closure of the contract or the execution of the contract, both pre-tender, tender evaluation, and the post-tender management. We should have standard documents in place, both for the standard templates. Bid document should be in place. And the business banning clause should be as per the Department of Expenditure manuals, not any universal banning type. Next. Okay, next. That's it from my side. Thank you. Anything? Okay then, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman SAIL, senior officers of Ministry of Steel, and other senior officers from PSUs and ministries present over here, and the wonderful audience from different PSUs attending this session. So, today, briefly, I will tell you, discuss some case studies, give a presentation of some case studies from SAIL Vigilance. But before that, just to give a brief about SAIL Vigilance, what we are doing and how big the organization is and how big our department is. SAIL is a Maharatna CPSC and a leader steel producer in India, and having around 59,000 employees. These are all regular employees for Vigilance Administration. SAIL Vigilance has units at all 13 units of SAIL, 5 ISPs, that includes the mines also, then other units also across the country. And all vigilance units of SAIL are ISO 9001 certified since 2016 and 6, not 16. And with the objective of enhancing transparency, efficiency, and accountability. And what I see, we are emphasizing more on preventive vigilance aspect at present, apart from the regular complaint handling mechanism, surprise checks, but we have done many preventive studies and recommended some suggestions to the management. And because our units are scattered all over India, and just to bring all the units in one line, we recommend a uniform policy, uniform procedure, PEN SAIL. So to facilitate SAIL employees in executing various activities involving decision making, and as a part of preventive vigilance administration, SAIL Vigilance has been making continuous efforts along with executing agencies in the plants and units for system improvement and formation, updation of rules, regulations, procedures, guidelines from time to time. And some of the achievements before coming to this thing, I will tell of last 3 years, I will just say. We have updated the SAIL Vigilance Manual. This is done in line with the CVC manual released in 2021. Then Preventive Vigilance Booklet, Do's and Don'ts, updated version has been released. And it's a wonderful booklet. We shared it with CBI and CVC also. They also appreciated. We can share the PDF file. I bought some copies, but not so much. So we can share the copies with you also. Then capacity building of vigilance officers through annual training plan. We are also in-house or some external agencies, whatever the vigilance officers are there. So we are aiming to build there also capacity building, so that whatever work they are doing, they are themselves accustomed to the systems, procedures, and rules and regulations, different vigilance. Then complaint handling policy of SAIL Vigilance. This has been aligned with the complaint handling policy of CVC. And because of this, our number of complaints have not reduced drastically, but has been contained. We don't receive all sort of frivolous complaints now. So, then first stage advice, whenever CBO gives, we look for PEN SAIL applicability. So it should not be applicable to that unit only. The punitive part system, but is separate. But the system improvement or the policies, whatever we recommend, we try to develop it PEN SAIL. Then we have started a new thing this year, learning from each other exercise. So based on the different subjects or the cases identified, we organize a quarterly meeting of vigilance officers, select vigilance officers, and it is an experience sharing exercise. The first workshop was done 2 months back, and again we'll be doing it. And this is a new exercise. We can share it with you, the outcome of this exercise also. Then we are doing some comprehensive preventive vigilance studies at corporate office. eligibility criteria we have studied, vendor registration we have studied, and given our promotion policy also we have studied, we given our observations and to the management, and these have been given to the management for implementation. And the most important part, corporate office and Bokaro steel plant have been certified ISO 37001 2016 ABMS, and we will be within 3-4 months, all units of sale will be ABMS certified. That is anti-bribery management system. And the last certificate, the first certificate given to was in the Vigilance Awareness Week, in which CVC was also present. Now straight away coming to the presentation. We have this is a complaint. The case one is against party on the ongoing contract and the concept of UDIN. It was alleged that the party had become commercially eligible for a contract, and as it had submitted forced certificate by the chartered accountant. The eligibility criteria had mentioned the average turnover of last 3 years ending 2019 should be above 120.15 lakhs. The party was found eligible as the turnover for 18-19 was 2.1 crore. Previous 2 cycles it was less, but because of this 2018-19 crore turnover, the party was considered eligible. Then we received a complaint, and the vigilance had started checking the documents of the party, and it was seen that during registration, the party had submitted the documents for their turnover for 18-19, in which the turnover was 89.1 lakhs. And just to inform, both the documents were signed, certified by the same CA. So now the concept of UDIN came. UDIN is a document attested by the chartered accountants in practice. It is a 18-digit system-generated unique number generated separately for each attested document, and has been mandated compulsory from 1st July 2019 by ICAI. So, SAIL took up the matter with the chartered accountant, who had certified both the documents, and asked why this discrepancy in the 2 turnover documents were there. The chartered accountant informed us that the second document in which the turnover was shown as 2 turnover documents were there. The chartered accountant informed us that the second document in which the turnover was shown as 2.1 crore was the forged one, and he produced the original document which had the UDIN number as per the requirement of ICAI, which was showing the turnover as 89.11 lakhs. Before that, we were not knowing about this. Not much knowledge was there in the commercial area of SAIL, but during which not much knowledge was there in the commercial area of being used. So now the party action against the party was taken for banning. Then a system improvement has been suggested to verify the document through UDIN or any vendor registration or tender whenever the party this thing. And it was happened in one plant, but this we have applied in all the units, and all the units have issued circular in this regard. So this has got a system improvement, has got pan-SAIL applicability. Then another case, forgery of document. Then another case, forgery of document. The earlier one was one forgery. Another is a different kind of forgery of document of eligibility credentials. This is the maintenance of LT distribution system in township, in which the bidder had become L1. So it was alleged that in the complaint that the party had nil turnover for the past 3 consecutive years, and hence it was not meeting the eligibility criteria. So it was the ongoing tender. So as per policy, nil turnover for the past 3 consecutive years, and hence it was not meeting the eligibility criteria. So it was an ongoing tender. So as per policy procedure, we forwarded the complaint to the concerned department and the contract cell for appropriate action. And contract cell also received a direct complaint in this regard, and they verified from the chartered accountant which had issued the certificate, and chartered accountant had confirmed the turnover of the party, whatever they have mentioned in the document is correct. But when vigilance again took over the case, the order was placed on the party, then the document is correct. But when vigilance again took over the case, the order was placed on the party, then another complaint came from, I think, CVC. Then vigilance started the investigation again because the tender had concluded. Then we checked it from the GSTR filed by the L1 bidder. And in that system, it was showing the turnover to be nil in the last 3 financial years. So in order to verify further, we contacted the Assistant Commissioner, CGST, Bokaro, and from the GST authorities also, it was confirmed that the turnover is nil. And also, while scrutinizing the tender document submitted by the party, it was seen, though it was not part of the complaint, that the document in support of job experience submitted by the bid was also found suspicious, because the party had submitted 2016 document of Jharkhand State Electricity Board. However, the Jharkhand State Electricity Board has been converted into that Jharkhand Bijli Vitran Nigam Limited on 6th January 2014. So the certificate issued after the date became suspicious. We wrote a letter to the authorities, new office authorities, and within new office authorities, and within 2 days, the reply came from the authorities that we have issued the document. So somehow the party was managing those offices also. Then again we got suspicious because the quick response received from these agencies, and on plain perusal of the letters and considering the short time lapse, the genuinity of these letters appeared to be suspicious. Then in person a visit was made to the offices, and this electricity offices informed us that based on our first complaint, they had formed a committee, and they gave us in writing that so the party had participated in the instant tender based on fake financial and technical credentials. The party also tried to misguide the vigilance investigation by sending forged confirmation letters regarding the authenticity of its experience certificate. And the CA audited, certified and verified balance sheets and PL and accounts were eventually found to be false. So banning action has been advised against the party. Then against the chartered accountants who had verified and given confirmed that they have audited the balance sheet and found to be correct, the complaint against him have also been forwarded to ICAI authorities for further action at their end. And a system improvement project has been taken up for formulating a procedure for verification of documents of L1 bidder who do not have prior experience of sale. It's a difficult task, but our MM and project people are working on that. Case number 3. This is regarding the testing. We use quicklime. This is in SMS of a particular plant, and that particular plant has ordered around 13,500 ton of value of 10 crore from overseas suppliers. It was an imported item, though we have it in country also, but the quality aspect is kept in mind. And of that quality in India, we get costly material. So it was coming from outside. So the party was supplying, the material was tested, everything was okay, and no complaint was coming. But during surprise check, vigilance noted that the test result, the material should have been rejected or accepted with penalty based on the specifications of CEO and CO plus MGO. there is a range, acceptable range of CAO. This is the acceptable range. And other chemical composition acceptable range is there, then acceptable penalty is there, and rejection range is also there. But all the material was found to be accepted by them. So it was taken up with the inspecting authorities, and they immediately, what they did, they changed their recommendations. One day they had given it without penalty. Then second memo after vigilance intervention, they did not contest it. They again gave it and just gave an excuse that they were not knowing about this and they had not seen this thing. So 5 notes, 5 samples were accepted. The inspecting authority that the test results were rechecked and the old imported lines specified by oversight instead of the new specifications. We checked those also, but the new specification, old specifications, not much difference was there. Some of the items should have been rejected as per the old specification also. And one more thing was noticed, that the test report and the inspection report was not being sent to the user department, SMS, who's supposed to monitor the chemistry. They were not being informed about it. In fact, they reacted also very strongly. They were not knowing about the discrepancies in the test sample result. These are some of the main observations, other observations. So, suitable penal action against the inspection authority at central stores and transfer of the person to non-sensitive area was recommended. Suitable recovery has been done from the suppliers for the material supplied by them. And the plant has revised the guidelines for receipt of materials to ensure that the authorized representative of SMS should also verify the inspection report before drawing from central store department. And suitable changes in the guidelines with regard to storage of material at CSD to avoid possible mixing of accepted material with rejected material. This case has been accepted and published in the CVC. This is a booklet, Preventive Vigilance Initiative, which was released during the Vigilance Awareness Week by Honorable Prime Minister. Another is the deployment of contract laborers of other area, discrepancies in attendance of contractor labor, and submission of forged fabricated documents by the documentary evidence for payment. This is one aspect which right from the top everyone has emphasized, the statutory payment to the contractor labor, all their dues, their payment, PSI, EPF, all their dues should be monitored. And in fact, this becomes the most challenging job for the contract executive officer. It was the complaint was received that the documents, bank statements submitted by the party for payment to contractor laborers were forged. They were maintaining and it was also alleged that misappropriation of CPF and ESI documents of these laborers was done by showing less attendance. So the attendance will be less, the contribution towards CPF and ESI will also be less. Following was found during the investigation. The plant was maintaining a attendance register also, and CLMS records were also checked, contract labor management system. That particular plant has got system of online contract labor attendance system. So the physical and the online system was different. To see the requirement was there, the provision was there to see the requirement of special conditions of the contract, the work order for continuous monitoring of vehicle movement, measuring of vehicle volume, quantity of loaded material, and its loading for proper execution of the job. The scope of the committee was also to monitor the manpower and other statutory payments. So what the committee did was, here's the difference. The attendance register, the labor strength is separate, and as per the CLMS, they were not checking the CLMS system. They were only checking the attendance register. The different discrepancies were noted. And some labor from other sites were also found to be deployed, which was not done as per the procedure. The attendance of the committee was approved by the contract operating authority. Then another discrepancy was noted that the party was submitting as proof of payment to the contractor labor. The contractor has submitted a request letter to the bank mentioning the amount to be paid to each contract labor and a copy of the check given to the bank regarding the sum total of the amount was shown. We checked the authenticity of the check submitted by the party from the bank, and to our surprise, was an eye-opener. The bank informed us that this check has been used for some other payment. So the party was submitting the forged photocopy as a documentary evidence for payment. So the attendance register mentioned in the table is not an authorized document and not maintained by COA. This was the clarification from the concerned officer. And another clarification from the concerned officers. And they clearly said that whatever the check or whatever documents are submitted by the contractor, they are not verified from the bank. So this was the conclusion drawn by Vigilance. Misappropriation, maintaining the attendance records of contractor laborers. In the instant case, less attendance was given to the contractual workers. Also, the workers of other site areas were deployed without following procedure of transfer. Payment of wages to the contractor workers was not ensured by the COI as a representative of principal employer as per guidelines. And contractor also done forgery with sale as well as with the bank by submitting the forged fabricated documents as proof of payment of wages to the contractual workers. So suitable penal action was recommended against the concerned officers and banning against the party. And as a system improvement, we have advised to have suitable guidelines for payment of wages through the banks. And I have heard that some order has been taken out, and at random there's verify 5 to 10% the contract of these across that plant it has been on, and we will try to implement or replicate in other plants also. This is the last case study. Non-compliance violation of standard risk purchase procedure. I think this is a problem everywhere, because when I discuss with the people across PSUs from vigilance people, the RP action is taken, but the recovery or further course of action goes unnoticed. So in one of the contract cases at one plant, it was noticed that RPN was issued to the defaulting parties, and the order was placed on the other party RPN action, and the recovery of the differential amount amounting to 3.20786 was not intimated to finance department or the executing department. The scope was broadened, and other RP cases also from the plant, metal management and contract sales for a particular period were examined and studied by vigilance, in which it was seen 66 cases were seen, and the differential RP action amount was 1.19 crore was updated in the ERP demand register, but some of the cases were going unnoticed. So it was thought that a pen, at least for the plant level, SIP should be there. So CVO advised implementing SIP for the year to ensure demand creation in SAP system against all the defaulted parties with respect to RPN cases. And the SIP has been implemented. Demand letter is first updated in the SAP portal itself, SAP, until the PO is released after that only. And in fact, based on this system also, the system has been extrapolated to capture other penalties like safety violation, hiring charges, LD, etc. Any recoveries, they are now coming in that system. So these are the benefits of the new system. System interlock prevents manual oversight, recovery of RP and differential amount from the defaulted vendors, speedy recovery, tracking monitoring of status of recovery. System is replicable, being extended to other plants units of sale. This case study has also been published in the CVC of status of recovery. System is replicable, being extended to other plants units of sale. This case study has also been published in the CVC booklet on preventive vigilance. which was released during Vigilance Awareness Week by Honorable Prime Minister. Yeah, that's all. I try to make it a variety. Some fraud cases, some system improvement. Thank you.
Sir, I'm Subhendu Hota, Under Secretary in Ministry of Steel. Just wanted to know whether it is a policy in SAIL to forward the complaints to the contract department when ongoing contract is going on.
That is the CVC guideline. When the tender is in progress, we need not stop the tender process, because this is a habit of the parties. Whenever the tender is there, they will give multiple complaints to stop the tendering process. So CVC clearly says the tendering process should not be stopped at that moment, but you forward the complaint to the authorities for appropriate action. They may take decisions. What they do, they don't report to us.
And
During the tendering process, after the order is placed, we come in the picture. Otherwise, it will become harmful. They will not be able to take the decisions.
Right, sir. Thank you. And my second question is, how far the contract department should verify the CA's chartered accountant certificate during the tendering process?
Now the circular has been issued in all the plants and units. This was from a particular plant, but the UDIN concept, in fact, we were also not clear about it, but it has been now clarified. All the plants have issued the circular during the vendor registration. The turnover is important. And during the tendering process, the verification of turnover has to be done through UDIN. It is a very simple process. आपको अपना डिटेल देना है, ईमेल एड्रेस देना है, कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर देना है, UDIN नंबर डालना है, which he submits with the document. प्रॉफिट लॉस अकाउंट या टर्नओवर का जो भी होगा, the CA का ऑटोमेटिक जनरेट होता है UDIN नंबर. So he will submit and we can verify. Even you can verify for any document. If time is there, otherwise मैं करके दिखा देता यहाँ पे अगर इंटरनेट होता.
No, sir, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
I have a long working with Sharma Sahab during my Bokaro steel plant.
Yes.
He was dealing with projects, and lot of problem were there. Long pending projects were there since interplant till hot strip mill. Sahab knows it. We have faced a lot of problem during for contract laborers. With your help and with other department help, we have done a lot of things. You were just talking about biometrics attendance of contract labor. Actually, contract CLA Act, it is very clear that no contract, no control authority should be of the principal employer. Since we are the principal employer, then how to manage their online attendance? I have a suggestion that ISCO in SAIL already, ISCO had started something in that. We may ask contractors to jointly start online attendance system, and all the contractors should be a member of that. We should not maintain it, and access should be with us only. And one thing, whatever as per CLA Act, we are taking the license. Beyond that license is for a particular we have to maintain. Somewhere we will passing on the that length of whatever strength we have got. If they will come, penalty will be done. So that's all vigilance officers should look after that also. And for contract monitoring system, attendance monitoring system, some other things should also be discussed. What is your view, sir?
At present, this is one of the most important subject with the government also, and our chairman SAIL in inauguration address to the company had specifically mentioned this. And all people who are dealing with this becomes the most challenging job also. काम बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा, सब कुछ हो जाएगा. payment to the workers, to the last person, to the last money is not being done. Let us honestly admit it. To address this issue, what I told about in the introduction, the LEO workshop, learning from each other. The first workshop we have done on contract labor management only at Bhilai Steel Plant. And in fact, we had invited DLC also, just to inaugurate that function. And one of the recommendations, after the 2-day deliberation, the committee has given some recommendations. We have seen it, CVO has also seen it, and we have forwarded the observations, recommendations of the committee, of the LEO workshop to the management. And management has also forwarded to personnel department the recommendations. In this online attendance is one of the issue, recommendation. But we cannot give this to the contractor. It has to be in the CLMS system. Once the attendance is punched, if they are the person who can handle, fiddle it with, there is no use. Once the attendance is logged, they should be out of this purview.
But what is happening now? Anybody can punch it.
No, it will be biometric.
Yeah, it is biometrics. If contact, to be very frank, we have given job contract. Certain people has to be deployed as per the requirement of the department. 10 gate pass has been issued or 100 gate pass has issued. That requirement of the engineer in charge is only 50. There is no bar. How we will stop them. 100 people will punch it, and what will be the position? What we will do it? How engineer in charge will certify it? And business people will ask, why 100 attendance, why payment has not been done? What we will tell them?
Then if attendance is for 100 and payment is done for 50, vigilance people, usse pehle the department should ask. Vigilance will come in the picture later on.
नहीं, what I mean to say, sir, मैं कहना ये चाहता हूँ कि 100 का गेट पास एक केस जॉब हम लोग आउटसोर्स जॉब में
immaterial. It is the attendance. How many people?
तो जिसके गेट पास है उसको बायोमेट्रिक्स अटेंडेंस we have passed on.
Yes.
All laborers, how you know north people are there. They will punch everything in gate pass and they will create problem. We have worked. Why you are not giving the attendance to me? In Bokaro Steel Plant, it has also happened. So how to control it?
Online attendance, biometric attendance, still he is physically present at the site, whatever may be the biometric system is placed at designated area. So how the attendance will be there? Sir, after that, we are also having biometric in all PSUs. I think they have implemented. Sir. So after that, the monitoring mechanism is there. But the first is the person has to come to the plant or office.
No, I want to
that is certified.
I want to tell our vigilance people here sitting, for all Ministry of Steel and all public sector employees, executives are there. Job contract is given for a particular period.
Agreed.
Job, labor license is given, certified by the principal employer. He had certified 100 people. Baki on that, it is a maintenance job, na? I require 10% in some day, 20% in some day, and all that notorious people, union people, they are creating problem to our engineer in charges. They are going and punching it.
I think we get your point, Pandit sir.
Sir, we will able to tell us.
Hall gets your point, everything. First of all, let me thank Vishwanath ji and Sanjay ji on great presentations. A lot of knowledge. Nice to see the crowd interacting with the presenters. That shows that they were actually listening in when they were talking. At the cost of delaying your lunch, I know it's lunchtime and you all must be hungry. Still, I said, let me take 2 minutes of your time. One, to respond to Pandit Sahib's query, and to some thoughts of my own. The organizers were planning on not giving me the opportunities for Pandit Sahib's query, and to some thoughts of my own. The organizers were planning on not giving me the opportunity, so I grabbed the mic myself. We all know it's complex, and there are many contract labor issues. As we all know, it's complex, and there are many flavors to it. As you are pointing out, one part of the flavor somebody will try to manipulate. So there may be a contractor workers union which will try to force something. The engineer in charge faces a particular challenge. The contractor faces another challenge. Vigilance watches and needs to, get a very clear view on who did wrong and when did wrong. It's a complex topic. Vigilance watches and needs to, get a very clear view on who did wrong and when did wrong. It's a complex topic. It cannot be resolved on a question answer session. All that I can tell you is technology helps. So when we say, one way is to say, ki, okay, I have got this technology, but you can find 100 ways in which this technology can be subverted. You have got a computer started in 1970s. Virus is there can be security breach, somebody can do something. Still, using the computer has helped you in coming forward, right? So any technology, any system that you create will have some loopholes, will have some shortcomings, will have some loopholes. Please compare your system with the older system versus new system. Does it give you a leg forward? Does it give you, are you 2 steps ahead of where you are? Instead of just waiting to have a perfect system before I change? No, my thought is, आपके पास जो सिस्टम मिल रहा है अगर वो इससे बेटर है, अगर आप बायोमेट्रिक लगाते हैं उसमें भी मैनिपुलेट हो सकता है, सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज हो सकते हैं, लेकिन अभी जो सिस्टम है वेयर यू डोंट नो एनीथिंग एंड यू आर रिकॉर्डिंग ऑन पेपर समवेयर, somebody on a scrap of paper marks your attendance, keeps it in his pocket, probably forgets it, his shirt goes for washing, उसके साथ धुल गया उसका अटेंडेंस, उससे बेटर हो जाएगा. So let us take that step and we cross those bridges, solve those problems when you come to that. So I hope that gives us a sense of how we go forward. And from my side, I will say, not just this issue, on other sides also, to people, business managers present in the hall, and also to our vigilance colleagues in the hall, technology helps. And trust me, and you must have experienced it, the government has brought technology to the level. You'll be amazed. We often blame government में कुछ नहीं होता है. Government is very slow. Private sector does this. Private sector does that. Today you look at it. आपको अपना birth certificate निकालना है. You have a website. You don't go anywhere. Lying on your bed on your laptop, you go to a website and you are able to get a birth certificate or a death certificate for that matter. The government has slowly adopted technology and made things online. This is a big opportunity. We all, as business managers and also as vigilance administration managers, we should be looking at adopting technology very, very aggressively. Trust me, many of the issues that we face today will vanish if we adopt technology. Second point, which is more controversial and directed mostly towards the vigilance community, don't be afraid or don't try to be strategic in not clarifying something. In my experience as a business manager and also as a senior management, I've often come across a reluctance to explain something upfront. You have got a guideline. I read the guideline, I understand one thing. Somebody else reads the guideline, he understands one thing. Somebody else reads the guideline, he understands something else. If you don't clarify, if we come up with if I raise my hand and ask, okay, what does it mean? It can mean this, A, or it can mean B. I find top management में भी, vigilance setup में भी, बाकी जगह भी, there is a reluctance and people say कि इसका ये मतलब है, लेकिन हम आपको लिख के नहीं देंगे. I don't know, some of you may have come across this, कि हम इसको लिख के नहीं देंगे, clarify नहीं करेंगे. Why? Top management या कोई भी oversight mechanism, like vigilance is an oversight mechanism, उसका काम ही है clarity लाना. The first rule of being a manager, the first rule of being a leader or a top manager is for you to clarify what you want from your subordinates. आप अपने सेटअप में, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में अगर लोगों को क्लियरली बताएंगे नहीं कि आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप जो बोल रहे हैं उसका मतलब क्या है, then how can you expect the results? If you don't explain to them and they interpret it some other way and you come up with a different result and after that you are shocked and you say, how did this result happen? I'm sorry. The fault lies with the top management. So let us all own up on giving clarity. We have many manuals. In manuals, I find some from time to time. And I'll take the issue to as far as CVC. कई सारे CVC के instructions में कहीं होता है कि there is a duality. We don't know exactly what is the meaning. And we are either afraid to ask, or if somebody asks, he is rebuked. ऐसा है, आप ऐसे ही काम कीजिए. जरूरी नहीं है. As top managers, one boldly, fearlessly ask. And to the top management, if somebody asks you, you are bound and duty to clarify what you mean by what you have said. Your words can have different meanings. So please go ahead and clarify. If we follow these principles, I feel better and this country is going to progress further. Thank you and sorry for holding you back from your lunch. about the site where we stand. So ask him.
Check. Well, I request CMD SAIL to kindly hand over the memento as a token of gratitude to Sri Sanjay Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big, big round of applause for a very insightful, a very thoughtful, very interactive session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dignitaries. All right, audience, well, on this note, we would now be breaking for lunch, which would be a 30-minute break. For all the participants, the lunch is arranged in the reception or the registration area, which is at the rear end of the hall. And for all our dignitaries, you can please head to the cafeteria for lunch. I repeat, for all the participants in the hall, the lunch would be arranged in the rear end right there. And for the other dignitaries, you can kindly head to the cafeteria. And everybody in the hall, please note, it's a humble request to kindly come and join us back in the next 30 minutes as we have the next speakers lined up. I repeat, I request everybody to kindly assemble back in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
percentage of the work
All the participants and dignitaries are requested to come back and be seated. All the participants and dignitaries are requested to come back and be seated in the hall. I repeat, I request all the participants and the dignitaries to kindly come back and be seated in the hall so that we can start off with the next session. I repeat, I request all the participants and the dignitaries to kindly come back and be seated in the hall so that we can start off with the next session. We will soon be starting off. The speakers ready. So I request everybody to quickly come and settle down so that we can quickly start off with the next session. Thank you. Can I request all the participants and the dignitaries to kindly come inside and be seated? We'll shortly be starting off with the next session. All of you, it's a humble request to quickly come back and settle down so that we can start the session on time. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly come and be seated. We will shortly be starting off with the next session. We have our speaker ready. So that we have no further delays or ado, I request everybody on the outside to come inside, settle down and be seated so that we can start off with the next session. Thank you. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly settle down. So are we ready for part two? Are we all set after the lunch? Yes, no? Can I see a thumbs up? So that I know everybody, all the last benchers, can I see a thumbs up? So that I know we're all on the same page? Great. All right, on that note, it is my honor to be welcoming our next speaker to the dais, none other than Srimati Chandrama Roy, to the dais, none other than Srimati Chandrama Roy, the Senior Professor, IRIFM, the Senior Professor, IRIFM. Let me please invite her on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big, big round of applause to be inviting Srimati Chandrama Roy, Senior Professor, IRIFM. And for MSc Statistics and MA Public Personal Management, MSc Statistics and MA Public Personal Management from Osmania University, served as finance executive trainee in NTPC and joined as IRTS probationer in 1994. Subsequently served in various capacities in Indian Railways as assistant operations manager, division traffic manager, division operations manager, regional manager, deputy chief commercial manager, senior division commercial manager, chief public relations officer, railway advisor, High Commission of India, Dhaka, ADRM and CPTM, and the list of course goes on. Well, while serving as SDGM and CVO of Southern, Eastern and South Central Railway, conducted by broad-based preventive checks which help detect serious irregularities in executions of infrastructure projects and gem procurement. Presently, she is serving as Senior Professor of IRIFM. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give a very warm welcome to Srimati Chandrama Roy. Well, may I please take the honor of welcoming our moderator, CMD KIOCA, Shri Saminathan, to kindly come and join us on the dais. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a round of applause for our Honorable CMD KIOCA, Shri Saminathan, with us on the dais, please. May I please request Vishwanathan sir to kindly come on stage and present a bouquet? May I request Sri Saminathan sir to kindly present a bouquet to Srimati Chandrama Roy as a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Audience, to keep you informed, the subject for this session would be vigilance is enabler or impediment. Let me hand it over to Srimati Chandrama Roy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to everybody present here. Perhaps this is the most difficult session because very good afternoon to everybody present here. Perhaps this is the most difficult session because we had a delayed lunch and it was a pretty good lunch, so everybody would have had a good lunch. And after that, staying awake, I think, is one of the most difficult things to do. It's not only for you, but for me too, you know. So we have to do something to see that we do not fall asleep. Okay. So let us begin, because I really don't know the composition of this group, because I have not prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I do not want to give a lecture to you. I just want to share some of my experiences, because I have worked in the mainstream and I have worked in vigilance also. So therefore, depending on what is the composition of the group, I will try to speak about those experiences which are best suited for the group. So now I will trouble all of you. How many of you are from the Vigilance Department? Please raise your hand. Oh, that's not many. So it is, okay, let's see how many are sleeping. How many of you are not from the Vigilance Department? Not bad. That means people haven't fallen asleep. Maybe if I drone too much, you might fall asleep. Now, I want 1 or 2 volunteers from your place itself. You can shout out loud, because most of you are not from Vigilance Department. We've had various people talking about vigilance. We have had very good addresses by the Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Then we've had a keynote address by ex-CVC. And then we have had a welcome address by my batchmate, Abhijit Narendra, who is Joint Secretary. So therefore, everybody has come up with various ideas about vigilance, various things to do, what not to do, etc. Now, any volunteer, please get up and tell me who is not working in vigilance. What does the word vigilance, you close your eyes, say vigilance, and think of the first word which comes to your mind, which describes vigilance. Any volunteer? Anybody, please stand up. That will wake you up also. Oh, we have a very sure thing. The first idea which comes is it, yeah, you in the check shirt, you want to say something? Yeah. Fear, okay. Only one word. Fear, harassment. So you've spoken for 2 people. Any other volunteer? Who wants to say something? Like what is it that, you know, when you think of vigilance, what do you, what's the first idea which comes to your mind? Anyway, I think we can build on that, fear and harassment. And definitely negative, this thing, okay, vigilance does a very negative job. Let me tell you that I had the same impression. When I was, I think, in my middle management level, junior administrative grade, I was asked by the CVO of South Central Railway to become a Deputy Chief Vigilance Officer. We have a post of a Deputy Chief Vigilance Officer, traffic. My first reaction was, no, I don't want to be in vigilance. I want to contribute positively to the organization. Vigilance is such a negative function. I do not want to be part of that. So finally, they did not put me in vigilance because I was very reluctant to be in vigilance. Then, when I was made CVO of Southeastern Railway, nobody asked me. I was posted there. I can't say that I was very happy that I've become SDGM. Like in railways, the CVO is called SDGM. And as you very rightly said, the word SDGM invokes a lot of fear, you know. We had a keynote speaker saying that he became very unpopular when he was CVC. I can tell you the same thing happened. I used to have a lot of friends, but the minute I became SDGM, nobody comes into the room. Nobody wants to have a cup of tea. Whether they are not corrupt or corrupt, both are avoiding you. So I also was feeling a little, you know, I mean, I was not very satisfied with the post which I had got. Then, luckily for me, there was very positive principal executive director vigilance in the railway board. And he said, look, every job you can make it into a positive thing. Don't think that vigilance is something which is only negative. There are a lot of positive things. And I'll relate a small example of a case which came to me in Eastern Railway. It was quite an old case of an officer who had been posted in Southeastern Railway. He was in the S&T department. Then there was, he was in charge of construction. There were a lot of procurement which had been done. Now, there were new lines which were coming up. Then he had no space in the store to keep that equipment. It was very costly equipment which was there. So he decided, he spoke to his counterpart. In one of the mechanical sheds, he had kept the equipment. It was stored there. It was entered in the TNP register, everything. Now, one point, I don't know if you noted in the keynote speaker, when he said that when you are looking at a case, look at it from what was the circumstance at that point of time. You know, hindsight is always 6 by 6. Your own mistakes, I mean, own file notings, when you see after, say, 5 years, you can pick 100 holes. I can guarantee you, you give me any file, I can find some mistake in that. Because the difference is that the executive is dealing with maybe 30, 40 files in a week or in 3 days. Vigilance deals with one file in 30, 40 days. So it's always possible to find a mistake. So in this particular case, what happened? Afterwards, after quite a few years, there was a vigilance check of this shed and they found all this equipment lying. And then they went into it and they said, one of the project was cancelled. That was much after the officer had got transferred. But they held him responsible, saying, why did he order extra? And why did he store it somewhere? And why did he not use it? Now, he has got transferred maybe 3 months after he has taken this decision to store it in certain place. That line is not going to get commissioned. So how does he know that? How can you give a malified intent to his action? You know, and the rule in railways is that if a case is registered, when you have to undo that registration of case and that person is found that he is not, you have to make a the SDGM the CVO has to justify why this is being done. Then the general manager has to give comments and it has to be sent to the railway board, the head of vigilance, that is the CVO of the Ministry of Railways, who will take a decision, yes. Because, there may be some kind of an excess between the CVO and the officer also. So therefore, there's an elaborate process. I still remember I took almost a month to go through the whole thing, and then I made about a 10-page noting as to how the officer was not responsible. I will not go into the details. So and the general manager was very happy. He said, yeah. And he was one of those general managers who did not fear vigilance, and he used to read all the notings. So he made his noting, and that officer's case was closed. So the kind of satisfaction that I got, that you can save a person, you know. So there are a lot of things that vigilance can do, which is positive. Okay. Now the topic today has been enabler or impediment. Now let us start with impediment. Topic doesn't say impediment to what. I assume that it means that there is a, it's an impediment to achieving the goals of the organization. Now, I do not agree with that. I say vigilance is an impediment to corruption. That is the objective of vigilance, and that is what it does. It proves to be an impediment to corruption. Now, in any organization, you have three kinds of people, you know. You have one who will be honest under all circumstances. Give them any kind of a temptation, any kind of bribe, they will not move from their value system because their values are so deeply ingrained. They've been conditioned so well that they do not, succumb to any kind of temptation. Then there are some who are totally corrupt. Whatever you do, I don't know how many of you know Hindi. There is a very famous story of Birbal, that anybody, there was a very corrupt person in Akbar's this thing. They said, if you put him somewhere where he has no interaction at all, he will not be able to take bribe. He was put on a seaside. There's nothing. And then after some time, they discovered that he is making money. Why? Because he was told to count the waves. So every ship which comes, he says, you give me some money because you have broken the count of my waves. I was counting the waves. That. So, it's a saying in Hindi, lehar gin ke paisa banana. So that there are some people, employees, who are like that. Whatever you do, whether you give them a job or not, they will find some way of subverting the system. But the majority of people who work in an organization are the fence sitters. In the morning, in his welcome address, the Joint Secretary and CVO of Ministry of Steel had said about the police, even though he's a careful driver, he doesn't break rules, but he becomes alert when he sees a policeman. So therefore, these people who are fence sitters, there are many things which prevent them from crossing over to the wrong side. Vigilance is one of them. So vigilance, they'll think, okay, agar main galat karta hu, to maybe vigilance will catch hold of me. So there is that fear which the audience, that gentleman was saying, ki fear is the first thing which comes to mind. So that fear, fear is a very, very powerful motivator. In society also, to ensure that society moves in a proper direction, we do have police, we do have these agencies who are supposed to keep law and order. So all those agencies instill a certain amount of fear. So therefore, fear is not always a negative emotion. So if vigilance is creating a fear, it need not be an impediment to achieving your goals of the organization. Now, whether vigilance will be an impediment or whether it will be an enabler depends totally on the management. Before this, people have said, I think it was the first speaker who said that vigilance is only an advisory function. Whether it is the CVC, whether it is the CVOs in various public sector units or ministries, they can only investigate, they can make a detailed investigation report, and then they can apprise the management that this is what is happening. Ultimate decision to take action or not take action is the prerogative of the manager. Now, does vigilance have goals which are different from the management goals? What does a true management want? it wants to achieve its goals with the maximum utilization of resources, proper utilization of funds, and increase your productivity. Suppose whether you're in a steel plant or whatever, you want to increase the productivity. When you're buying something, you want the quality to be there at the best price possible. So vigilance is also helping you do exactly that. Management also wants that you achieve your goals in the best possible way. And vigilance is also. It's only when you want to achieve the goals by adopting shortcuts and you want a personal benefit out of it, then you will think that vigilance is an impediment. You know, I have come across many officers who do not take a decision because they think that, Array, if I take a decision, it will become a vigilance case. I cannot, face a vigilance case. I have a career. I've joined service very early. I have a huge career, so I will not take any decisions. But such a person, I think, is more corrupt than a person who's taking bribes. Because he is not taking a decision, he is not allowing the organization to go forward. Now, it has been said in earlier also that the keynote speaker is the one who described a case where you write out your mind. So there are certain basic tenets. This is for the general people who are not in vigilance, which you have to follow to ensure that you're working properly, that your bona fide intentions are not misunderstood. First of all, you have to follow the rules and regulations. So you should know the rules and regulations. Secondly, you have to be consistent. Whatever you're doing, there should be consistency. You cannot, in one tender case, adopt a certain procedure. In the next tender, that logic doesn't work, you come up with some other logic. Okay? So therefore, consistency is very important. And the third is you speak out your mind on the file. Now, these three tenets, these are the basic tenets of how to ensure that you are able to take decisions and you are able to do it properly. Now, but when you are going by these tenets, I would say there is one more tenet which is most important. That is application of mind. Application of mind is the most important thing that you have to do. Because all these, see, there are, know your rules. Now, because of the British legacy, we have such rules and complicated rules, and then there is rule here and a rule there. With, all digitalization of rules and all, it is possible to go through all the rules, but even that is difficult. So then, as managers, what do? You keep reviewing the rules and simplifying the rules. That is the most important thing. You know, if you see, since I'm from the railways, I can tell you, railway reservation is one of the most complicated things you have. When you have this kind of multiplicity of rules, corruption is very easy because there'll be somebody who knows the rule and who will be able to this thing. So therefore, all the scouting used to be there. Digitalization does help, but simplification of the rule becomes that much easier, that much favorable to the employees who want to work and who want to give results. So as a manager, what you have to do, it is at every level. See, everybody is not a policy maker, there's no doubt about it. But at each one's level, you can suggest, when I'm working, I have come across this rule, which is creating a problem. So this needs to be simplified, or this is the suggestion. And these are taken. In the Ministry of Railways, we have been having a whole lot of transformation because we are changing the rules. We are changing the delegation of powers. Earlier, everything was limited. It is a single authority which does. Instead of that, so the lower authorities are powerless. Now, there's a whole lot of delegation which assumes that you are responsible and which is ensuring that you follow the rules properly. So rules should be simple so that they followed in toto. The second thing I said about being consistent, that is a very simple thing, that you should remember what decision you're taking under what circumstances. If circumstances are the same, please do not deviate. And if your intentions are correct, I do not think you will deviate. You know, every time, like when you're hungry, response is you eat food. It is a consistent response that a person has. You won't do anything else. So therefore, every time there is an event, it should be a gut reaction which comes, which gives you the consistency. Now, let me come to the very important point, which is speaking your mind on the file. Yes, you have to detail out as to why you're taking a decision, and especially when the decision is not, the usual kind of decision. I suppose in a tender case, you are deciding to go in for L2 and not for L1, why you're doing it. We have had various discussions. But I would like to put a word of caution in this. Just because it has been recorded in detail in a noting does not mean that it cannot hide a malified intention. Without naming names, I will tell a very simple case that I had come across as a vigilance officer. It was a very smart officer with, propensities. He was in the third category. And then there was, it was a simple staff matter. A person had been caught in a CBI case when he was a non-gazetted. The rules of government are very simple, that if you are convicted in a CBI case, then you get removed from service. Now later, if that conviction is set aside by a higher court, you get back your job. But if the conviction is set aside due to benefit of doubt, then you do not get your back wages. That period where you were not in service, though you are taken back, that is treated like a dice non. That does not exist. You do not get any back benefits. So there was this gentleman who had been convicted in a CBI court. Then he appealed to the High Court, and he was given benefit of doubt because CBI could not produce all the documents, and he was told like his punishment was, his conviction was set aside. After that, many years, he immediately, he was taken back into service. Speaking orders were given by his disciplinary authority that he is being taken back without any back wages benefit. Now he went to the CAT with that thing saying, this is not fair. CAT went through the whole thing, gave a decision in favor of railway administration, saying no, back wages should not be paid. He appealed against this to the High Court. The case was lying in High Court for very long. Then there was this very smart principal head of department who came, and he said, first he told him, you give me a representation. Now, it is very clear in government that when a case is sub judice, no representation is considered. Whether you come through CP grams or whatever it is, it's a matter which is sub judice, which the court has to talk about. Despite that, the case was examined by his junior officer with a 54-page noting. They thought that if it is a 54-page noting, the very sight of 54 pages of noting, oh, I have spoken my mind, so nobody will go through it. They will say, oh, it's fantastic. On that 54-page noting, this officer has given a 9-page noting. And then he gave a letter to the employee saying, your representation has been considered. And we find that there is merit in it. No, your representation has been examined. Since there is merit in the case, and it is found that there is merit in the case, but since it is sub judice, we cannot take any action. So if you want your representation to be taken further, the case has to be withdrawn. Now, what do you call this? You call this an out-of-court settlement. You cannot tell a person, ki, I will do the thing if you withdraw your case. Now, this employee withdrew the case. He gave a letter, as per your directions, I have withdrawn this case. And then the orders were given, ki back wages are to be given, and this and all benefits of promotion, everything. And the whole thing came to almost 25 lakhs. Okay, in today's terms, 25 lakhs may not be a huge amount, but it is definitely for one employee, it's a huge amount. So we got to know about it, we saw, and very detailed noting had been written, very detailed cases had been quoted. Simple question was asked, ki, either the deputy or the PHOD, do they have a legal degree? It is very funny that the answer which was given, they did not have a formal law degree. They said you do not have to be a Ramanujam to say 2 plus 2 is 4. So, and anyway, vigilance has shown a lot of alacrity. So there has been no loss to the railways. So therefore, all's well that ends well. So, and then the person has gone around telling everybody, I had written long speaking orders, still it was not considered. Speaking order should be with a bona fide intention. Just because you put your mind and you give a convoluted logic, it does not mean that you can escape by doing from a wrongdoing. You know, so therefore, when you're recording your this thing, the intention behind that also should be correct. You should not try to justify something which is not justifiable, you know. And this kind of, in this case, since the CAT order was like, if High Court he withdraws the case, the CAT order still stands. So therefore, CAT has said that it should not be given. So therefore, when you're giving this, you are going against the CAT order. So this is just an example I'm telling you, that just speaking your mind, where the mind is not, does not have a bona fide intention, is not really going to help. Now, in the morning, you have been hearing about vigilance being a management tool. In fact, vigilance, I think it's a problem with the vigilance officers also. And it's a problem with the general employees till they get into vigilance. One is from the point of the vigilance department. Please do not lock yourself up in ivory tower. Just because today you're posted in vigilance. CVOs are coming from other ministries and PSUs, but I think your lower vigilance staff is from your own PSU or maybe are getting selected. So whatever it is, anybody who comes into vigilance, as per the CVC guidelines, maximum you can spend in a vigilance post is for 5 years. So you have to go back to wherever you came from. So today you're on the vigilance side, tomorrow you will. I have seen many people, you know, once they get posted in vigilance, the prime motive is, I should take revenge against everybody who has been bad to me, especially the bosses who were not nice to me. So then they build up cases. And as I told you, you know, you pick up any file, if you want to, you can build up a case. Because it is not possible that you have a perfect noting at that point of time. Under those circumstances, you take a decision which you think is the best decision. 5 years later, circumstances change. Even if you put yourself back in those circumstances, you can always take a better decision. So therefore, you know, do not have that negative attitude. See, vigilance, these days, everybody has been talking about proactive vigilance. You know, you have to interact more with the people. You have to make people aware. See, what is the use of your making? It should not be a case of us against them. We are not, you know, two different enemies, nations. That vigilance department is one, and the enemy is the common people, or the common employees is the enemy of vigilance. Because it often happens, you know, detailed investigation is done. the first reaction of the management is, "Nahi yaar, vigilance case, if it happens, then his whole career will get spoiled. So I will not do that." Because in railways, I don't know what is the system in PSU, but in railways, once before a case is registered, it is sent to the PHOD. Like prima facie, if vigilance angle is found, it is sent to the head of the department, the principal head of the department, for their comments as to whether the vigilance angle is there or not. If the principal head of the department says, no, there's no vigilance angle, then it goes to a higher authority, that is our general manager, with the CVO's comments as to why the CVO still thinks. See, the principal head of the department gives reasons why he thinks there's no vigilance angle. Then the CVO makes notings as to either countering that or agreeing. If, say, CVO, some new points have been put up, CVO can always say, yes, I agree that there's no vigilance angle based on those explanations. Then it is sent to Railway Board just for information. But in case there is a disagreement, it goes to the next higher authority. If the next higher authority also feels there's no vigilance angle, it goes to another higher authority. So that is how it is built up, where the departmental executive, see, vigilance department doesn't have knowledge of the whole organization. You cannot say you're an expert on all rules. You're an expert on everything. So it is basically the executive, the top manager who has to, of that department, who has to decide whether whatever is being said, see, many times, the interpretation, because the preventive check is done by a lower level official. So for him, it seems a very serious thing, where it may not be something which is serious, which may be as a course of work, you need to do that. So then in that case, a chance is given for defense at that time from the executive head of the department. Then again, when it comes to the detailed investigation report, that again is sent to the principal head of the department for his comments. There have been so many cases that the principal head of the department face to face is agreeing, yes, I think he has bona fide intention. I think a wrong has been done. See, wrong, if it doesn't have a bona fide intention, you can always take administrative action. It may be a case of negligence without any bona fide, or it may be a case of lack of knowledge of rules. Of course, it says lack of knowledge of law is not an excuse for breaking it. But it can happen. Young officer has joined, doesn't know all the rules, has made a mistake, everything was not brought to his notice. So a lenient view can be taken. So therefore, the manager, it is up to him to use what has been given by the vigilance. Vigilance can neither be an enabler nor an impediment unless the manager decides what it wants it to be. Because finally, it is the disciplinary authority who has to decide. So then, they will give a lot of face-to-face. They say, yes, I agree with you. I think it is not correct. Excusable, there is nothing, no vigilance angle. So this kind of thing, like if you support, as a manager, if you think that vigilance is the work of the vigilance department, I am not. My aim is only to achieve the targets. But targets can only be achieved if every employee is working properly and without any corruption. That's the ideal utopic state is, everybody is working in such a way that we get the perfect result. At least if not perfection, we can reach 75% of it. So it is the top management's responsibility to use vigilance as a tool. Vigilance is just like any other department. You are using your finance managers. See, finance is also raising objections because that is what they are supposed to be doing. You have your personnel department, HR department. Similarly, vigilance is another department which is to help the manager achieve the goals, achieve the targets which are laid down. Somebody had said, I think it was the first speaker only, and that a lot of things were told by the CVO, and then finally the head of the organization said, we have to achieve results also. Achieving results is possible with vigilance. But there, the attitude of both the management and the vigilance department has to change. Vigilance department, I now see even CVC is emphasizing more on preventive vigilance than punitive vigilance. Let us not start by thinking that everybody is corrupt. You know, that kind of a thing where you think only I am honest, everybody else is corrupt, is the worst attitude that a vigilance officer can have. So selection of vigilance officers, this also had been covered, is very important. You need to select people who have a positive and goal-oriented thing, who will understand what the organization needs, and who then they will suggest system improvements. See, since vigilance, as I was telling you, we have all the time to sit and examine files. So there will be a lot of lacuna which will be highlighted when you're examining the files. So you can give system improvement so that those same kind of mistakes do not happen. So emphasis should be more on system improvements, changes of rules and regulations, rather than, catching one person and saying he is corrupt. And then, vigilance loses its power also when there is a vigilance case which is registered. Everything happens. CVC also recommends major penalty, but the disciplinary authority says ki no, I will give only a censure. What can CVC do? CVC can only table it in the parliament. Ki this organization has disagreed to 4 cases or 5 cases. They do not even name the of this in cases. They will only say, Ministry of Railway, there were so many cases of disagreement. It doesn't help. But imagine what is the repercussion of this not agreeing. Because if a case has been examined properly, investigation has been done properly, recommendation has been made, and then advice is that you should give a major penalty, then you go through the inquiry process. If nothing which is against that investigation report has come out, then it should fructify in a major penalty. Otherwise, vigilance department is just a toothless tiger, paper tiger ki sabko, matlab, the ones who are already honest, they are the ones who are scared of vigilance. Others merrily are doing whatever. Unless there is a deterrent action, vigilance is not going to be effective. So therefore, I don't know how much time, when am I supposed to finish? Because I think we are going this thing, because if somebody has any questions, okay, I'll just cover one more thing, one more trigger which had come while I was listening to the people talking about, leveraging of technology. In fact, CMD SAIL also said key results, it may not produce results, but it gets better and better. So this leveraging of technology is very important. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it, because it brings in transparency and fairness in this thing. But then again, a word of caution about leveraging of technology. That you should not think that just because it is, I remember when I was, in my junior scale, we were doing some reconciliation with container depot, how much they have loaded, and we were saying, they have not loaded. A computer statement came to my boss, and we were disputing that. He said, "Nahi, ye to computer se nikla hai, how can it be wrong?" So the very fact that it has come from the computer, he thought, is the ultimate. If it is being come out of the computer, then it has to be correct. But I think all of us have heard garbage in, garbage out. I will tell you, so whenever you're leveraging technology, whenever you're taking a digital initiative, there should be random checks on that. Do not think just because you have done something digital, it is going to be foolproof. There will be problems. In railways, we have, payroll and accounting system, IPAS. So after that has been introduced, earlier pay used to be paid by hand, and there were a lot of corruption in that. So many employees in railways used to get bills used to be passed by, you take the bill, you go to the cash office, you take cash. So it was all made digital. Now, all this leveraging of technology depends on a certain amount of trust, that you have different levels of checks. Now, what happens is that the system system doesn't have the intelligence to know who is operating it. To identify the person or to have the level of checks, what do we have? We have our digital signature. Whether you're doing tenders or something, whatever it is, digital signature is equivalent to your own, signature that you're putting. Which earlier, at least when you have a pen signature, that can be sent to forensic and they can figure out whether it is a fake signature or it's a real signature. But with a digital signature, it is not possible to know who has actually used that. So it has happened. There was a fraud of about 9 crores. People had siphoned out from the system by making clone bills. I mean, they had made clone companies. Bills were being passed to those clone companies. They were taking, money for things which were not supposed to be. We have some safety awards, which are usually 1,000 rupees. Instead of that, they were saying 1 lakh for safety award. But this whole thing happened, even though it was such a leveraging of technology which had been done, and we were very proud of it. But we found that the digital signature, like they have 3 levels. At each level, the person passes the bill. But what was happening, the bill passing officer, the section officer, and the accounts assistant, all the digital signatures and the passwords were being given to the accounts assistant. So therefore, instead of being checks and balances, what was happening is he was merrily doing whatever he felt like, pretending to be accounts assistant sometime, and pretending to be SO sometime, and pretending to be the bill passing officer. So you see this leveraging of technology without checking. And do not expect that your vigilance department is the one who will keep finding out the fault. I think this fault finding thing being given only to vigilance department is not the correct attitude. As a manager, every program which is working, that you should try to take random checks. You don't have to do a 50% check also. You can do just a 5% check to see that systems are working properly. So if you define, okay, this person will do 5% check of this person will do 5% check, the whole system gets checked. There is no role of vigilance. Then vigilance improves systems. Then there was another thing which was said that, this thing, interpretation of policy. I think it was the Chairman Sale who said that we should clarify policy. It is absolutely correct. You should clarify policy. But the clarification should not come from Vigilance Department unless the policy is related to Vigilance Department. Because do not put vigilance in a pedestal of being omniscient. Vigilance do not know everything about They also read some policies and interpret it. The interpretation of the policy has to be done by the department which has issued the policy. So, and the top executive also of that department should give any clarification which comes. We should not shy away from clarification and think that this clarification will get me into trouble. I think I have spoken a lot. Let us, somebody has taken my cell phone along with this thing. Anyway, do you have any questions? Instead of all of you feeling drowsy and sleepy, and let us, you can give an example from your this thing and we can discuss it. See, because it need not be this thing, pravachan kind of thing. I do not know everything. None of us knows everything. So these ideas and solutions come only out of brainstorming and discussion. So I would welcome anybody who comes up with something, whatever you have faced in your this thing, for or against vigilance. Let us not make vigilance into enemy number one. Let us see how vigilance working can be improved so that they can fulfill actually the role which has been given to them. So is there anybody who wants to ask a question or share an experience? Yes, yes, sir.
And after registering the it went to CVC for inquiring. CVC also said that it should be a major penalty should be given, and it was referred to a parent organization. Then it came to parent organization, they did inquiry, and there is the decision will be against the CVC, whatever they mentioned. And there was a vigilance officer who came and said, no, CVC has said a major penalty, it should be considered major penalty. Then the disciplinary authority is in a fix what to do on this occasion. But finally, what is your view on that? What the disciplinary authority should do on this?
Sir, it is very clear. Once CVC has, CVC gives a first stage advice and then CVC gives a second stage advice. First stage advice is prima facie when the case goes to them. They give a first stage advice. Usually, a first stage advice is supposed to be followed unless you have some new fact which has come up. Then CVC can reconsider its first stage advice. So in the case which you are saying, first stage advice was major penalty. Now, once the inquiry, see, major penalty means that you are giving a chance to it's a quasi-judicial process where a chance is being given to the employee or the accused official to defend himself. It's a principle of natural justice. CVC doesn't say impose this penalty. It says it is deserving of a major penalty. Now, suppose during inquiry, things have come to light which is in favor of the employee. The disciplinary authority is supposed to write his provisional speaking order. Speaking order means it should be in great detail, giving why he agrees. Suppose the inquiry officer has exonerated. So once the inquiry officer exonerates, there are two things which can be done. The disciplinary authority can agree with the inquiry officer, yes, this is a fit case for exoneration or giving a minor penalty, whatever. It is not a disagree with the inquiry officer's report, in which case he gives a disagreement memo to the charged official. This is the inquiry report. I do not agree with the inquiry report, giving cogent, detailed reasons. And then finally, based on that disagreement memo, suppose the charged official gives his representation. After that, the disciplinary authority is convinced, yes, the charged official is not at fault. Then he records provisional speaking orders. And he sends that provisional speaking orders, either reducing the penalty or exonerating the person or administrative action. It can be anything. That is sent for a second stage advice to the CVC. Now, it is the CVC's prerogative whether they are convinced about it or not convinced about it. Suppose they are not convinced about it, they return saying, no, second stage advice is same as first stage advice. Then it is the disciplinary authority's prerogative whether he will follow CVC advice or he will follow his own logic and say, no, I'm taking the decision. He is at liberty to do that. CVC, only if he is disagreeing with CVC, as I told you, it gets tabled in the parliament. So second stage advice, many times it has happened that second stage advice CVC has changed. CVC has agreed with the disciplinary authority. I have had a case in my own thing where First stage advice was major penalty for some officers, young officers who had, it was not a malified intention that they had. So then we made a representation and it was sent to CVC. They considered it, they reduced it to minor penalty. And then whatever penalty, the case was closed. You know, a minor penalty, usually what happens is, if the DA feels ki no, nothing much is there, they just give a censure. So therefore, that way is open to us, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. First of all, I'm very much thankful to you for a marvelous speech. It was well-mounted, we are all. I have a small query. I'm A.K. Mishra from Econ Limited.
Okay.
Recently, I have been shifted to this Vigilance department. And just 6 months back, I was in technical section. And a very small question, actually, sometimes what I am finding, that in any TRC note, and in any of the TRC note, there are many signatories. What I am finding that if we are finding some irregularity and something is coming to us, then sometimes we know that from our mind, not all the signatories are the they have done some mistake. Only 1 or 2 persons are having some malign interest. In that case, how we can do justice with all those signatories?
See, when you are part of a tender committee or anything, when you're part of a committee, it is not an excuse that you do not go into the case or you get pressurized to do something. Because in a committee, every member is equally responsible for whatever has been signed. It may be what you're saying is very true. It's usually mostly the convener who decides, because the way tender minutes are made, they're done by the convener, and then the finance member sees, and the third member or whatever, once he sees ki finance is signed, this is a convener has signed, he just puts a signature. But technically, he is supposed to apply his mind. So if he has applied his mind, he is supposed to have given a dissent note. Otherwise, he is equally culpable. And this, you cannot, because on what basis? See, whatever decision you're taking, it has to have a firm basis for taking that decision. It cannot be your instinct says ki this person has malified, this person has malified, those three don't have malified. Can we justify it in any way?
No, we cannot justify.
You cannot justify. So then equally they are responsible, because when you are signing in a committee, you are taking responsibility of that committee. Giving reasons why you have done that, that will come only if some action is being taken and I don't know, you must be giving questionnaires also. When you have to, like when you do a vigilance case, after registering a vigilance case, you issue a questionnaire. Why have you done? What was the logic behind this thing? Are you doing that?
Yes, we are doing this.
Okay. So then, based on the replies which have come from the questionnaire, sometimes it is possible to infer. But whatever inference you're drawing, please be totally unbiased. That as a vigilance officer, you should not be subjective. You should try to eliminate subjectivity. It can happen sometimes, okay, this person has good reputation. That reputation of the person, his past work, etc., is to be considered only by the disciplinary authority when he is taking the final decision. As vigilance officer, you cannot do it. You have to see the case dispassionately. And you have to see whether there is some circumstance by which the person who has signed did not have, how are you basing your premise that there is no malified intention in these three people, but there is malified intention in these three? If you are able to cogently put it based on certain reasoning, then it is permitted. If it is based on an instinct, then please don't. Instincts say we might take up cases and do this thing, but when you're doing the investigation, you have to be totally dispassionate and you have to be totally unbiased. Your opinions should not color your conclusions. You know, one is you have an opinion about somebody, but that should not affect the conclusion which you are drawing, because then that means you're partisan. And then, you know, you will be questioned as to why you have favored these and you have disfavored these. And those people against whom you make the case, they will say, ki, look, those were his friends and we were not his friends. Or he asked everybody for a bribe. Since we did not pay, he has made a case against us, he has not. There is nothing, nobody can disprove that. See, he doesn't have to give a proof to spoil your reputation. He just, word of mouth, he keeps telling this. And everybody, you know, we have that human tendency to believe the worst about people. So therefore, please be totally unbiased and factual when you are doing any investigation. I don't know if I've answered your question, but anybody else? Yeah.
Actually, they have been telling us since morning that the maximum tenure of a vigilance officer could be 5 years. But is it a good thing that it has to, that?
Yes, it should be. Because see, vigilance gives you an aura of being superior to the others. Whatever, however much you try, because you are sitting in judgment over people. So therefore, you should also get this thing and go back. This 5 years is at a stretch. You can have a cooling off period of 3 years and come back. See, you need to be on both sides to be a good vigilance officer. You cannot always be judging people. You should also be the judged sometimes. You should know what the executive is facing. So it's very easy to say you've made a mistake, you've made a mistake, you've made a mistake. So why the mistake was made, how the mistake can be corrected, these are things which you could analyze as a vigilance officer. And I'm sure once you do a stint in vigilance and you go back, you will know exactly, you will be a better employee than you would have been earlier.
No, that's fine, ma'am. But the issue is by the time he learns the nuances of looking at things, it will take him some time to develop that. So by the time I think...
No, this nuances of looking at things, analyzing things, those are required for normal managers also. And this is what I have been to each officer is a vigilance officer. So, you know, that speciality, it's not a weapons training that you are undergoing or anything like that. You are learning how to read files, you're learning how to read between lines, which is definitely going to help you in a mainline operation also. Okay? So therefore, I do not think there should be a continuous tenure where there is a chance, it need not be vested interest, but there is a chance of bias creeping in. You know, see, after all, we are all humans. We are not somebody great. Vigilance, just because you are in vigilance, doesn't mean that you are somebody great. But that feeling of superiority does creep in somewhere in your subconscious. It may not, you consciously may not feel it, because everybody gives you a lot of respect when you're going around, when you say, I'm a vigilance officer, or I'm a vigilance inspector, or I'm the CVO. So somewhere it does affect, you know, what happens to all politicians also. The kind of adulation that they get, it goes into their head. But every 5 years, they're coming back to the public and then again having to get re-elected. So similarly, vigilance officers also should face the heat of actual working. And your experience will never go waste, because you will be able to write better notings, you will be able to do better analysis of cases, and maybe you will be able to suggest policy changes also when you're outside.
Madam, I am Somen Dasgupta, Chief General Manager, Finance from KIOCL Limited, Bangalore. One question I am having to you. First of all, thank you for your deliberation. I think concept of preventive vigilance has come few years back. I think 18 or 19 CBC website it has come.
Yes.
Is there any measurement on the progress we have done in this area? What was the in the yardstick of preventive vigilance? How India has progressed? Is there any statistics somewhere?
I am not very sure as to if there are any formal statistics, but you can always evaluate it yourself. Like, for example, in railways, we had, there was a time when some key performance indicators were given for vigilance department also. In that, they were saying ki preventive vigilance mein, how many vigilance awareness camps you've had, how many workshops you have done, how many vendor development seminars, vendor awareness seminars you have done, because the customers also need to be aware. And then how many system improvements you have suggested, whether all those system improvements have been uploaded in the website. You might have suggested 10 system improvements, whether those system improvements were implemented by the executive. Those kind of things. They had given some key performance indicators, which we had to fill up as CVOs. So, see, we can all design some kind of statistics to some kind of a performance evaluation of the vigilance people also as to how much preventive vigilance is being done. So that is an initiative that each CVO can take.
Okay, thank you, madam. Hello, ma'am.
Somebody is saying hello, yeah.
For better clarity, why can't we make a department vigilance officer in every department? Why a single vigilance officer will be there? In every department, like department safety officer there, department vigilance officer is there. It will be better clarity, no fear, no harassment. So it will be better.
That, of course, would be an ideal situation. See, every Vigilance Awareness Week, there's one theme which is always told, that vigilance, every officer is a vigilance officer. Every employee of the organization is vigilance officer. That is what is meant by vigilance. That means you're alert. You are keeping a watch on things. You're seeing that wrongdoing is not done. So it is the duty of every person. See, 5 officers or 2 officers or a few people cannot make all the difference. So therefore, that is why I said to make vigilance an enabler, it is the management who has to sort of accept vigilance and make it a part of the organization, affecting my progress. So therefore, it's a very good affecting my progress. So therefore, it's a very good suggestion. But why when you have so much shortage of staff, a person just being given vigilance activity in every this thing may not be workable. Where it is workable, every person, every manager, see, when you're controlling even 5 people, you can be the vigilance officer for that. What does a vigilance person do? See, when you break it up, you are just seeing that you are fairness in dealing, there's transparency, there is no corruption, there's proper use of resources, and things are being done as per rules and regulations. So cannot every officer do that? Why do you need a vigilance person to do it? And so maybe, corollary to that would be do away with the vigilance department totally. Every person is given the responsibility of that. So that could also be a decision. Because you have, this is basically vigilance department should change its role to being more proactive, where, you educate people, because everybody doesn't have the time to do that. Line executive doesn't have the time to do that. You make them more aware of the rules and regulations. You make them more aware of the pitfalls, the do's and don'ts. So instead of just doing these activities during Vigilance Awareness Week, it should be done round the year. There was a very good point which the Secretary, Ministry of Steel had made. That training, ethics have to be inculcated. You cannot just say you be ethical. You be honest. Honesty, values, everything comes from within. And that conditioning has to be done, one in your childhood, and one when you join the organization and you grow with the organization with frequent training. And personalities do change. See, we are from the traffic service. When I joined traffic service, I was a very mild kind of a person, not this thing, not at all the kind of person who can lead a whole big team. Because my first job, by the way, was in Steel Authority of India Limited. I was in Durgapur Steel Plant. I joined Durgapur Steel Plant in October '86 as a management training administration. So of course I stayed for 4 months and then switched over to NTPC and all that. So there, NTPC again is an executive driven organization, then joined railways. But the training and the job profile has been such that, it is a thing that my boss, when my first posting, he used to say, look, the culture in railways is you shout at the subordinate, unless you do that, 4,000, 5,000 people, it's very difficult to manage them. Fear is the key for that. So he used to tell me, you come and sit in my room and watch how I'm dealing with the people. My boss used to say, come and sit with me, see how we have to deal with union leaders. So that kind of inculcation, I think I'm able to do it very well. Now, my recent posting was as Principal Chief Operations Manager in Metro Railway, Kolkata. There people were saying, you're a very aggressive officer. So I was thinking how it has changed. So training can change a lot of things. Values can be inculcated. Every organization has certain values, and you will find when you're growing with that organization, you imbibe those values. So therefore, that training program, it is not the vigilance department who can give the training. It is various HR department or whatever in this thing, conjunction with vigilance, they can arrange training programs. There are ways of convincing a person to be honest. Because change can never be forced upon a person. It has to come from within. So therefore, that is what will be the role of vigilance. You don't have to have a vigilance officer in each this thing. Every person becomes a vigilance officer. That's the ideal utopia that we are aiming for. Thank you. Anybody else? I think I've taken too much time. Sorry.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, that was indeed a very brilliant session, I must say. A very thought-provoking, interactive, and informative session. May I please request Sri Swaminathan sir to kindly step forward to present, a memento to Chandrika ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a brilliant session. I want you to give her a big, big round of. We had a couple more questions to take. So we're very sorry. We apologize on behalf of the entire team. It's just due to time constraints. But it was lovely to have you, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. Well, with no further ado, let's move on to the next session, for which I would like to invite on stage Shri Venugopal K. Nair, retired DGP, and speaking of him, qualified in MSc Fiber Science and Technology and postgraduate diploma in Textile Technology from University Leeds, UK, belongs to the 1979 batch of IPS, served in Police Department in various capacities like DIG of Armed Police, IGP of Armed Police, IGP KSEB Vigilance, IGP PCR, IGP North Zone, KKD, Managing Director, Beverages Corporation, Chief Vigilance Director, SAIL, ADGP Armed Police, ADGP of Police Administration. He also served as IEM Vizag Steel Limited from 2013 to 2019, and at present he is serving as IEM, NMDC, and NTCP. Implemented the concept of Integrity Pact. The Integrity Pact of SAIL has been adopted as a model pact by CVC, and other organizations have been advised to have the similar pacts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage Shri Venugopal K. Nair, retired DGP. Well, as the moderator, I would also like to invite on stage with us Director of Finance, MSTC, Mr. Subrata Sarkar to kindly come and join me on the stage, please. May I please request our Director of Finance, MSTC, Mr. Subhatra Sarkar, to kindly present a bouquet as a token of gratitude, and let us give a very warm welcome to Sri Venugopal K. Nair. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the Ministry of Steel and also various other officers from the various vigilance departments of the PSU. will be talking to you on what is called objective examination of vigilance cases and fixing responsibilities. At the outset, let me tell you something. My approach to vigilance is very different because I happen to be a police officer. And vigilance cases come under the purview of the PCR Act also. Therefore, it is very important because I heard the word investigation being used profusely. Investigation is always done in a criminal case. In vigilance cases or vigilance matters, we are supposed to have an inquiry. That is the way we look at it, because an inquiry is conducted with all the checks and balances, and finally you come to a conclusion. An investigation is a very lengthy process. It entails getting the issue of summons, the issue of warrant, issue of search warrants, etc. There's a lot of procedures involved in investigation. I'm just highlighting this particular thing because many people seem to not understand this. Since I come from a police background, I'm only trying to put the right perspective so that you understand what exactly it is. Another thing that I would like to say is that there is a feeling that vigilance is like policing. It is not. Policing basically looks at a criminal nature. They look at a criminal activity. They focus upon that, not in vigilance. Vigilance, like Madam said something, it's basically the mala fide and bona fide. Now again, let me just expand upon mala fide and bona fide. There's a thing called mens rea. When you commit a crime, there are two things required. One is mens rea and corpus delicti. Mens rea means the intention to kill or to commit a murder or commit whatever you want to do. And the other is the corpus delicti, that is the thing, the object. In a mala fide or a bona fide, we are only bothered about mens rea. So my point is, the intention to commit a deviation or a crime or whatever it is, if that is available, it will come under the mala fide. If that is not there, generally speaking, it should be bona fide. I shall carry forward. Next. This, I suppose, everybody has been talking about that, but I just want I'll encapsulate it in the context of organizing to promote fair practices and to ensure integrity and honesty in official transactions. This is generally, broadly speaking, I put it. It has been expanded upon by many of my colleagues over here who will talk. And furthermore, you'll have others also who will be talking about it. Next. The objective of the vigilance, from my point of view, or from what I think should be their point of view, is to ensure that the management gets the maximum of its various transactions, like in purchase, to get quality product at competitive prices, and sales to get the maximum realization of the product at minimal selling cost. I'm restricting myself to corporate vigilance, or what is called vigilance in the public sector enterprises. So I will not be talking about matters that go outside the purview of, generally speaking, public sector. In the process of obtaining the above objective in most organizations, there arises matters where mala fide is observed, leading to registration of vigilance cases. In any particular issue, whatever said and done, there is bound to be an issue where matters will come, which may be, as we say, mala fide or wrong. So therefore, always vigilance cases get registered whenever they see some deviation or something which is not falling in line with what the laid down procedures and processes are. Understand that in the public sector, we are bound by certain procedures and processes. And these processes and procedures are not dynamic. They're static. So unless they become dynamic, even management decisions will not keep on changing. So generally speaking, some vigilance cases will always come about. Any tender which has been processed, any particular type of single tender, open tender, whatever tenders you have, there will be cause for some sort of an inquiry or some sort of a complaint coming in between. Now see, vigilance cases, these cases have a lasting impact on the reputation of the organization and also of the individual career. I have been the CBO for SAIL for a couple of years, and I can very proudly state that when I was there, the CBO, not a single case was registered against SAIL. SAIL, generally speaking, is to have a lot of PBI cases. The famous Durgapur wheel plant case, it was lying on hold for about 7 years, simply because a decision was taken by the then some managers at the level of ED and the level of GM. To expedite the project, they made certain deviation. Unfortunately, they put it in pencil instead of expanding upon that in pen or getting the competent authorities approved for that. And that lasted in 3-4 of them lying under suspension for nearly 7-8 years. At the end of the day, when the matter came to a notice, it was taken up to CBI. I had a good rapport with the then additional director CBI, Mr. M.L. Sharma, very reputed officer. When we explained the matter to him, it came out very simple. Understand that in a CBI, the case is being looked at by an officer of the rank of DSP or maybe an inspector. How do you expect him to talk about or understand notional loss, notional profit? He doesn't have any financial background. He doesn't have any sort of knowledge about transactions on such a huge scale. Here you are transacting in 1,000 crores, 1,500 crores, 2,000 crores. For him, it's your number of zeros. His basic way of looking at it is putting two sides. If they match, well and good. If they don't match, there is malafide. Case has got to be registered. So this is how it went. So it took us some time to explain to CBI, Baba, this is not the way it is. This is how it is. And totally, if you were to quantify even the so-called deviation has only resulted in the profit. But like they always say in government, if there is any deviation, it's a cause for action. Right or wrong. Even if the government benefits from that, you still have a vigilance case against you. So that what I just like to tell you. So it affects the name of the reputation of the organization as also the career of the officers who must have dealt with it. This many a time leads to the indecisive action by managers who are decision makers then fear to exercise their powers, to take decisions leading to the cost escalation, time delays, and consequently the project or the work is adversely impacted. I think this has been again expounded by many of my earlier speakers, but I would just like to add one simple thing is that let us understand that in the public sector, there is a lot of checks and balances already available. Adding more in checks and balances to that would only make the damn thing totally overburdened and no action. To facilitate the decision-making process, in SAIL, we came out with the purchase policy, which is called PP6, PP01, PP06, wherein we laid down the various types of authority that can take decisions at various levels. And at every level, we gave a competent authority to whom they could refer in case they couldn't take a decision. Simple reason for that was to make the managers decisive. And one thing I would like to reiterate is that everybody working in the public sector organization is a manager. And a manager is supposed to take decisions, take action with all the available resources at his command. He cannot take out from that because any decision not taken in time will lead to cost delays, will lead to escalation of not only the cost, time delays, plus the project may itself go for a toss. Many a project has gone down the stream because it has become obsolete by the time the clearances have been obtained. So that is the reason why the time factor is also very essential. Next. So vigilance is meant to act as a facilitator and guide. Analyze the chart, is meant to act as a facilitator and guide. I've taken this from the special chapter of the CBC manual itself. Special chapter of the CBC manual in very good terms expounds upon this particular aspect, where it calls the vigilance person a facilitator, a guide. So whenever any charges come to attention of the vigilance, analyze the charges in the light of transparency, equity, and fair play. It is very easy to indict an officer or the others concerned within the strict confines of the Vigilance and the Anti-Corruption Act. Here, next. All that is needed is to determine the vigilance angle in the transaction to ensure punitive action. Now, vigilance action, next one. In public sector undertaking, everybody is constrained to act within the procedures and processes. So this results in cost escalation and time overrun. This is a fact of life. One can't wish it away. It is always going to be there. Now, these are the vigilance angle, which I think I don't want to read out to you because you must all be aware of that. If these things are available in a particular transaction, then you can go for punitive action. Next. Now I'm talking about examination of vigilance cases. First, ensure that the case has been registered with due diligence, ensuring that the ingredients of the vigilance angle exist. There are many cases where vigilance angle has not been observed, and in spite of that, the vigilance case has been registered. This is malafide on the part of the officer concerned who have charge sheeted that. So make very sure. That is why I use the word due diligence. It is not very. It's not just very perfunctorily registering a case for the sake of registering a case. It has got to be thought about. The case must be scrutinized to determine malafide, and if so, this must be elaborated and examined in the light of transparency and probity. Understand what I'm trying to talk about here is, it has to be elaborated and examined in the light of transparency and probity, whether this particular fact has been hidden or not, or whether this particular fact has been run through the process of probity. If this exists, then like somebody said, it becomes bona fide. So you have to use this in the crucible of this particular aspect to be coming to a decision. And the facts and evidence adduced must be studied in the context of decision-making, organizational requirement, and prevailing circumstances. Again, kindly, I may like to elaborate. When a decision is taken, the decision is always in the context of a particular time. That has to be taken into consideration when you're examining these cases. Second, even the organizational requirements. Suppose the organization has to meet an export order. It may ask for quick decisions. So that must be factored in. That can't be taken as being something to put on the head of the officer who took a decision. And the third aspect basically is the prevailing circumstances. You want to get a project completed, but you can't do it. There's Naxal operations happening over there. Or there are other aspects about the project which does not allow you to do that. Is that going to be held on your head? So these aspects have to be factored in, considered. Only then can you go ahead by putting up the so-called charges. Next. Now, decision-making will need to be viewed contextually with regard to technology and price. Again, if a manager at any level has taken, for that, it has to be considered in the context in which the decision was taken, the time at which it was taken, whether the requirements were important. Suppose it was an emergency requirement, it has to be done. So would you hold that to be a malafide? No. That is why I said contextually with regard to technology. If at all there is a technology available at that time, which is slightly more expensive, but which will reduce the overall cost of the project, there is no harm in considering that. If that has been considered along with the price, the reasonableness of that has got to be available in the file. The element of oversight, common negligence, incorrect assumption, and lack of sufficient application of mind should also be factored in. This aspect I have only brought in because to ensure that people do not get into trouble if they commit a mistake. Many a time in such important matters, there is a possibility of oversight. There is a possibility of presuming certain things wrongly. Market conditions. Market conditions are very, very dynamic and very volatile. So how do you know that today the cost of a bearing, which is X amount, will not be Y amount tomorrow? So if you take a decision today, can I hold you think that you decided that because the price was going to go up to Y, you made money now? So these sort of things have to be examined in that sort of light correctly. So unless you do that particular exercise, it is unfair on your part to fix anybody or to fix responsibility in anybody. And the matter should also be examined for bona fide action, if available, in order to provide a clear perspective. In this, what I'm basically trying to say is that it is a duty of the vigilance officer who's doing this particular analysis of the case to examine whether the bona fide exists, and otherwise, if the bona fide exists, if the bona fide does exist, he should bring that out in clear terms and articulate on the same. So there are many other factors that will come to attention, and hence we need to keep an open mind when examining such matters, however trivial or unimportant, because to obtain clarity before proceeding further with preventive action. In the process of examining many files, there are many issues that come to attention. Many of them do not, you may think it is very trivial and all that. But if you factor them against certain other things which have come to attention, you will find that they are very, very important. Therefore, anything that is there, big or small, needs to be attended to, factored in. You have to come to a conclusion whether they are important or not important, and what way does it impact upon the total process that you have followed till now. So now I'm talking about fixing responsibilities. In vigilance matters, the onus for the malafide committed will generally not be confined to one person, and normally involves many others in the process and procedure chain who contribute towards the commission of offense. This will entail scrutiny of records, documents, and notings for determining the level of culpability. That is why vigilance officer, somebody was talking about the fact that he needs more time for him to be in the department to understand the nuances of vigilance. Mind you, my dear friend, there is no nuances in the vigilance and all that. It is pure common sense. You look at a file, you can determine the mala fide or the bona fide. It's as simple as that. It doesn't take a policeman to come and tell you that. Point is, we always think that we are doing a great job by becoming vigilance officers. As rightly pointed out, vigilance officers think that by becoming vigilance officers, they can wield the danda or they become semi-police. That is not correct. Second thing is that they think that they can wield power without any responsibility. There is a greater deal of responsibility than the power that you wield. As a vigilance officer, it is your duty to be circumspect, to analyze everything on record, and to bring out the facts lucidly, cogently, so that whatever you do should stand the what is that called, the scrutiny, any scrutiny for that matter. So that is very, very important. So this is from what I said, the chapter, the special chapter that was incorporated in the Vigilance Manual, which talks about vigilance activity in the PSE should form an integral part of the managerial function. The reason that for such activity is not to reduce, but to enhance the level of managerial efficiency and the effectiveness of the organization. Therefore, every loss caused to the organization, either in pecuniary or non-pecuniary terms, need not necessarily become the subject matter of a vigilance inquiry. This came about because there was a lot of concerns raised by many public sectors with the Vigilance Commission also, indicating that many a time decisions are not being taken. And more so, what is happening is that the type of vigilance that is being created in these organizations was included or brought in to very clearly bring out that in the public sector enterprises, the ball game is very different. So you have to operate more like a manager, as a facilitator, as a guide. And you have to bring the right perspective and help the managers over there. That is the most important thing which comes about that. Again, it brings me to the question that somebody said, do you need the vigilance function? You does. Vigilance function is as important as the policing function. Like somebody rightly pointed, the secretary said, agar police wale ko dekhoge to aap gaadi band karte hain na, you take proper care. Usi tarah the department mein agar vigilance support nahi hoga, then perhaps you'll think you can get away with any damn thing. It is not so much the fact that your existence is required or not. You are the custodian of certain systemic improvements and procedures for the benefit of the company. And I understand that nobody has bothered to quantify that. But if you were to quantify that in a larger term, I'm very sure that you'll come to the conclusion that this is a must, it should be mandatory. Many a time, vigilance activity has not been monetized. Has anybody tried to monetize the vigilance activity? If at all you look at any particular vigilance, if you don't bother about what is the net income that has been saved by an organization because of that particular activity of that vigilance department, we don't take it. We just say, ho gaya, theek hai, the matter is closed. It's not so. So today it is very imperative that, more so in public sector enterprises, for us to also understand that we need to quantify the action that we take. Most of the vigilance action can be quantified. Because your action leads to better profits, better reputation, better sales, and better management. So with these words, I would like to close my address and I'll leave it open to you to ask any questions if you like. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Mr. Subrata Sarkar to kindly give his comments on the session, please?
Oh, you want a picture?
May I please request Shri Subrata Sarkar to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Venugopal K. Nair for the amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big, big round of applause for Shri Venugopal K. Nair, who presented us a very informative session. I request Subrata Sarkar to kindly present the memento as a token of gratitude. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having a 5 minutes break, a tea break. I request all of you to please come back and join us as soon as possible as we have one more session. So it's a humble request to all of you to please come back for the session. The participants, your tea is arranged there in the rare hall where the registration and where you had lunch. And I request the dignitaries to please join us at the cafeteria for the tea break. All of you can please, all the dignitaries, towards my right, you guys can please move to the cafeteria. And all the participants are requested to join for the tea break at the registration and reception area. I repeat, the participants, the tea break is at the reception and registration area. And the dignitaries, towards my right, you can please join us at, I repeat, the participants, the tea break is at the reception and registration area. And the dignitaries, towards my right, you can please join us at the cafeteria. Thank you. And it's a humble request to all of you to please join us back in the next 10 minutes so that we can move on with the next session. I repeat, cafeteria. Thank you. And it's a humble request to all of you to please join us back in the next 10 minutes so that we can move on with the next session. I repeat, I request all the participants and the dignitaries to kindly join us back in the next 10 minutes so that we can continue with the sessions. Thank you. after the lunch? Yes, no? Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to kindly come back to the hall and be seated so that we can start off with the session. I repeat, everybody on the outside, I request all of you to kindly come back and be seated as we'll be shortly starting off with the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to come back into the hall and please be seated as soon as possible, as we'll be shortly starting off with the next session. I repeat, all the attendees, the participants, and the dignitaries are requested to come back inside the hall as soon as possible, as we'll shortly be starting off with the next session. We appreciate everybody who has punctually reached the hall on time, finishing the tea break, and everybody on the outside, the participants and the dignitaries. May I please request all of you to kindly come and be seated inside the hall, as we'll be shortly starting off with the event. I repeat, if I'm audible to the participants and the dignitaries on the outside who are on the tea break, it's a humble request to all of you to please come back into the halls and be seated with staff with the possible. Thank you. With the possible. Thank you. Thank you so much. And once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next session of the evening. It's my honor to be welcoming on stage our speaker for the next session, none other than Shri on stage. Our speaker for the next session, none other than Shri V. Suresh, Director, Commercial, NMDC. And speaking of him, he holds a bachelor's degree in metallurgy. V. Suresh, Director, Commercial, NMDC. And speaking of him, he holds a bachelor's degree in metallurgical engineering from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. Master's in Business Administration in Marketing and Certified Advanced Strategic Management course from IIM Kozhikode. Assumed Officer of Director Commercial at NMDC on the 1st of March 2023. Prior to this appointment, he held the post of Executive Director, Coal Import, additional charge of ED, Corporate Materials Management at SAIL, having an experience of over 3 decades in the mining and manufacturing sector, sales and marketing of steel in domestic and international markets, procurement, strategic management and policy. Took numerous initiatives for systems improvement and transplant sales and procurement policies for boosting sales and revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, with a thundering round of applause, may we please invite on stage the NMDC Commercial Director, Shri V. Suresh. I would also like to invite on stage Director Commercial, KIOCL Limited, Mr. BK Mahapatra, to kindly come and join us on the dais, please. Audience, may we please give a big round of applause to be inviting our Director Commercial, KIOCL Limited, BK Mahapatra, to kindly to Shri V. Suresh as a token of gratitude. As a token of gratitude. Well, we will now be having the subject session, Enhancing Transparency in Commercial Decision Making. So Suresh sir, over to you.
A very good evening to all here. This is the first session which does not have the word vigilance in it. So my congratulations to all of you for that. Because as somebody pointed out that what is the idea that one gets when one hears the word vigilance? Probably one did not use the word horror. I used to have that in my mind for many years. So we start with this session. Here, the point of discussion here is that we have to treat our work as a part of a business. Vigilance or no vigilance, our work has to be in such a way that it meets the industry. So we are not here for any following of rules or adherence of rules alone. We are here for furthering the interest of our organization. And that is the most important part of any business. So many of us believe that transparency in commercial decision transparency and commercial decisions cannot go hand in hand, and it's almost an oxymoron. And that how can one be transparent and yet be successful in business? As we move ahead, we'll have some more discussions on this. But we have to understand that business is not a 100-meter sprint. It is a marathon which has to be run with a lot of patience. And we have to give ourselves time. And we cannot expect results overnight. So that is the reason why we are having this discussion in the first place. The third point, much has been said about the third point, so I think we can skip it as of now. Much has been spoken about discretion since morning. Whether discretion is a good thing or a bad thing, we all talk about how it has to be used with balance and with a lot of awareness, self-awareness about what we are doing. And that discretion also has to be exercised with transparency. How much it is possible as we move in the session, I think we'd like to have a feedback from the people also about how much of it is going to be possible. As I've said, that PSUs have to function as per the norms of the business of the industry in which we are in. We cannot exclude ourselves and say, हम तो public sector हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, हम ये काम नहीं कर सकते. Not that we have to follow every unethical practice that a private sector follows, but business offering has to be in line with what the industry is asking us. So we have no escape route for that. If we have to survive in the industry, we have to move as per the industry demands. This point, many of the speakers have noted and said about should a decision where one has exercised one's discretion, should the reasons of that be recorded? The jury is out on that. There are many people who would probably tell us that by not recording, one has the option of playing both ways once there is a problem, once there is an inquiry. How healthy it is, it's left to you. But this is just a point which I thought we must. Just to have an example of this, probably Sanjay Saab may not remember it. There was a time when manual, I think Anita is here, she may remember. There was a time in SAIL when on 31st of March, the sale orders used to be prepared, and the deliveries of that used to go on till 1st or 2nd of the next month. Gradually, pressures increased. It started that on each of the quarter end, the deliveries started getting extended to the next months. It was with the full knowledge of everybody. It was not as though people were not aware of it. It was with the full knowledge, but it used to happen. Then it became every month it started. After that, it became that the sale orders also got issued after the last date, and the payments also were received after the last date, and the systems were backdated, and it was done. It was again done with the full knowledge of the entire system. Things were going on. But after that, things went out of hand. It attained monstrous proportions, and people started developing, this became a virtue. A boss would scold his subordinate and say, "Arey, wo to kar deta hai, tum kyun nahi kar pate ho?" So anybody who was slightly hesitant to do this would be treated as not happening, as per today's words. So when we start exercising these kind of decisions of maybe taking law into our own hands, till some time it is controllable. After some time, it becomes out of control. And it was just by one simple decision of having a centralized server in SAIL that this whole problem got solved through technological intervention. Because the central server was there, it was not possible to backdate, so this whole exercise stopped. Work is going on even now. Targets are being achieved even now. It is not as though targets are not being achieved. But all this, the difficult times of having to have backdated deliveries are now a thing of the past. So as, of course, these are all things which probably we have been discussing since morning, that this to be used like an axe, otherwise it can be a potential weapon for mayhem. And of course, the last point, I'm not so sure about how much should be written in that. Often a word is used about fearless decision making. What does fearless decision making mean? Fearless decision making cannot happen on a standalone basis. It has to be an organization culture. And that organization culture also has to be, I think previous speakers had spoken about a culture in the organization where the outside world also sees us that way. We have to have all the employees on board on this subject, that this is how a decision should be made. This is how we must communicate with the people. As I said, that the fish rots from the top is something I heard today, I think. Yes, that this transparency and this fearless decision making has to emanate from the top to the bottom. And that all employees should feel that they are a part of a system wherein fearless decision making is made, and they are all a part of it, and they would be encouraged to do it rather than be hounded for it at a later date. This is a part of a Yes Minister quotes, anybody who would have read it, that the British government has an engines of a lawnmower, but the brakes of a Rolls Royce. Do we want our organization to look this way? Can I have some answers for it? Any of the youngsters would like to say about it? I think it is absolute silence. We are even, the lunch was over a good 2 hours back. I think anyway, I don't think any of us would want our organization to be identified this way. It would be disaster. You have to have both, should be either a lawnmower or a Rolls Royce. It can't be any other way.
there is a culture of setting unreasonable expectations. There is a saying which is often used in the public sector, that is that if one person can do a job in 10 days, then 10 people should be able to do the job in 1 day. Things don't happen like that. Things don't always happen like that. I won't say things don't happen like that. Things don't always happen like that, because everything is not just like digging up a well. There are things which are more sophisticated and more technological than that. And there are very toxic culture of setting very unreasonable expectations. Though sometimes setting unreasonable expectation does help. It does help in the sense that it also stretches the person and brings the best out of the person and helps break any kind of indolence that is there in the system. But it also creates a kind of unhealthy competition in the minds of the people. And people start taking rules for granted. They try to find out means to deviate from the rules, which causes many wrong and unsafe practices. Second issue is living with the problems. There is a problem. I know I cannot solve it. I know I cannot highlight it. If I am highlighted, I am always called as the problem child. Taking up maintenances in the systems probably is just one example of it. Non-availability of spares, asking for money for spares is almost next to asking for the finance person's kidneys. So it is almost like sacrilege. So you live with a problem till you have a major disaster after that. And once you have a major disaster, everybody is very happy with it, because you know that the disaster is there in front of your eyes and the whole ecosystem will help you to solve it. Okay, lack of clarity with regard to the degree of transparency. How much is too much? How much is too transparent and how much is less transparent? This also deters people from taking decisions. People do not want to appear to be very courageous. I'll come to that at a later point. And that they do not want to be seen as persons who are very bold in taking decisions, because such people are also sneered in the organization. This is theory. I think decision making must be consistent, free from emotion, favor, and animosity. But this needs to come into us as a culture. This is not something which can be taught overnight. Over a period of time, gradually, this has to be inculcated in all the minds. And it is the essential job of leaders to have it inculcated in the minds of the youngsters, especially people who come into the organization new. One point which is there is how to run our business. To be very agile as far as taking inputs from the outside world is concerned. We must not be a very opaque organization. We have to be sufficiently agile, and we must take suggestions and feedback from the outside world. Else we would not be able to grow as an organization. Again, I'm not talking of it from a vigilance point of view or from any kind of punitive or point of view. Even for growth of a business, this is essentially required. The external perspective does provide a lot of insights and also helps us to take decisions. Policy requirement, why is it required? Why do we need policy? We'll be discussing it in the future. These are some points which I've just jotted down and saying that how we can probably promote fearless decision making is to have involve maximum number of stakeholders during the decision making process, opinions and feedbacks. This is not only during decision making, this is also during the policy making stage, which I believe is the most important part of the whole process, because having a strong policy is probably going to be more helpful than having strong decision makers, because strong decision makers may be far and few in between. But if our policy is strong enough to take care of the issues, then probably the decision making need not be so bold. We can have even decision making as per the policy. This is something which I think Vishwanath Saab and I we have been discussing.
when I joined this organization, at that point of time, I was searching for a sales policy, a policy which says how sales should be done. Whenever I asked for it, I was given one board resolution after another, saying that as per this board resolution, it happens. When I asked the second question, another board resolution was given to me. When I asked a third question, the third board resolution was given to me, which was quite difficult to comprehend for me. Because in my previous organization, even dealing with a subject like coal imports, we used to have a standard policy. Okay, how good it is, how much more improvements are required in that, but at least it was all the information was available at one place. Information was available at one place. So I think as CBO Sahab would know, we have been working on this, at least to collate all the information at one place so that there is no confusion. It's okay for me. I can still get away by saying, okay, I'm new to the organization. But for a person who is working, who is at the operational level, he can definitely commit errors in the way he works. So I always feel that a written down clear policy should be there, which will help. Second is a policy should have very clear and simple language. Many times we tend to show all our expertise of English language when we start making a policy. We use words and sentences and phrases which can mean anything. And after that, a group of wise men sit down and start interpreting it just the way it was never intended to be. I think Madam spoke about interpretation, about who should interpret and all those things. Every policy, if I remember right, at some place I was seeing that every policy used to have approving authority, and there always, earlier in my earlier organization, it used to have a clarifying authority also, about if there is any doubt in the policy, who should be the authority who should clarify. It may or may not be the approving authority also. If the approving authority is a CMD, don't expect the CMD to be clarifying it. You may have probably a department or a division which can do it. It helps us. I think I've already said it. Yes, this is one point. Policy has to be strategic. It cannot be tactical. A policy must not, we must not hard code very mundane kind of things which are part of our job into the policy. Policy should be strategic in nature. Yes, we have our SOPs, we have our procedures which can be operational, which can have all the these are points which probably have been already discussed. So I would, I think, is instead of waiting for somebody else to point out our errors, in case of waiting for somebody else to tell us, okay, that you have gone wrong here, we can gone wrong here. Somebody was mentioning about why not have a vigilance person in each department, for which Madam rightly answered that why do we need vigilance people at all? We should reach a stage where we do not need a vigilance person at all. Probably within the organization, having a maker and checker concept, having a person who would probably, whose job would only be to go through the files and ensure that all the steps which were involved in the policy, as per the policy or as per the manual, have been followed, would also help to a very great extent. This we are doing presently at NMDC now. Yes, this is what I was talking about. A person who is considered to be brave, it is said that he would lose, again, this is from Yes Minister only, that a person who is considered to be brave is one who is ready to forego his promotion, and a person is courageous if he is ready to lose his job. So again, I would still prefer to be called courageous rather than anything else. Delegation of power is something which probably most of the organizations are very miserly with. I can see the smirk on our CVO's face because I think people from NMDC would understand what I'm saying today. That today the delegation of powers that have been devolved to the junior officers is probably a model which would be emulated by other. And this is an area where a lot of empowering can be done. Many times out of either fear or due to the urgency, or due to just forgetfulness, a person does not move a file up to seek the approval of the so-called competent authority. Sometimes it appears very ridiculous also. Even in the present situation, we were seeing that repeatedly the same file keeps on coming back to the competent authority for a signature at all the stages. At one stage for floating the tender, the second stage for accepting the bids, the third stage for giving the offers. Various kinds of things have been made, and it makes the whole thing so convoluted and confusing that even a person who has been operating it for years together would forget what he's supposed to be doing. There is a need for it to, the delegation of power is done in such a way that it reaches out and it is very clear. The higher management should be doing only jobs which it is paid for. Yes, a lot of discussion has happened on this authority, responsibility, and accountability. I don't think we need to go further. This is most of it has been discussed, so I think I'll skip it. This is one point that the sales, marketing, verticals, production, materials, finance, treating each other as adversaries is not going to help us to take the organization forward. And there has to be a need for understanding a common goal within the organization. Without knowing the ecosystem, we can never be successful in our business. I'm not talking about running an organization. I'm just talking about running a business. That for us to be successful in running our business, we have to know our ecosystem very well. We must know our customers, our customers' customers, our competitors' customers, our customers' competitors, everything. Without that, we cannot make decisions at the right time and also the right decisions. This is a question that was asked to me when I joined, that when we are able to sell our product, why must we make these efforts to know our customers? What is the need for that? Gradually, when we started reaching out to our customers, understanding their requirements, the realization has come into our system that yes, there is a need to reach out to customers, understand all what they need, so that we can eventually make it an inbuilt part of our offering. Okay, this is okay. This is precedence is probably a very harmful thing in a public sector working. Most of the time, when you come up with anything, the first question that is asked, "Piछली बार कैसे हुआ?" How to handle it? Can somebody run the video, please? This is something many of you may have seen it, but still, even at the cost of repetition. How much time do I have? I think the audio was not very clear, but so we can understand that precedence by itself is not going to help us. It is important. I don't say that we should ignore it totally, but it does need to be understood that precedence is only for a learning purpose, not beyond that. It is not, should not force us to take decisions in a certain way. Okay. These, I think, Madam has already discussed this, and we have already, earlier speakers also spoken about it, that second opinions don't come in the first place. We can always, even when we ourselves inspect a decision which we have taken probably half an hour ago, or even a day ago, we probably would have thought that there is probably some other way of taking that decision. Technology, automation, BI systems, these are things which would help us tremendously to take the correct decisions and to take decisions. The more and more we start using these tools to take it forward with the cautions that have already been mentioned, that we must not leave it to that. There was a classic case wherein a person was supposed to be sending the RTGS to certain customers, that is for refunds. And he created an account, fraudulent account number, and he started sending all the RTGS to that account. I think Anita may remember the case. And it was probably discovered at a much later date when a lot of damage had been done. And if we remember the person, he was probably the most nondescript person whom nobody would have suspected him ever of doing any such thing. So technology cannot be unbridled license to start working. We have to understand that technology also needs to have an audit in place wherein we ensure that here certain ethical practices followed by multinational companies, especially the coal companies, is compulsory leave. And fact that people have to, out of, I think, the 200, 250 days that they have to be working, they have certain rules that out of that around 30 to 40 days, they must not be in office. They must not use the office emails. They must not access the office server in any way. And somebody else would be doing their job, so that any kind of decisions that they have been taken or any kind of indiscretions that they have been doing are found out. We may think of these things to improve our own working. Okay, these are things I think we have already, much of our already been discussed here. I think we can skip this. Yes, while making a policy, the mitigation of risks, the worst case scenario, having all the risks in place so that we can take it forward is an important thing. And we make it very straitjacketed, which later on creates trouble for us. I think these are all things which we can comfortably move ahead. What does customer-centric mean? Does it mean just agreeing to whatever the customer says? Or does it mean that we have to dovetail the expectations of the customer with what I can offer? Or does it mean to get lost? What does it mean? Probably we would have to have a balance between the two, wherein we can, yes, agreeing to what the customer says to some extent, then also build our own capacities as we go ahead, so that we are able to meet the customer's requirements, if not today, at least tomorrow. Ethical and transparent pricing and contracting. Sometimes I think the people here would be laughing in their minds also about what these things mean. Every time there is a price increase or a price decrease by any of the public sectors, there are always hundreds of questions asked about why it was done and why it was not done and why it was done at that point of time. So the only issue is, the only way out is to have a proper record of these commercial decisions and ensure that it is done not by one person or one person's own interests. The important point is to have a strong vendor base, whether it is vendors, suppliers, or customers. This is something which, whenever we are in trouble, whenever the markets are not going as per our wishes, At that point of time, it is a long customer tail that helps us. The customer base has to be as wide and as diverse as possible. And this is not going to happen overnight. There's going to be a lot of efforts, a lot of pain. It is a painful process to add customers, add suppliers. For instance, in the materials management case, we receive many unsolicited offers. What do we do with them? We just throw it away. Though we mention in the tender also that the unsolicited offers would be considered and we would talk about it. How sincerely do we do it? There is a need for us to have as many vendors as possible so that the need for going in for limited tenders or this one should be only in those cases where a proven supplier is required, not in any and every case. These are points we have already taken care of. When we finally want an organization or a PSU or any organization for that matter to perform, it is the grooming and the training of the executives which is going to be very important. We cannot have a situation where we assume that the youngsters would understand what is the need of the organization, how the ecosystem functions, and what they need to do. An executive or an officer or anybody may be in awe with his immediate officer, immediate boss, who may not be following the rules, who may not be doing things properly. And he has not seen any other way of working. How do you blame him for that? So a proper grooming, a grooming training, exercise training, and a lot of training and a lot of grooming about the ethical behavior has to be there in the organization, without which we would not be able to take the organization forward. Job rotation is not a vigilance requirement. It is a requirement of the organization. It is a requirement of every organization so that there is enrichment of the employee also. There was a case where in sale, I think there was a person who was looking after the same job for 20 odd years. And when there was a change in his job, he felt terribly offended. He said, मैंने तो आज से कितने साल से मैं इतना अच्छा काम कर रहा हूँ, मुझे क्यों हटाया गया इससे? So the last point is we must not take the decision. So there is I think, a very common saying in sale कि अपने से ज़्यादा basic pay वाले से sign करवा लो. That you move it upwards, send it upwards, get it signed by somebody who is senior to you, so that you don't take all the blame for the decision taken. Or second, you send notes for information to your seniors कि आपको बता रहा हूँ that I am taking this decision, so that you are not held responsible for those decisions. These are practices which need to be frowned upon. But that frowning upon can be done only when we have a proper grooming structure in place, when we have a delegation in place, and when we have a very clear policy and procedures in place, and an SOP in place. With that, I think I must end here. Thank you.
I request Mahapatra sir to please put your comments across on the same, please.
Thank you so much making me this moderator of this session. As a commercial man, I could understand what kind of message he was trying to communicate. And I must appreciate the granularity in his presentation is really thought-provoking. And to summarize what message as a commercial person he was trying to communicate, that in the commercial function, what we see that uncertainty, volatility, what we see that uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity in the commercial functions, he was trying to bring into uniformity and versatility, clarity, and agility. If this transformation happens, probably commercial function can do justice to its function. And this kind of sessions really, it is basically to clarify the doubts and disseminating knowledge among, so that it will bring trust among everybody. I would like to quote a small example from the Sanskritam, that knowledge, how it helps sharing the knowledge. Gyanena Gyanti Bantate Naibya Choronapi Nanyate Danena Nakshyam Yati Vidyaratnam Mahadhanam. That means the knowledge is so powerful by arranging such kind of sessions. So we can, like knowledge cannot be taken away by your relatives, it cannot be theft, and if you distribute, it cannot be reduced. So such a beautiful and invaluable knowledge is so invaluable. So this kind of session will really helpful for us. And I am very much thankful to my dear friend. As a commercial person, I could understand what kind of messages he gives. And this is really thought-provoking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request the Director Commercial KIOCL Limited, Shri BK Mahapatra, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Shri V. Suresh, Director Commercial NMDC. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big, big round of applause to our wonderful speakers for such a thought-provoking session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving towards the last session of the evening, I would like to invite first on stage the moderator for the session, Director Finance KIOCL Limited, Mr. Manoj Kumar, to kindly come and join me on the dais, please. Audience, as the last session, we can bring in a little more energy. Please give a round of applause to be inviting our moderator, Director Finance KIOCL Limited, Mr. Manoj Kumar. Well, let's invite our very first speaker, CVO RINL, Dr. Sira Karuna Raju, to kindly come on to the dais, please. Audience, let's give a round of applause to invite our speaker, CVO RINL, Dr. Sira Karuna Raju, and may I request our honorable moderator to please present a bouquet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected Secretary, sir. Respected Additional Secretary Steels, Additional Secretary Steels, Additional Secretary Rishika ma'am, and beloved CMDs, directors of the boards of various PSCs and the Ministry of Steel, and all our colleagues. A very good evening, sir. Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Raju, CVO RINL, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. I have taken charge few months back, couple of months back. Just I was asked to present two case studies on how our department is working in RINL. Mr. Naik and Mr. Venu, you may kindly join me. They are my team members here. Mr. Naik is DGM and Mr. Venu is GM Vigilance. First few slides are about RINL. You may skip and you can directly come to the presentation. Yes, sir. You can operate from there itself. Sir, in RINL, two case studies we wanted to present before you. One related to a tear weight, how it is being manipulated by some of our service providers. And another is positive deviations among the contracts, how it is taken as an advantage by various service providers. Next. The first case study is about pig iron. Actually, pig iron is not the actual product of the RINL or the steel plant. But whenever the blast furnace, under certain circumstances, we may not produce steel, and that molten iron need to be converted into pig iron. So this is not a actual product. Is a we can say that to keep that iron in molten condition and to produce a material which is at least give some sort of value to the our raw material, we can get some commercial product. Then we convert the molten iron into a pig iron. 3 blast furnaces we have. At some times, 3 blast furnaces may not be working at full capacity. These blocks are either used in engineering shops for further processing or sold. There are 4 pig casting machines, each have capacity of 1700 tons per day. This is our actual capacity in our plant. Next. This is how pig iron looks like. This is the pig casting machine area. The storage yard and pig iron yard in our RINL in situ. Pig iron is actually sold on ex-plant sales basis. Customer to lift material from our own Vizag steel plant premises. It generally produced in low quantities, stocked in the plant premises only. Because this is a not actual product, this is a byproduct. The vendors are also, the customers are also very less in number. Whenever they come to know that this material is available with the plant, they themselves used to approach to purchase the pig iron. Small schematic diagram, how we actually sell our pig iron. Customers gives requisition for pig iron at a branch. Usually, this was the previous practice. Actually, because of this thing, there were certain and we plant face sort of losses. Means the vendor, the customer, they manipulated, and because of the non-transparency, customers only were approaching the plant because it is not widely available on the website or to the public or to the vendors or to the customers. It is only few people who are there in the this business. They used to contact our plant, the marketing department, and there used to be some sort of tendering process, and after that it used to be sold. Branch issues, just go back. Branch issues offer letter to those only few people, those who are there in the plant as a customers in pig iron business. Sales order is issued in advance, payment as per the pricing circular. Customer deploys their vehicles to steel plant. This is the actual critical area. DDGP is issued by the logistics section of the marketing. Vehicle is checked by the CSF for the MTS at the entrance. This is one of the areas where our third party, that is security machinery, is there to see that whether our material is properly checked or not, whether it is weighed properly or not. This is one of the personnel, CISF is there to check all these issues at the gate. Tear weighment is done and slip is generated. This is the check all these issues at the gate. Tear weighment is done and slip is generated. This is the crux of the total issue of this matter. Vehicle is allowed for loading at pig storage yard. After loading, vehicle comes back for weighing bridge, gross weighment. After gross weighment, net weight is noted and invoice is generated. CSF again checks the vehicle for the material. Vehicle is allowed to leave the plant. This is the general flow of the activity. What happened in this case is the customer who deployed the lorries or trucks to lift the pig iron, he started putting some sort of material in the trucks. so that the tear weight of that vehicle is more at the weighing bridge. One of the speakers, he said that weight weigh bridges are the critical operating machines for our entire the sort of PSCs, because we produce steel and we produce a lot of hard materials. This has to be measured properly. Here what happened, this customer, he deployed vehicles where the tear weight of the vehicle is manipulated with the help of, with the connivance of our own staff or with the connivance of the CIS staff. We don't know exactly. Finally, this matter has become a case of CBI. CBI has been given the responsibility to inquire into this case, investigate into this case. And again, from CVC, the CVO of RINL also got communication that kindly look into this and inquire, make a report. So after that, our CVO office became active and we started looking into this entire episode. And each one of the activity has been examined, starting from the process of customer selection, then the customer, his engagement with the trucks, that is, he also started outsourcing this transportation to some other agency. He is not actually, the customer is not directly lifting the material. He also gave the services of truck operations to somebody else. But whatever may be the issue is that the trucks that have been deployed in this operation, few trucks, the tear weight at the measurement as a empty vehicle, they were later on we examined, they found that they started manipulating this to the extent that the losses of accumulated loss started growing into crores. One operator, for a period of, it was monitored for a period of 1 month, 3-4 months, and the losses were pegged to the tune of 3 to 4 crores. That is the extent of losses we face as the operations were not streamlined and transparency was not there and IT tools were not used properly and the systems were not in place. Because of these 3-4 issues, we started making losses because of some sort of collision between among our staff as well as private operators. The CBI, what finally they could find out was, yes, there was some manipulation, there was people involved, but yes, there was some manipulation, there was people involved, but they also could not establish whether the staff from our RINL and the CIF were involved or not. You see how very smart act. We could only catch the drivers of the trucks, cleaners of the trucks. What they used to do was, they put some sort of material in the trucks and they take the tear weight, then go to the plant area itself. They used to vacate all those materials in our own plant and load the pig iron. Means they're adding the additional pig iron and they're happily taking out the extra material for a period of 4-5 months. And there was no watch because the mechanism was not in place. But due to some, what I can say, complaint from the some other vendors, the matter finally got into the knowledge of CVC as well as CVC complaint from the some other vendors. The matter finally got into the knowledge of CVC as well as CVC entrusted upon this matter to the CBI. Next. These are the way bridge entrusted upon this matter to the CBI. Next. These are the way bridge. The one CVO said that way bridge, this is very crucial aspect. I came very recently as a CVO. This is the first time I am handling vigilance matters as a hardcore vigilance matters. The 80-90% of our revenues can be monitored at the way bridge. I paid 2-3 visits to the way bridge just to understand as a layman what is happening to see that. Because now all the way bridges have been connected, interconnected. At any point of time, we can see that the truck and its weight, and if any deviation is there, that can be pointed out very quickly. Next. These are the number of trips they made, but the issue here is that when the process is not transparent, when the systems are not in place, when only few people are there which are directly dealing with the department, instead of it is open to the public for the greater participation, these types of mistakes do happen, and that will cause severe losses to the organization. These are only for 4 months we have monitored the entire operations. Within 4 months, we could see that the plant suffered huge losses. You can understand, since so many years, same things are happening, and the pig iron is being lifted, and it is being only lifted by only a few operators, few customers. Means there were chances. We can't say that everything was hanky-panky, but there were plenty of chances for such things, such incidents might have been happening. Some sort of statistical analysis we made. Tear weight, whenever they come for pig iron, the trucks, they start the variation of tear weight. The same truck, if it is used for the transportation of the steel, the tear weight was very constant. Next. This was the tear weight when the same vehicle used for transportation of the steel. At that time, there was no variation. But when the same vehicle is deployed for pig iron transportation, the variation was so huge, and nearly 3 tons of variation in each trip. Steel, but for a long products like steel, they cannot manipulate the weight. It is very difficult. It is because for one, that is one pigs are not exactly weighment, because the 45, 50, the weight ranges, it varies. But our long products, the weight is accurately measured while producing itself. So the manipulation with the long bars is highly difficult. Yes, ma'am, it is not commonly sold. Yeah, but so far we have not received any such complaints. But whenever we see the output rate, there's one aspect, ma'am. Criminal theft. Therefore, the FIR was lodged. No. We are not limiting our point to the pig iron, because the other product, the long product is our each one is measured properly. The long products, and it is weighed properly. The long products normally they don't vary that much, ma'am. They're very standard, and the standard weights are there. Because these are the byproducts normally, and there is a chance of manipulation. Next. These are the observations we made. The total in 2 years there were 28 incidents that was happened, and 1 year prior to the incident, 232 incidents happened. During the incident year, 754 incidents they happened. Total tear weight mismatch, 1014 tear weight mismatches happened. Next. This is a statistical analysis. These are the findings, 3 findings we made generally. Verification of the tear weight over a period of time not detected in the system. This was the critical issue that was found out. Occurrences during night hours, because daytime it was very difficult to unload the materials. They were there in the trucks, and which is not, normally it is visible, and the operations are when somebody wants to clear the truck in an open area, the mud and other things they carry to manage the tear weight. They started doing this during night times. There was no online open transparent platform to know the availability of pig iron for the customers. This is one of the areas, because these are not regular products of the RINL. These things were not maintained properly. The customers and the marketing departments, they were knowing whenever there is a stock of pig iron, they contact the customers, and the customers come and they take the pig iron. No liability on customers in terms and conditions. In terms and conditions, while making our tender process, the tear weight conditions were not properly included in the tender conditions. The weight of the vehicle and the ownership of the vehicle, because the customer, he said that this vehicle is not mine, and I engage this as a outsource this operation to a transporter. So therefore, the CBI, they could not pinpoint who is the real culprit. They finally pinpointed the truck drivers and truck cleaners were the final responsible persons for this manipulation. These are the systemic improvements we have made. Cross-checking mechanism in ERP at weighbridge control room, tear weight measurements for pig iron vehicles. In case the vehicle's tear weight is little bit more than 5% of unladen weight recorded in the registration certificate, the vehicle will be sent back. Later on, this check was brought in. If there is any deviation in the tear weight of the vehicle, that vehicle was immediately stopped. The 5% that the approximate package of pig iron deliveries during night hours. This is one of the during the night times these inefficiency is happening. Therefore, the vigilance department said that pig iron transportation should not happen during night times. So it is the manipulations can be avoided. To bring out liability of customers in sales, transport, and in case of manipulations of vehicle tear weight, because this transportation is also the condition added in the terms and conditions and our tender document. The customer himself is responsible now if there is any deviations in the tear weights. Even if he engages a third party, RNL doesn't deal with the third party. Now the entire responsibility is kept on the customer. Methodology of sales process, sales through the forward e-auction. We started doing auction through e-auction only. Previously, it was not e-auction. It was manual. Only few customers used to interact with the RINL for the purchase of pig iron. Now the pig iron also, we auction through e-auction. It is widely known to the public. Hanji ma'am. Now it is done, ma'am. Previously it was not there. When this happened, it was not there. But now later on, those checks and balances have been incorporated in our process. Let us see, ma'am.
For all vehicles, ma'am. All vehicles, ma'am. All vehicles, this check has been introduced in ERP, ma'am. Any vehicle coming inside the plant, if it crosses 5% of the unladen weight, registered certificate, whatever weight is there, if it is more than 5%, then the vehicle is not allowed inside the plant. How that check has been.
Ma'am, anyway, your observation is taken. You think that there may be a possibility of such type of practice for other materials also, other products also. Yes, ma'am, we can check in. There's no harm in that. Next. Next. This is now the practice, ma'am. If there is any 5% deviation, that vehicle is stopped. Next. Sales orders were being issued based on the offer letters to customers. Now change it to e-auction. After this, once this e-auction is there, the complaints are also almost came to nil. So far, we have not received any complaint regarding pig iron, such type of illegalities. The second case study is very small one because these are very basic things I thought I should share with you because the production of steel and some sort of other products, materials we purchase and services we offer. These are the very basic things. These two case studies when we are going through, I thought I should share with the August gathering. Next. This case study is related to positive deviations. Normally, whenever there are some tenders, there may be negative and very little, and there is positive deviations. Why these positive deviations occur? The tendering sections are works, P&A, projects, marketing. Preventive vigilance is a part of preventive vigilance. Checks were conducted by the for the contractors awarded by the works, contract department for the works where there are positive deviations. Next. The deviations range we found out were just we listed here 0 to 30% deviation. 159 cases we found that there were positive deviation. 30% to 49% deviation, positive deviations. There were 56 cases. 50% to 74% the positive deviation. There are 32 cases. And more than 75 to 19 means 100% more the positive 100%. 100% original cost plus 100. So therefore, this type of cases are 7 in number. 100 and above 9. Total is 263 cases we have just examined. In the previous year, we awarded 633 contracts for a value of 317 crore. Out of 633 contracts, 330 terms and contracts were found to be operated over and above the original contract value. You see, out of 633, 330 contracts were on positive deviation cases. Revised value of is rupees 163 crore against original value of 131 crores. Because of positive deviations, we started losing our valuable money and it is going to the contractors. These are the contracts where the work is mostly service, labor oriented, repetitive and continuous nature. There may be addition of some additional requirement. This has been looked after, having seen all those aspects. The work estimation, excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, we have factored in because whenever we make the estimations, we take all these factors into consideration. Existing, the conditions of the market, the materials, the inflation, everything is taken. Then only they make the contract, the value of a contract. But once the contract has been given, after that, they start coming in. They start saying that this is not sufficient, we have to increase, we have to extend. These all alibis start coming into the process. So the preventive vigilance says that we have to go into the contracts and see why these positive deviations are happening. So while looking at that, we found that the reasons for the positive deviations, and we suggested measures to control these positive deviations. In order to maintain continuity and availability of the labor for the running plant, AMC contracts, provisions for the extension. The contract period of the 4 months to avoid any void in the availability of the labor. This is the general practice. The fixing of next agency of the for the running of the maintenance work through the tendering is not done in time. This is one of the reasons. We normally give a contract for 1 year. So before the completion of 1 year, the department should be able to find a person to do that, to do the job, or otherwise they have to find out the next person. But what normally happens is the department, the concerned department, takes a lot of time in finalizing the tender for the next year. It overshots the time because this overshooting requires some sort of additional expenditure on the part of the tenderer or the person. So that lead to the positive deviations are creeping into the process. Next. Generation of additional items. Not normally whenever work is executed, some additional items may be needed. But these additional items may be required in the future contracts also. But there was no systematic improvement. This was not included in the next tenders. Therefore, that item is continued to be remain as an additional item. Misinterpretation of the process related to scope of work about the additional items within and outside. Normally, whenever the officers, they interpret which are the officers they are the competent authority to give permissions. Sometimes they may give E3 officers, sometimes they may go up to E4 officers. There is no cap on deviation for the work falling outside the scope. So far, there was before this study, there was no cap on the deviation for the positive deviation for work falling outside the scope. Next. After having studied these positive deviations, we suggested systemic improvements. Timelines were framed for intending and tendering departments from initiation proposal till awarding the contract. We have to stick to the timelines that have been given in our tender process. And we have to start advanced preparations. At least 120 days in advance, we have to start our next tendering process. And we started generating alerts at ERP level so that EIC and dealing officers through mails and messages for the completing the proposal and awarding the contracts respectively. Whenever the contract is about to complete, when completed, we generate alert to the departments. Have you started tendering process? Have the particular permissions have been taken? Have the competent authority issued permissions to you? All these alerts, now the alert system has been incorporated in the system. And before the completion of the tenders, the new tender process is in place. A cap of 15% of the original contract value is ensured for the work outside the scope. Now the cap, previously there was no cap. Now, because of the suggestions of the Vigilance Department, the RINL has said that now the cap of 15% deviation up to can be tolerated, not beyond that. Justification for deviations, approvals, dates, etc. are captured at the ERP. This shall also ensure inclusion of additional items in the renewed contract. Whenever there is a requirement of additional items, they need to be captured properly. And then whenever these new materials continue to be required in the next tenders, they have to become a regular items. Instead of making additional or the special items, they need to be captured properly. In the next tenders also, they have to be included and used accordingly. Next. These are the system improvements now we have put in place. System generated alerts, now it is there. We started giving these alerts for all departments. Preparation of online PR with the requisite approvals and attachments. This is well in advance. Online submission of PR notification along with all relevant approvals and attachments with WCD. Administrative approval timeline 10 days. Administration, they should not keep on sitting on files. The competent authority need to give approvals within 10 days. Publishing the tender, the timeline is 35 days. Unless previously they were not following this continuously, one person comes and there is no proper competition. Again, there is retendering. The only single person is there, and such type of inefficiencies were existing in the system. But now the inefficiencies have normally came down. System generated alerts to deal with the officers tendering department, HODs. Even HOD is also involved in this. Because of the HOD, the higher official is there. He normally takes care. If there is any deviation, he directs the officials who are involved in the tender process and the finalization process, and the tender should be in place within the timeline. PQC evaluation timeline were given were 21 days. Price bid opening and revenue e-auction is 5 days. Award of contract timeline 45 days. Once the tender is finalized, within 45 days, they need to give the award. Previously, these timelines were not properly stick to. Once the award is given, the tender process is over, but award is not given. The tenderer, the successful bidder, he is not given the work order. These inefficiencies were there, but now once the tender process is over, within 45 days, he has to be given work order. Next. Because the two very basic items, I thought, because for any organization, basic things must be stick to. Then only the organization works properly. The efficiency in the organization would be in its full bloom once we stick to our basic operations and basic CVC guidelines of from CVC guidelines. But at the same time, I found that organization is slightly scared about the vigilance department. But we started the awareness program. We started going to the department saying that the vigilance department is not here to scare you. Here we have to work together and see that timeline, the inefficiencies are there in the system, or any rent-seeking opportunities are there. They need to be addressed. So this the new initiative we have made started. So let us see how it works. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Sira Karun. Yes, thank you so much for an amazing session. I request you to stay back, sir, just for a minute. Can I request our moderator to kindly step forward and please present a token of appreciation to him? Can I please request our moderator to kindly stay back, as we have two more speakers. In the last session, we have two more speakers. On that note, may I please call on stage our next speaker, CVO, MSTC, Mr. Suresh Madhavan, to kindly come and join me on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give a big round of applause to invite on stage CVO, MSTC, Mr. Suresh Madhavan. Over to you, sir.
5 minutes. Respected Additional Secretary, good evening, all of you. So let me straight away go through the presentation. So since the time given is only 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, yeah. Right, ma'am. Right, ma'am. Next slide. The topic given to me has been experience sharing and case studies. So I have one experience sharing related to effectiveness of whistleblower mechanism, and 2 case studies, one on the collusive bidding and the other one on malpractices, alleged malpractice in e-auction system. Next. Coming to the first topic, on the study on the effectiveness of whistleblower mechanism in PSUs in corporate sector. So this whistleblower mechanism, we need not to confused with the whistleblower mechanism of the Government of India, which is called the PTP mechanism or the Whistleblower Act. What I'm talking about is the whistleblower mechanism or the vigil mechanism, which has to be there in every corporate listed companies as part of the Companies Act. So the study shows that a study has been conducted on the next slide, please. Study has been conducted on the major public sectors, Maharatna companies, vis-a-vis with the private sector also. So the figure shows the picture. In PSUs, it's almost defunct. The 3-year complaints received under whistleblower mechanism, almost zero. But compared to the same whistleblower mechanism which is operating in private sector, you can see the number, it's around 400, 800 and 700 and so. So why this is happening? So to understand this, next slide. So quickly, let me go into the whistleblower mechanism. What are the provisions which are given in the whistleblower mechanism of CPSUs? So who can complain? So it's either CMD is the designated authority to receive a complaint under the whistleblower mechanism of the corporation, or a director HR or any other director who is nominated by the CMD, or a committee which is nominated by them. So you can find a difference here. So, but almost it's a director or a CMD is the designated authority. And who can complain? It's similar everywhere. It's the employees and the directors can make a complaint under this one. And access to the audit committee is permissible in most of the CPSUs. So in case of conflict of interest between the designated authority and the subject matter, the complainant can directly specify in PGCA. In other companies, it is there. Next. Now, how to send a complaint? It's in written. Some of them say that it has to be a written complaint, a signed complaint. Some says that it can be of email also. And in almost every PSU, anonymous, pseudonymous complaints are not accepted. Next. There is no reward prescribed in any of the policies for any genuine complaint. And adverse action has also been prescribed. If the complainant makes any vexatious complaint, adverse action is also possible under these policies. Next. The protection has been prescribed and the role of CV has also been defined in the policies in every policy. So if the complaint has any vigilance angle, then it has to be dealt by the CVO. Next one. And the salient features of PSU's whistleblower policy is either a director or the CMD is the designated authority. Anonymous complaints, pseudonymous complaints are not accepted. Complaints having vigilance angle are referred to CVO. And we can see many provisions are dissimilar among the PSUs itself. So in one of the PSU which has been studied, where it says that the complaint has to be made within 30 days of knowing the information. So after 30 days of knowing the information, it's not accepted. So these sort of provisions are also mentioned in some PSUs. Now coming to the private sector. Next. Who can make a complaint? Under Tata Steel, you can see The vendors are also permitted to make a complaint under the whistleblower mechanism. And designated authority, unlike in PSUs, here the designated authorities are lower level officers. Next. There is no time prescribed in any of these private sectors. So these are well-known private companies, Reliance Industries, Infosys, Tata Steel, ITC, and Hindustan Unilever. And anonymous, pseudonymous complaints, this must be interesting to you. Out of the 5 companies which are studied, in 3 of them, anonymous and pseudonymous complaints are allowed. Next. And reward and recognition. Tata Steel has a policy for rewarding genuine whistleblower complainants. Next. So these are the possible encouraging factors which I could find in the Tata Steel policy. The reward for genuine whistleblower, and not only employees and directors who can make a complaint, or vendors can also make complaint under their policy. And no time period specified for making a complaint. So these are the positive things which I could observe in the Tata Steel policy, and where I had shown that there has been huge number of complaints received in Tata Steel. Next. So with this, so in the morning also, Pratyush Sinha sir was saying, it would always be good to address the complaints within itself. So this whistleblower mechanism effectively gives an organization a mechanism to address the complaint within. A complaint can be addressed within our home itself. But the PSU's whistleblower mechanism somehow, whatever reason it is almost a defunct one. Either it could be the people there are discouraging factors in the policy, or people doesn't have enough confidence. There's a lack of confidence in the system to make a complaint. Whistleblower, whistleblower, what does it mean is, how does it's different from the other complaints is, whistleblower complaint is where the name and identity of the complainant is kept confidential. So maybe the complainant doesn't have confidence in the system, what PSUs are having to come forward and make a complaint. Sir, Steel Ministry has been a forerunner in establishing systems for others also. In the morning taken by Venugopal sir, it has shown that the Sales Integrity Pact has been adopted throughout. It is true, even now also, Sales Integrity Pact has been prescribed by CVC for other PSUs. The same way, sir, if Steel PSU can implement a model whistleblower policy for all its PSUs, when opportunity is given, I will be more happy to draft such a policy, which can be effective one, which will enable most of the complaints, let it be addressed within the family itself. Why should it go outside? If you have a good policy, then complainant will not be making it outside. So he will be making it to the CMD or the designated authority himself. So it can be addressed there itself. Yes. Ma'am, I think, okay, that's one way of looking at it, ma'am. Another thing is, like in PSUs, we get a lot of complaints. CVC or CVO gets so many complaints, but it is zero in its own complaint mechanism. So that is what I'm trying to address it. So those complaints which are made to CVO or to CVC or to CBI, those can, some portion, most of the portion can be addressed by within the organization itself. PITP. Now, this is different. Yeah. Even PITP complaints are less in number. If we take the PITP. Right. Tata Steel is known to be a good. Okay. Please. Right. Exactly. I'm talking only about, that's what in the introduction itself I am said, not to confused with PDP mechanism or the Whistleblower Act. This is as per the Companies Act, and as you said, SEBI also has in their listing agreement, clause 49, they have mandated for every company is to have a vigil mechanism. Yeah, I know. I am aware of every organization. So all the organization here have both. I am talking about the vigil mechanism within the organization. So how to make it more effective. So let me go to the second one. If at all we need to discuss on the other one, let me finish it by the time period which has been given to me. Then I'm ready to discuss if a time is given to me. Sorry? So this is a case study on collusive bidding. Next. 7. Yeah. I'll finish it quickly, ma'am. So yeah, the background of the story is MSTC is doing e-auction. So an agreement has been made with the state government for sale of land in the state government's capital city. And 50 acres of land was to be sold on e-auction. And it was done, e-auction was done in 8, the whole land was divided into 8 auctions, and 8 e-auctions were conducted, and which fetched 2,000 crores of rupees. And the allegation has been, next slide. The allegation has been that there is a corruption in this e-auction, and that some of the bidders are associated bidders and they were making collusive bidding. And the state exchequer lost a very popular personalities, VIPs. Now into this, next slide. So this is one of the allegation in that. So I'm only focusing on the collusive bidding part of it. So we checked on the IP address, which is the first thing we do on a collusive bidding, if it is an e-auction, because the IP address would be available in the system. So we checked for the IP address. Next. We found that for the 5 e-auctions, there were groups of bidders who were quoting from the same IP address. So this is an indication of a collusive bidding. So this doesn't establish, may not establish, but it's clearly an indication because there is collusive bidding. So IP address is something which is specific to a particular instrument or to the network. So they were using the same instrument or the same network. And the next one, next slide. So once we found this one, we got a clue that there could be something fishy in this. So we want to find out more corroborative evidence into it. We checked the registration details of these bidders, and we found in those groups, their address is the same. The registered address were the same, these companies. Though the companies are different, their registered addresses were the same. And their email address, some of their email address, say company X. So their address would be X at the rate of Y's domain name. So it is showing that there is some relationship between them. Next. Again, we check the details of directors and all from the popular zoba.com. which gives the details of directors of companies, and which is taken from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So there also we find this address matching, and the directors, there are common directors acting in these companies. Common directors could also be established. Next. Again, from the same Zuba Corp, we could find matching email ID and postal addresses also. Next. So this is the summary of it. So besides the IP address, these things were also been happening. The bidders A, B, and C were having the same postal address. They were having same directors. Bidder D and E were having, again, they were having the same directors and same domain ID in their email address. Next. So these are clear indications. So there are so many indications of having a collusive bidding to establish they are related parties. Somehow they are related. And when we analyze the bid history, that was also giving us some clue, which is something like in that group of collusive bidders, if bidder A is quoting, B and C will not quote over that bidder. So if B is quoting A and E, C will not be quoting above them. So it was giving some indication like these three are not fighting between them. Next. This were the auction result. Bidder A, who was involved in this collusive bidding, he has won 2 plots. Now, mind you, these are high value plots, like which fetched 2,000 crore. Bidder C won 1 plot, and bidder D won 1 plot. So next, so in such cases, the newly amended DOE's manual for procurement of goods, it has provisions how to deal with such sort of associated bidders. So if the contract has already been awarded, which is in this case, it may be cancelled. Security amount can be forfeited. Next. The other punitive provision is taking banning action or debarring the bidder. So banning and debarring should not be mistaken as it's directly they have to be debarred or banned. There are procedure which is given by, again, DOE has recently issued circular. What procedure has to be followed on. So it is only the initiation. So the bidders who has to be given enough opportunity to explain their side of the thing also. Next. So these are the provisions, the vigilance manual provisions, which prevents bidding by associated parties. Next. 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 So the same provisions are given in the manual for procurement of goods also. It is there in all the 3 books: procurement of goods, procurement of services, and procurement of consultancy also. Next. Next. Next, next. Next. So for a collusive bidding, action can be taken under Integrity Pact also. There are provision given in the Integrity Pact if these 2, bidder and the procuring entity, has any Integrity Pact signed between them. And the third one is a alleged malpractice in a major mineral block auction. So this, in a short summary, without going through the slides, this this is a case of a major mineral block auction which MSTC conducted. So there were 5 bidders. One of the bidder was a CPSU. And after conclusion of the submission of the bids, a complaint has been received from that PSU saying that their bid has been rejected by saying that the required documents, the technical bid, while submitting the technical bid, they need to submit certain documents also. So those documents were not submitted. They were not found in the auction system. So that is how their bid was rejected. And the contention from the CPSU has been, no, we did submit all the required document in the system. It was there. Our officer had submitted all this document in the system. So when it came to us, we checked whether these documents in fact were there or not in the system's registry. And we found no such documents were there in that registry, in the system's registry. Now the possibility could be somebody might have played something and could have been removed also. So we say the e-system is the most transparent one. So as transparent it is, as opaque it is. Because only to find out anything inside, only a very expert can do it in the e-auction system. So it offers both. It offers transparency, it offers opacity also. So if somebody had removed those documents, a system guy or an administrator, how to find out? So it was opaque to us. So we engaged a third-party auditor. Deloitte was appointed to do this auditing, and the third-party auditing was done. And the auditor's finding has been the forensic auditor also found that in the system, it works on a two stages. Like the documents are to be first uploaded into the system. And why this is given is, so this is a facility given to in the system that a bidder can upload all the document prior to happening of participating in the bidding itself. He keeps uploaded and keeps all these documents ready in his library. And whenever the required documents are to be attached to the particular auction, so you may be participating in 4 or 5 auctions. So whichever documents are required to be attached to that particular auction can be attached. So here the finding of the forensic study was these documents were in fact uploaded but not attached to this particular auction where it was supposed to be attached, but it was attached to a different auction site. So thus we could conclude that case. And that's it. I am not pulling it further. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for the wonderful session. And may I please request Mr. Manoj Kumar to kindly present the bouquet and the memento as a token of gratitude for CVO MSTC, Mr. Suresh Madhavan. All right, without further ado, let's call up our next speaker, the last speaker for the evening. May we please invite CVOMOIL, Mr. Pradeep Kamble, to kindly come and join us on the dais, please. Can I please request our moderator to welcome him with a bouquet? And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to be welcoming Mr. Pradeep Kamble.
Good evening, everybody. Respected Additional Secretary Ruchika Goyal ma'am, Joint Secretary NCVO Abhijit Narendra sir, CMD KFCL, all directors who are present over here, CVOs, and all the officers from different steel PSUs. I welcome you all. This is going to be the last lecture of this session for today, and I'm going to wrap it up in only 5 or 10 minutes. I'll try. Actually, there were 2 presentations, but I'm going to make only one. So this is a case study on fraudulent procurement, ma'am. I'll give some background of this thing. There are some high-level committee meetings which are held in all PSUs, and we give some gift items to the high-level officials, and as well as there are certain stationery materials which are required for this high-level committee meetings. So how a single person who was involved in procurement, he could play with the system and he could make something over 1 crore of rupees in this case that has been given in this presentation. Next slide. What are the factors involved? Actually, it is too much faith and confidence in an individual officer because he's so close to the top management and he's liked by everybody. He's very efficient. So he has devised his unusual method of procurement for getting these items. Next, you keep on clicking it. Okay. And secrecy, confidentiality, and urgency, these were reasons for justification. And it was a matter which was restricted to select few officials. And multiple functions were assigned to a single executive. I'll give details in my next slide. Then this was a sacrosanct area, so it was not questioned or it was not touched upon by anybody. And since the person was close to top echelons, so he was not questionable or he was not questioned by lower rank officials or even high rank officials also. Next slide. So in normal course of procurement, these are the stages. We get a letter for meeting from the ministry or from other office. Next stage is we get approval for some quantity of particular item to be procured with the concurrence of Director Finance by initiating a note. Then we call quotations from 3 different and independent sources, duly following the procedure for emergency purchase. Then recommendations for acceptance is given by the committee which is nominated for this purpose. And then we get acknowledgement of receipt of items also by the officer who is actually receiving this material. Then he forwards the bill for payment to finance. And these items are getting distributed. Now the problem is all these functions were assigned to a single executive. Next slide. So what are the modus operandi? This person used to get approval for a justified quantity of items by the competent authority. Next, please. You keep on clicking it. And he used to collect quotations from one of the 2 firms which were owned by his wife. Or he used to get this quotation from fictitious firms or from e-marketplace. Then he used to acknowledge the receipt of these items on paper from one of these 2 firms. And he used to arrange payment to this firm by forwarding the bill to finance. And he used to distribute these items as per the original quantity approved by how it was detected. Actually, we got a complaint which showed 2 transactions from the account of one of these 2 firms to the account of accused official. So initially we thought that it is a case of kickback. So it was a very simple case, we could have closed it. But when we investigated this case in detail, then we found that these 2 firms, actually they belong to the wife of this accused official. And this official, of course, he has not informed to the higher ups, or he has not taken permission, or he has not recused himself from all the proceedings of procurement which was done for this particular purpose, because he has devised this. We found some urban or a public sector, he is not supposed to get all these sort of payments, or he is supposed to inform to the administration. Then we found that whether he frequently sold and purchased cars worth lakhs of rupees. Next, please. He purchased flats, EMIs of which were almost to the extent of 80 to 90% of the salary. He used to give large amount of loans to the people. He used to take loans from people and he used to give also. The total amount was more than 1 crore of rupees. He used to get forced signature of almost all the executives on the documents for procurement, for payment and everything. And large amounts were transferred from accounts of his wife to his own account and vice versa also. And payment were made by him on behalf of these 2 firms also. We found a large transaction towards sale of a costly car, which was never transferred. It is still lying with him. Next, please. So based on our investigation and all the documents which we have presented, we forwarded the case to CVC through Ministry of State to CBO Ministry, and this person has been given major penalty charge sheets. Now inquiry is under process. Action has also been initiated against the two firms which are owned by his wife. And then case has been referred to CBI. Yes, ma'am.
So in the slides that you've shown, the points that you've raised is he's not intimated the organization that he was carrying on, for example, solar or buying car, selling car, or giving a loan to an organization, etc. Now that is fine. That is to the extent of disciplinary proceeding that you should have informed the organization. But how is it fraudulent for the organization? Because you started by saying that he was close to the senior echelons and there were procurement problems. So let's stick to the procurement problems, not the other profiling which were erroneous. Do you understand the difference that
I
I'm
got your
talking
point,
about?
ma'am.
Yeah. So let's not profile a man. Profiling a man is a different aspect. Here let's talk about in transactions what we need to be careful about when we are trusting because let me tell you why I say this is because when we were running administration in the ministry, we also got minister has to travel, secretary has to travel, immediately procure so many scarves, so many memento, etc. You have an efficient person, you tell them, please procure, go to so and so shop, government shops, or whatever, you will do it. Now, I can't profile that man to say what was his account, what was his wife, what was his daughter, what was his car, what was his flat. Now, that's not my concern. I'm just looking at when I want to transact at a speed to deliver certain aspects, how do I ensure frauds do not happen in case, and speed should not be compromised? Just let's restrict ourselves to that inquiry.
Ma'am, if I could understand your question, but I'll try to answer it. I have some improvements also in this case, which will be coming on our next slide.
So I just want to suggest that whenever you do this next, don't show what the profile of solar panel, loan, car and all. That is not material to the question at hand.
Okay, ma'am.
Question at hand is how the man used us or an employee used proximity or systems in a fashion that could be gamed so that we all can be aware about the proximity and gaming of system limited to that aspect.
Okay,
Please,
ma'am.
thank you.
Madam, what has happened in this case? He used to have two kinds of modus operandi. First of all, suppose there is certain meeting, like during the period of investigation, for a period of 2 years, for a period spanning over 2 years time, we have found that there were only 5 or 6 such meetings, but we found procurement on 22 occasions. So what he used to do, he used to generate certain documents for the meetings which are actually held. Then he used to take approval for a certain specified quantity of items. Then he used to fabricate fabricate documents with fabricated signature, forged signatures. Then on other occasions, for the meetings which were not held, he used to fabricate this document. He used to initiate those documents. He used to procure these items only on pen and paper. He used to make payment to the firms which are owned by his wife. So out of total 22 occasions, we found that actual procurement has been done only on 5 occasions. For rest of the occasions, either the procurement has not been done at all. So all these transactions which I have shown, I am only trying to indicate why he was able to make transactions on such a large scale from his bank account, why he was able to get with such large amount in his account.
So therefore, I mean, here again, what are the checks and balances you will put in place or suggest in place that if that's the only point we are concerned
Yes,
with.
ma'am.
I'm not concerned. See, his money could be coming from his inheritance. Maybe he's very rich by inheritance and he's doing a lot of business. So let's not get into other aspects. We limit our problem and solutions to the limited
Yes, ma'am. I'm
question
coming
at
to that,
hand.
ma'am.
Let's just
Yes, ma'am.
talk about that.
Then FIR is also registered against with an accused official, 2 firms and unknown public servants and private individuals. Okay. Next slide, please. Madam, these are the system flaws which we have found in this case. These multiple functions which have been assigned to single executive. Now we have made a very standard operating procedure for procurement of all such items and standard procedure for operating procedure for emergency procurement also, which can take care of this kind of situations. Even though we are procuring items in emergency for such meetings, but now up system has been put in place by means of which even emergency procurement can be done within shortest possible time. But this multiple functions which have been assigned to a single executive, now that has been assigned to different members. Even the purchase committee which has been nominated, now the purchase committee is also not permanent. It is also going to change from time to time. And initially, next please. Madam, what happened, we used to initiate hand notes in this case. So now, and purposely it was not done in file lifecycle management, that is online procedure, because signatures of each and everybody would have been involved and he would not have been able to force these documents. So now it has been made compulsory that even for such procurement, it should be online only, not on any handwritten notes. Then sometimes the procurement has been done from single agency, quoting agency. So now it has been well taken care of that minimum 3 quotations will be would be taken from the firms. Then we never used to record even lump sum distribution of gifts. So now that has also been put in place. Then there was one flaw in the system, our SAP system, that even though GST payment has been made to this firm, payment from while was exceeding a GST payment limit of 40 lakhs. But even then there was no red flag in our system. It was not able to detect. So now that check is also being implemented. Then, like I said, given the standard operating procedure for emergency procurement is also now in place. So to take care of this kind of anomalies in future. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much for the brilliant session. Let's give a big round of applause, and may I please request the moderator to kindly present a token of gratitude. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of day 1 at Vigilance Conclave 2023. And that was a very informative, interactive, absolutely thought-provoking, and a lot to take back home for all of you today. Thank you so much for all of your patience, cooperation, and support. We have a brilliant lineup of speakers scheduled for tomorrow, so please come back tomorrow, and I request all of you to kindly be on time. The sessions are starting at 10 a.m. in the morning. I repeat, all the participants and dignitaries are requested to please arrive us on time. So until we meet tomorrow, this is good night and goodbye from Nitya. Thank you so much.